Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah, yeah, yeah. See, if you believe in the God in you, it's a better place. Creating the force and the power to live a better life. Know that love and joy and peace is one in all of the same space. That you were chosen just like God. That's right. I'll give myself. Only you can make the change. I'll give myself. Share your head and your I'll give myself. Shine so bright from darkness to light. Hey, hey, hey. From darkness to light. Yeah. And you'll find your way out. Yeah, yeah. Oh, it won't seem way out. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The power of God will flow through you from way out.
Well, welcome. This is Alchemizing Energy. I hope you guys like the new intro. It's a different intro, than I normally do. Let me know what you guys think, in the comments. If you guys like the old intro versus the new one, I'm gonna end it with the old one, and I want to get like you guys' opinion about that. So today we're talking about Jasmine Crocket. She's running for Senate, and everybody mad. I mean, Black women are mad. I mean, everybody's mad. The only one that don't seem to be mad is the Republicans. They seem to want her to be running. And I don't know whether they feel like this is a setup, like they're trying to get her to run to stop other Democrats that they feel like will be a better front runner in the race, and that this is like a whole setup. I don't know. But let's hear some of the rhetoric that people are kind of talking about when it comes down to it, because you have like people that are really going in on her run. So this is a conversation that was had. This guy is just completely against it. Let's go.
Because it's everything I would want in a video. Jasmine Crocket is running for Senate in Texas, and the demographic you would imagine would support her no matter what, the Black women, are the same people coming out saying, no, actually, we don't like Jasmine. We think her entire campaign is a fraud, and we don't trust her. Lest you forget, Jasmine Crockett's entire campaign strategy is axing Black women for their votes. I'm asking y'all to vote for me. Ask. Come on. It's not axe. It's ask. There's a difference. Just like there's a difference between the smoke alarm detector sound and peace. Change the batteries and have some peace for once. Anyways, Black voters, specifically Black women, are rejecting Jasmine Crocket in real time. I've been seeing these kind of videos on TikTok constantly, and I'm going to show you multiple videos today of Black women telling Jasmine Crooked, Jasmine Ratchet to kick rocks.
Okay, can we please talk about
And I wonder how many of these people actually live in Texas that are saying this. I mean, people are just going in on Jasmine, and I'm like, well, the people are mad. I mean, I'm show you some videos, even Yvette Carnell. She's just like, the Black girl magic time is over, and this, that, the other. And I don't think that Jasmine is running on Black girl magic. I think that they took her out of her seat. She said, "Well, I'm gonna strive for higher." Let's go.
the Texas Senate race right now? So I've been looking at both candidates. One of them is Wesley Hunt. And yes, he is a Republican, so he obviously supports Trump. But some of his policies consist of cutting fraud, cutting the American debt, securing the borders. And he also has this one that really caught my eye. It was aiding Houston's flood mitigation. Here in Houston, it floods pretty bad. Basically, anytime that it rains, like the roads are super flooded. This policy that he's putting in there, basically he wants to build these tunnels that way that the water actually drains out of the city instead of just being built up in the streets. And then I went over to Jasmine Crocket, and yes, she does have a website, which I was surprised, but she had no policies. The only policy she had was she was anti-Trump. And I think that's literally
why are you surprised that she has a website? That's crazy. You're running for Senate, you're gonna have a website. Come on now. Just because she's black, a black woman running for Senate, you don't think that she's smart enough to have a website? Come on now. This is the type of stuff that I think is ridiculous. Let's go.
pretty crazy, because what does that have to do with Texas? Like, what is that, being anti-Trump, what is that doing to help Texas? So whenever y'all go to vote, for your senator, think about the things that you want to be better in Texas. Don't just vote for someone because they're anti-Trump. And mind you, Jasmine isn't running against Donald Trump. She's running against Wesley Hunt. So again, Trump has nothing to do with that.
This is so refreshing to hear. She's realizing Democrats don't run on policies. They run on Trump bad, we good. Does this girl sound like a black conservative? No, actually, she sounds like someone who would normally vote for Jasmine Crocket. Here's another one for you, and I really like this one. Speaking about black women like their cars. I like that one. That's a brand new one. I like it. The engine, is it still running?
One thing I know about Republicans up on Capitol Hill is when they tell you they're going to do something, they've already done it. The plan has been finalized and they've moved on to the next objective. Okay, so
so this is another kind of trope that they're saying. They're trying to say that the reason why Jasmine Crocket is running is because she got hyped up by the Republicans, and that hyping up, she's so egotistical that she's running for office based on her ego. That's another thing that's being said. And it's like, what? You'll even hear later on, you're going to hear someone say, oh, she had a picture of herself on her phone. I mean, so what? She is into herself. I mean, what? Should she do? Have a picture of somebody else? If she's taking care of herself, self-care, and she's doing her affirmations, she's looking at herself, whatever, that's considered now it's an ego. She's doing this based on her ego. This is the type of thing Black women, we tend to go against each other. If a person we see is at a certain level, we want to put them to such a higher standard than anything that's out there. And one girl, like I said, she says, well, she has a website, which surprises me. Of course she's going to have a website. She probably had websites. Come on now.
By the time the public finds out about it, it's already too late. You can't do anything about it. Why do I say all of this? Because if you do a simple Google search in regards to why Jasmine Crocket is running for senator, she did not get the blessing from the Democratic Party. She was convinced by the Republican Party via the Republican Senatorial Convention to run for Senate. I didn't put two and two together until I seen the video of the Speaker of the House talking about, we are happy that she is running. We want her to run. And I'm like, why? And then I went on her website. This is not about the people of Texas. She don't give a fuck about the people of Texas. She's running for Senate because of her ego.
Come on. She's running for Senate because of her ego and not about the people of Texas. How you can't run? Do you know how much money it costs to run for Senate? You don't do that based on ego. You do that because that's something that you probably wanted to do to begin with. It cost, and then to possibly lose out of that, she has to want that because she could have possibly ran at on the lower where she was already at, and she probably could have still maintained her position in Congress. But what she's now doing is now she's going into the Senate, and that is not a decision that's made based on ego. You have to do the numbers. It costs money to run for all this stuff. It costs a lot of money, and a lot of out-of-pocket money on top of what people are donating. People clearly must be behind her for her to run. Let's go.
Because her ego is bruised due to the fact that she is the first sitting Congresswoman to lose her district. And while people in the comment section do not have the intellectual range or comprehension to know the difference between seat and district, she didn't lose her seat because by law, she's still a sitting member of Congress. It's just she don't have a district. But the reason why she lost her district, outside of the fact that it was gerrymandered, was all by design when she decided that she wanted to wage war on the Republican Party by herself. She has no allies. And while y'all sitting there attacking me, talking about that I have to, pledge fealty or loyalty to her all because she's a Black woman, I don't subscribe to identity politics, never have and never will. You're hating, you're just jealous. How could I possibly be jealous of a Congresswoman that has no districts? She has no allies.
She's cooking right now, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know about you, but it doesn't sound to me like Jasmine Crocket has any momentum.
She's running for Senate because of her ego. They're setting her up, and y'all don't even see it. Stevie Wonder can see that shit. Anybody who has a marketing background, anybody who has a copyright background, I would challenge you, go on her website and count how many times you see the word I. It's right there on her website. It's not about the people, it's about her ego. She is fueling and feeding her own ego.
I, just because she has I on her thing? What are we talking about? Only us do this to each other. We're the only ones that do this, would say stuff like this. You understand what I'm talking about? We will say because she has too much on her website. Come on now.
It's one thing to declare war or have a beef with one or two members of the Republican Party, but to declare war on the entire Republican Party at all levels of government, and you're alone and unafraid and by yourself, and you have no allies to stand with you, child, sweet baby Jesus, you bit off more than what you can chew. And this is why I said in the original video, she did not read the room at all. You know, you do not hunt what you cannot kill.
This lady has way too much common sense to be a liberal. You're so close. You already rejected identity politics. Just come over. We're a big tent. We have all kinds of people in here. I have more for you, but I want to prepare you because you're not going to believe this. The theme with those two ladies is that Jasmine Crocket is running for her ego. She doesn't care about Texas at all. But there's an even bigger block of anti-Crocket black voters who are coming after her for her stance on Israel. Apparently, Crocket has a pro-Israel voting record. And so the leftist pro-Palestine people, who the Democrats propped up all these years, who Crocket probably propped up as well, are now saying we can't vote for Crocket because he is pro-Israel. Exhibit A.
Jasmine Crocket is pro-Israel for free. Pro-Israel for free. She doesn't get paid for it. She lobbies for the state of Israel for free. Every single day you get on this app and show us how you really feel about Palestinians, because Israel is a limit test.
I think she meant litmus test, not limit test.
Any politician willing to vote or in favor of Israel needs to go. Why is it only like, oh, identity politics, we don't care about Palestine anymore? Like, what the This has nothing to do with purity politics and everything to do with the fact that you guys don't have fucking principles. You guys don't give a fuck. It's really voting the blue no matter who. But you will learn very quick that that's not going to fucking happen.
She has a little mouth on her. We're going to have to do some censorship. Another one, baby.
Let's talk about Jasmine Crocket, shall we? Y'all have very short memories. The memories that you pull from the past seem to erase every 15 days. And there's an inability to connect past actions, particularly voting actions, to your current state of being and the future self that you want to be at. Some of the same creators who are telling you, hey, don't be a single issue voter, relax your morals when it comes to who you're voting on. No politician is perfect. A lot of these same lines we are hearing during the 2024 election, which didn't get you shit in the first place, are the same people not even 2 months ago who were complaining about how Chuck Schumer was a spineless, feckless individual who couldn't be trusted. And they were sitting here complaining about how and why we could have gotten to a place where the politicians would sell us down the river and all of this stuff. You saw real-time copium on the timeline of people trying to like make sense or create scenarios and conspiracy theories to show that actually the Democrats were playing the long game. They're never playing the long game. Newsflash. If you haven't picked up on the context clues, newsflash. And these are the same people who are coming on here talking about the Jasmine Crocket potentially being, taking a Senate seat for the state of Texas, voting for her, even if she supports this, even if she supports that. You're a single issue voter. You're not caring about people. This is anti-Black. All the identity reductionism, the identity politics that are being blasted in our faces right now is something that, it shows that 1, y'all don't remember, 2, y'all don't learn, and 3, y'all can't piece very simple information together. So vote whoever you want to vote in. If they're Black, support them. If that's your political strategy, do it. I don't really give a fuck. But when we're in another situation, inevitably, which we will be, where you want these people to stand up for you and not be selfish, please don't come on the timeline complaining, because the North remembers. We see you. And y'all act a fool and make yourselves look like fools every time. And all we're telling you is to just use the hindsight that you've been given. Hindsight is 2020, but y'all insist on covering your eyes. So good luck with that.
So she's saying good luck to any of you that are voting for Jasmine Crocket, because she's going to screw you over.
To all the people that lack critical thinking skills that are saying that Jasmine Crocket is going to lose because y'all can't get over Israel, I want you to remember that she's running primaries right now. This is the primary. She's going up against another Democrat, James, who is calling for a ban on weapons to Israel. She's going to lose because she is against universal health care and is for sending money to a country that has universal health care while the people in this country are suffering. People's healthcare premiums are about to be on the rise in January. Everybody's about to experience such drastic increases in their premiums in 2026 that it's going to cause people not to be able to go to the hospital, and it's going to result in people's death. She is against universal health care. That is why she's going to lose. She's also going to lose because she is in the same state that made people sign declarations to Israel before Gaza saying that they're not going to boycott Israel in order to receive FEMA money after Hurricane Harvey. She's going to lose because this is anti-American and people are sick of it. She's not going to lose because we can't get over Gaza. She's going to lose because she doesn't stand for anything. And what makes this weird is she doesn't even accept money from AIPAC. So her stance on Israel is out of her own volition. She's doing this because she wants to, not because she is being paid like all the other politicians are. You should be wary of somebody who wants to support a country committing a genocide after 2 years and doesn't have a reason for it. She's going to lose, but guess what? She's going to lose against a Democrat who actually is for these things, and I'm okay with that. Y'all need to get over this. This is the primaries. If you don't understand what primaries are, look it up. And you should watch the video below and how she answers the line of questioning, especially surrounding Israel's invasion of Lebanon and Israel's brutal use of the pagers where they set it off on random citizens, resulting in a little girl's death. Look at how she's answering that. She thinks Israel has a right to invade all the countries around them, and Israel has a right to self-defense, even though nobody was attacking them. Y'all might not like to think it, but Gaza is a litmus test. It is a litmus test moving forward. Every politician has to figure out where they stand. We did not spend the last 2 years watching a genocide unfold in front of our eyes to now just back up and say, okay, they're never going to change. Let's just continue to elect them. That's not happening no more. I don't know if that's how you like to vote, but that's not how I like to vote. I want to make sure the politicians are actually doing their jobs because they have not been doing their jobs up until this point. There's a reason why every single Democrat, Republican are all taking money from AIPAC because we have not done anything. And now is the time to do it.
It's really interesting watching this dynamic play out on the left.
You know, I think that it's interesting how it's a black woman, you know, and you're going to hear Yvette Carnell say, well, I would prefer a white man in there. I'm like, what? No, because a black girl, you know, we talk about we will be against our own people sometimes. Now I get it. People saying, you know, this guy says Jasmine is pure trash along with everyone that supports her. That's crazy. Why? Because she speaks out. Oh, if she gets on Senate, she's gonna speak out more and have more power to speak out. Is that what it is? I'm proud of her for having the balls to step up and do something. You got to give her power away to the Republicans to say, oh, she's just doing it because of her own ego. That's crazy.
Because it's a pretty similar dynamic on the right. The under 50-year-old right has completely soured on Israel. So is the left, but for completely different reasons. The left because they're folks humanitarians, and the right because they're leaning towards American non-interventionism. But what's different is that the establishment on the Democrat Party stoked up these people in the last few years, and now they're getting bit in the butt by them. This is a glorious thing that's happening to someone like Jasmine Crocket. Could not be happening to someone better. We don't want this video to be fully sexist. So here's a black man saying, no, Jasmine Crocket ain't it. She ain't it, dog.
In light of Jasmine Crocket running for Senate, I need you guys to understand something. We are about to witness liberals.
Yeah, first of all, you know what? Just by her running alone, do you see that listen, who's running for DC Senate? Tell me, one person. Everybody got an opinion. Half these people don't even live in Texas that have an opinion. That shows the power that she has. Whatever she's done, that she's spoken out, that have brought her into the spotlight, it got everybody mad, everybody talking. So that tells me that's power right there. When you can get people that's not even in Texas, who is running for, let me just pick out, who's running for Detroit Senator? Tell me, who's running for Senate in Detroit? Georgia. But Jasmine Crocket is running in Texas, and half these people are not in Texas, but they got something to say about her run. That tells me that she has done enough and made enough noise in her political career that when she does something, it causes an uproar. So to me, I'm like, as much as people want to like diss her and say whatever, she's in your ear, on your mind, all this stuff. You know, so shouts out to her.
Playing the biggest game of identity politics they played since last year with Kamala. When you tell them that you're not fucking with Jasmine Crocket because she's pro-Israel, they're going to tell you that you hate her because she's a black woman. Now I need you to do yourself a favor and just don't even pay attention to that bullshit. Because Unlike you and I, they love identity politics. They think all skin folk is skin folk. Never mind the fact that the skin folk literally supports Israel. I don't care if she hasn't taken APAC money. The fact that she's pro-Israel is enough. Just be wary, because they're going to tell you that you're anti-black, even though a lot of us are fucking black. There's your warning. That's all I got for you.
This is brutal for Jasmine Crocket, man. Her entire campaign strategy is...
Man, stop it. Being pro-Israel, like these people saying pro-Israel don't even know what the hell they're talking about. They're just repeating talking points from somebody else. Oh, she's pro-Israel. Okay, like how many other people are in the Senate or in the whatever that are pro-Israel? But she's getting all the flack. Like I said, name another candidate that's running for senator in any other state that you can name off the top of your head. You can't, but you know about her run. That tells me that's influence right there. And then they want to make it into, oh, that's because of her ego. They want to make it like that she's just an egotistical person when she's been speaking up about everything going on and been one of the main people talking about like the people and stuff like that. So let's go.
Turnout, and it doesn't look like these people are going to be turning out for her. Before I go, I have one more treat for you. This is Wesley Hunt obliterating Jasmine Crocket.
Maybe because these people, they are crazy because they always talk about how Christian they is. Yeah, I don't know how many of them on that side are getting divorced because they getting caught up sleeping with their co-workers, staffers.
And going after people and making ad hominem attacks that are basically unfounded and unsubstantiated because you think this is the Real Housewives or something like that is not serious. And what I really want people to understand is being United States Senator from the great state of...
So are they saying, oh, well, because she's not talking like this, you know, like, well, yeah, talk like this. In order to run for senator, you have to be able to talk like this. You have to like, talk like real, blah, 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 blah. Everybody code switches. So she get in a certain audience, she code switch. Come on now, I code switch. I can't go into like a corporate job and talk like I will code switch in a heartbeat. I'll be over here talking how I talk, but then I'll go into a corporate environment and I will be, well, you know, according to the such and such, you know, I will code switch. Okay. She could talk the AAVE and she could talk the English. She would not be able, or the American like proper conservative, whatever she has to talk. Nevertheless, we are demonizing her because she will code switch at times. And sometimes she'll do it on the House floor. she wants if she listen, that's authentic. Like if Black people, we code switch. We don't always talk like this when we're around her at the barbecue. When we're at the barbecue, we're not like, you know, according to the rule, you know, can I have some barbecue? Could you put that chicken on my plate, please? No. We at the barbecue, we talk one way. We at the office, we talk a little bit different. We talk like this. Okay. So bottom line is that if she's code switching and then we get mad, oh, this is not a great representative of us. Jasmine Crocket is a lawyer. She went through, she used to be a lawyer. She did everything, worked her way up into the position that she's in. And like I said, name another person that's running.
The state of Texas requires a certain level of understanding, requires a certain level of love for this country. It requires a fighter. And I want to talk about the things that are most germane to what Texans want. We want border security. We want low regulation. We want low taxes. And quite frankly, I really don't care about, I think what she said about what they is doing, and they really are. But I really want to talk about what things are most important to Texans, and it is not the personalized and ad hominem attacks about members. It is about what makes Texas, Texas, and why I believe we and Florida are the two greatest states in this great nation. Nice. And that kind of leadership.
You don't think this guy, when he gets around Black people, will switch it up? You think he talks like that all the time? You think he just talks like this? Well, of course, blah, 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 blah. Get out of here. When he gets around Black people, he talks a different way. You can guarantee that. I don't know why we're over here demonizing her for being authentic and being her true self. Let's go.
Is not going to work and it's not going to fly. Don't mess with Texas.
They are always talking about how Christian they is. They are always talking about how Christian they are. Ask, not ax. Ask, not ax. Asking, not axing.
Man, get out of here. You don't think she knows how to say ask? She's a lawyer, for crying out loud. You know, You don't think she knows how to get in front of a judge and represent her client and speak proper? If she chooses to code switch at any given moment, this guy's up here. Oh, stop it. Florida and Texas are the top users of Obamacare. And you know what? Texas is, you're going to find out because I'm doing an interview with a guy, Detrick DeBurr, who's actually running for I think, the House or something. He's running for something, council in Texas for the city of Denton. He's running, and he's going to break this whole thing down. That Texas, if anyone does not know, has the largest amount of Black people in the country. Texas. Okay? The largest amount of Black people in the country. I mean, it might be based on landmass, but bottom line is that we are a lot of Black people here in Texas. So, and there's a lot of things going on when it comes to education and things like this that they're trying to take away. Do you know there's $1 billion surplus in Texas, and that they're trying to force people to like homeschool their children and giving more money to homeschool, taking away the money from public schools? We're going to talk about that coming up Thursday. I have a special guest. I can't wait for that interview where he's going to break the whole Texas politics down, including this whole thing with Jasmine Crocket and how they're treating her. Because I don't think it's right. I think it's wrong. Yes. Look, this MF is such a hater. Let her be. She's not too bad. F out of here. He wants her to say it like he wants her to. So what if she say, and I ain't fixing to do this, and I ain't fixing to... Okay. Jasmine Crocket doesn't have a Black agenda. She is making the same mistake as Kamala Harris, a benign and neglect agenda toward the Black community. Okay. In politics, you can't be only for the Black community. Anyone knows that. A person in politics cannot just only be... Have you tried to run for... You can't do that. The reason why Obama can't do that and everybody else, because what we say, if a white person said, I'm here and it's all about white, if they just came out and blatantly said, this is the white agenda, this is the Latino agenda, you can't say that. If she does have an agenda, she can't say that. That could be a thing on her list on her website. They're telling on her website, well, her website ain't saying nothing. This, that, the other. Okay, she just started running. She has to get her website made. It just came out that she was running. So I'm sure that she's going to have her political points that she's going to focus on, whatever. Jasmine Crocket has nothing to do with the Black community. Okay, whatever. The Black vote is the foundation of the Democratic Party. Okay. All right. So let's go into some other issues. So we're going to go into the FBA to talk about it. So let's go.
Because two names keep popping up as these so-called rising Black political stars. And I need us to slow that train down, like all the way down. Because when you strip away the vibes, the viral clips, the Black face and the white space optics, what you're left with is this. Jasmine Crocket and Byron Donalds are both playing in Black America's face. And for that reason alone, they are now finding themselves politically homeless. No base, no anchor, no ride or die constituents, just vibes. And vibes don't win elections anymore. Here's the rule of the new political era. You do not get to court Black America for votes while actively working against a foundational Black American agenda. Those days are over. The auto loyalty is gone. The at least their Black era is dead. And what we're watching with both Crockett and Donalds is the same punishment, political nomadism. They offend Black Americans, they overserve immigrants and white institutions, and then act confused when nobody wants to back them. Let's get into it.
Okay, can we please talk about the Texas Senate race right now? So I've been looking at both candidates. One of them is Wesley Hunt. And yes, he is a Republican, so he obviously supports Trump. But some of his policies consist of cutting fraud, cutting the American debt, securing the borders. And he also has this one that really caught my eye. It was aiding Houston's flood mitigation. Here in Houston, it floods pretty bad. Basically, anytime that it rains, like the roads are super flooded. This policy that he's putting in there, basically he wants to build these tunnels that way that the water actually drains out of the city instead of just being built up in the streets. And then I went over to Jasmine Crockett, and yes, she does have a website, which I was surprised, but she had no policies. The only policy she had was she was anti-Trump. And I think that's literally crazy because what does that have to do with Texas? Like, what is that being anti-Trump? What is that doing to help Texas? So whenever y'all go to vote, for your senator, think about the things that you want to be better in Texas. Don't just vote for someone because they're anti-Trump. And mind you, Jasmine isn't running against Donald Trump. She's running against Wesley Hunt. So again, Trump has nothing to do with that.
Let's start with Jasmine Crocket. On paper, she should be golden. Black woman, Texas Democrat, viral moments, loud clashes with Republicans, strong fundraiser. And yet the Democratic establishment wants nothing to do with her Senate run. That's not opinion, that's reporting. Jasmine Crocket jumped into the Texas Senate race and Democrats responded with silence. No rallying, no endorsements, no enthusiasm. Why? Because she disrupted Democratic strategy, fractured the field, and showed zero ability to consolidate power. Other names, James Tallarico, Joaquin Castro, are being treated as more serious options. And let's be clear, if your own party won't touch you, that's already a red flag. She has a national profile, sure, but notice something very telling. She keeps getting passed over for leadership roles, which means the people who actually moves pieces behind closed doors don't see her as an asset. Translation to that is you're loud, but you're not trusted. Here's where it gets funny. The two loudest cheering sections for Jasmine Crockett's are Black boomers and Republicans. That alone should scare you. Older Black voters love a moment. They love a clapback. They love a viral exchange. They love the illusion of fighting back. This is the same demographic that thought Bill Clinton wearing shades and playing the saxophone meant something. Same crowd that thought Hillary doing the Dougie was policy. For them, vibes have always been enough. Policy, optional. Outcome, secondary. Substance, meh. Now, this is real telling, though. Republicans are openly celebrating her run. Mike Johnson said he was absolutely delighted. Texas GOP operatives are calling her a gift. The NRSC literally helped push her into polling. Ask yourself this. When has the GOP ever rooted for a Democrat they were scared of? Never. They see her as polarizing, easy to attack, bad statewide candidate, a divider inside the Democratic Party. They want her to run. And if Republicans are rooting for you more than your own party, you should probably sit with that.
Can I get your thoughts on Jasmine Crockett's run for Senate? What does it say about the state of the Democratic Party? And do you feel worried about her chances of winning at all?
I'm absolutely delighted that Jasmine Crockett is running for Senate in Texas. I think it's one of the greatest things that's happened to the Republican Party in a long, long time. She is the face of the Democratic Party. She and Mamdani. Good luck with that.
They're laughing because they think that she has no chance to win. That's the thing. That's the part. They don't think that she has a chance to actually win. And then we have a bunch of Black women that are doing all this stuff coming out against her. Half of them don't even live in Texas, saying that she's this and she's that, and they're jumping on the bandwagon against her. And it's like, okay, well, what? So name the other candidates and what is their? Are they really going to do what they say? Hey, listen, this whole thing is political theater. Let's just be real. None of them actually do. They'll run on a whole thing. I'm gonna do this. They ain't gonna do shit. So half of this stuff is just like a popularity contest, So they're trying to say, oh, okay, well, who? But the whole objective is to keep Trump in office. And the one girl said, well, how come, she's making her campaign about Trump? Because if by her getting voted into the Senate makes it easier to impeach, because they're trying to impeach Trump. I'm not sure if you guys are aware, but they're trying to impeach him. So that's exactly what's going on. All right, Jasmine Crocket is going to lose. She's avoiding questions from the Black grassroots community. Had some Jamaican food last night out on the set on the toilet. Just now curry just flared. Okay, what are we talking about? We're just saying we're not talking about that. Fake hair, fake lashes and makeup, face. Jasmine Crocket just fake. So what? See, everybody wants to make it about her appearance and her looks, how she's got this, whatever she's wearing. But what about what she stands for, though? Who cares if she's wearing fake Eyelashes. Come on now. Whose side are you on? The first will be last and the last will be first. Trump ain't going nowhere. But Trump, they're trying to impeach him though. That is definitely something that is happening. They are trying to impeach Trump. That is definitely a thing that's happening. And so when you go on her website, when she says, okay, why am I running? So let's actually look at the website. All right, she says, okay. All right. All right. Texas and our nation are heading in the wrong direction. For too long, we've had senators who stood by as rural hospitals and public schools were forced to shut their doors. So people are saying that she's not talking about any policy, but she's already talking about hospitals and public schools being forced to shut their doors. Senators who didn't blink an eye as jobs were shipped overseas, who were totally unbothered as the price of gas, groceries, and prescriptions skyrocketed. For too long, Texas has elected senators who have defended politics as usual and protected the status quo while Texans pay the price. We've had senators who push the American dream further and further out of reach. I'm running for the United States Senate because I believe Texas deserves a senator who will be an independent voice for 30 million Texans, not a rubber stamp or a party line vote for Donald Trump. I'm a battle-tested fighter, and she has. She's been she's been fighting. I've seen her. Who's going toe-to-toe with Abbott and Paxton, and I've forced hundreds of attacks from Trump himself. I've built winning coalitions and brought together voters of all backgrounds, all stars and stripes, and every walk of life under the common belief that government should be of and for the people. Since running for office, I have vowed to increase accountability and accessibility for every office I've held. Throughout it all, I've never lost the sight of the people. That is why I'm running now. I got Texas back on track to be a fighter for the middle class, hardworking Texans, ranchers, farmers, young families, all oil workers, small business, and everyday people who make our state a vibrant economic powerhouse. Today, under Trump and 3 decades of Republican rule in Texas, those very Texans are under daily attack. They are attacked for how they worship, who they love, what language their grandmother speaks, and you don't know who will be on the chopping block next. I'm running to protect Texans from these attacks and safeguard the rights of our Constitution guarantees. I'm running to knock down the door to opportunities that have been cracked open for the elite few. I'm running to make home ownership and entrepreneurship pillars of the American dream an obtainable reality for all Americans once more. I'm running to get Washington back to work on the issues that actually matter to us. Together, we will send a signal to every nation, the entire nation. Don't mess with Texans. Certainly don't count us out. So here's the thing. People are saying that, okay, that's not policy, right? She wrote a letter. This is the reason why she's running. I'm sure as time goes on, it will also include her policy. I think that she just started this campaign. So let's go into okay, so Kamala Harris' website said the same thing, and she had $2 billion, and she still lost the election because of her benign neglect agenda toward the Black community. Well, that's questionable because some people say that she actually won and that the election was rigged. So I don't know. Well, that could be questionable. But let's go into this is the only thing. I don't necessarily agree with her with this initial commercial for her campaign. I'm like, okay, whoever is doing her whatever it needs, I think that this is not necessarily the best introduction commercial because I'm like, okay, she put this out there, but then, okay, what is the answer? So let's go.
How about this new one they have? Their new star, Crocket. How about her? She's the new star of the Democrat Party, Jasmine Crocket. They're in big trouble.
But you have this woman, Crocket. She's a very low IQ person.
I watched her speak the other day. She's definitely a low IQ person. Crocket. Oh, man. She's a very low IQ person.
Somebody said the other day she's one of the leaders of the party. I said, you got to be kidding.
Now they're going to rely on Crocket. Crocket's going to bring them back.
So then we have Yvette Carnell. She puts her 2 cents in. But before we get into that, we have the man in the high tower, well, the high castle. What's up?
Rise and shine, everybody in America. It's great to be American. Yes, it is. A full-blood American, especially.
Okay, so I am discussing Jasmine Crockett's 1%. So what are your thoughts on that?
Let her run. If I'm speaking on the context of behavior, on why to let her run, if I was the opposition, I'm thinking in war. And the first thing in war you would need for your opposition to be unsuccessful, first of all, you want her to win. How come? She's unlikable towards her own party. She can never flip other people in my party to become one of her. Another thing, number 2, lack of resources. All her dark money that she was bragging about a few months ago is dried up. It's dried up. Who's her base? LGBTQ? And then look at her opponents. What do they offer? They have the ability to flip other Republicans into Democrats. She does not. Elevate her. Some don't understand more than we're looking at weaknesses in their defense of the opposition. She has a whole bunch of cracks in her foundation that will be exploited. Let her run.
You not to vote for Jasmine Crocket, and Jasmine Crocket is not a revolutionary and she's not the one, she's a corporate Democrat, don't live in Texas either. The Republicans are not even running ads on Jasmine Crocket. You know why? Because they got these crazy leftists that are doing all the work for them. Like, they don't have. Full disclosure, I do not live in Texas. And a lot of these leftists who are telling you not to vote for Jasmine Crocket, and Jasmine Crocket is not a revolutionary and she's not the one, she's a corporate Democrat, don't live in Texas either. The Republicans are not even running ads on Jasmine Crocket. You know why? Because they got these crazy leftists that are doing all the work for them. Like, they don't have to do anything. I highly doubt they're spending millions on campaign ads against Jasmine Crocket because you leftists do it for them. First, you didn't want her to run. Okay, you didn't want her to run, but it's a primary. Everybody who wants to run should be able to run. Oh, James Tallarico is the best choice. Okay, well, if he's the best choice, he will win. He will beat her. So what's the problem? If Jasmine Crocket sucks and she's not the best choice, then she will not win. The issue is that you guys don't want her to win. That's really what it is. It's not that she can't. You don't want her to. Just like y'all didn't want Kamala Harris to win because y'all still holding out for Bernie Sanders to magically be the president one day. Let me tell you something. It ain't gonna fucking happen. Notice I didn't bring up Gaza. You know why? Because y'all don't give a damn about Gaza. Stop all that. Oh, she supports Israel. She doesn't accept AIPAC money. And now y'all trying to say, oh, well, she went on a trip to Israel. Yeah, she went on a trip in August of 2023. This was before the attack on October 7th. So y'all tried that. Y'all trying to spin misinformation on purpose. Not misinformation, misleading. That's what I meant to say. But you get my point. AIPAC only gives to congressional candidates. And then y'all use the excuse like, oh, well, they get money from Israel through other channels like this and that. And like J Street is one of them, right? But J Street has called for a ceasefire. So are we just saying that any money that comes from anyone Jewish is bad, even though there's Jewish people in America? Like, how far do we take it?
But she also voted yes on the bill that gave money to Israel. Yes, Israel was included in that vote. However, it also gave humanitarian aid to Gaza. Because yes, I've seen that whole clip from Rogue DNC, that page on Instagram. I've seen that clip, but they didn't play the whole thing where she actually broke it down that she voted no twice, and then on the third vote she voted yes. But like I said, it only when it comes to the black candidates, y'all care about Israel and Gaza. That's the only time y'all really talk about it. Other than that, y'all be quiet. Because if you look at James Tallarico, he said the same stuff, that Israel has the right to defend itself, blah, 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 blah. All that the same verbiage, but y'all don't call him out, but y'all think he's a winner. And again, I don't live in Texas, so I have no dog in this fight. But if we're going to be fair, we're going to be fair. The only reason why I'm talking about it is because, again, y'all only use that to attack black people. And yes, I do know that there's black leftists, but not all skin folk. All skin folk ain't kin folk. Y'all know what it is.
So, what's your reaction to that?
I agree. I think that I think that people, especially black women, they feel like they don't like how she is representing herself. Just like, a person could be like at the Olympics and don't have their hair done, and you'll see a bunch of black women talking about how come her hair. Simone Biles, she's winning gold medals after gold medals, but then her hair ain't looking the best, and then you hear a bunch of black women getting on TikTok trying to say something.
I don't know about that. Simone's a champion. Huh? I don't know about all that, but Simone's a certified champion. She's solidified.
Right. So, but
anyways,
she was okay. But Jasmine Crocket was she's in Congress.
Yeah, she's not solidified.
What makes her not solidified?
She's not solidified to even compare what people on Twitter were doing with their fake bot accounts from India and other places about Simone Biles. Come on, Simone Biles is the GOAT. There's a big difference. They're not even on the same level of success. Simone is in the history books already. That's a wild analogy. Also, Simone Biles, she is married. She wants children. Jasmine Crocket has no children. She is not married. She's Divine Nine. She's Delta Sigma Theta. She's pro-abortion. She's against creation. And she's trying to influence other women to vote for her, women who really have children, really women who have family, and she has begun none of this. And she's in her 40s. Yeah, she is a baddie by optics, but she ain't doing nothing with what God gave her. She's not trying to reproduce. She's not trying to multiply. She's not about American family. She's about immigrants and social justice programs. She's a Marxist. She's a radical leftist. She's not married. She has no children. She's Divine Nine. She's pro-abortion. She's a eugenicist. She has nothing going on. Let her run. Let her run in the state of Texas. See how that works out. Just like Stacey Abrams. She's just another Stacey Abrams, but she's 1,000 times more attractive. Physically. That's it.
So is she the only senator who's ever didn't?
You keep on mentioning black. I'm just talking about women. I never even mentioned black.
All right. So Lindsey Graham of South Carolina didn't have any children.
What's that? Who is she? We talking about Jasmine Crocket.
Because why are we talking about her? Because she actually has made her name known in when she's out there. She's speaking up. She's talking up. She's made her name known. But you're
Known
saying
for what?
because she's
What's she
not
known for?
for speaking up about the issues with Trump and this, that, the other, speaking about what he's doing.
What is he doing that she's fighting against?
Well, the one thing that she was doing was bringing it to light, all the different aspects of with the immigration and how like this whole. But I know you're pro that, and I would say I like with the way that she breaks it down. I don't disagree with what she's saying about how ICE is going around and doing things. And you're going to hear Yvette Carnell get into that. Let's go into it. Let me just bring
Thank
her
you.
up.
This Jasmine Crocket announcement. And I think the thing that I kind of want to say about that is I don't know what we're going to do if we can't hold each other accountable. Like forget about everything else right now, but we have to be able to do that, and doing that includes holding each other accountable in the world of politics. It just does. I don't, whoever don't like it, don't feel like, well, it shouldn't, and I don't know why it's that way. Whatever that is. Sometimes a thing just is what it is. We have to be able to hold each other accountable, and we have to say, hey, no. Or we have to be able to say, not yet. Or we have to be able to say, this is not the time. Or we have to be able to say, you need to learn a little bit more. Or we have to be able to say that, like, hey, you need to study policy papers more. You need to there's not going to be a campaign that's going to suffice without real politics and real policies. Now, let me see if I can bring this stupid thing. Y'all know I get mad at the technology. I'll never get mad at me. It's always user error, but I can't never get mad at me. Do y'all remember? Let me see if I can bring this up. When we talk about substance, this whole thing and me talking about politics, part of it started with talking about Obama because he wasn't doing anything specifically for us. But I want to just help y'all remember something if you can. And I want to compare this to Crockett in just 1 second. How many of you remember? How many? When Kamala Harris ran a campaign on joy. We didn't have an agenda yet. I know it was close, but you can go and get an agenda quick. Right? This is not, and you should have, if you want to be president, you should have some of that stuff together. But how many of y'all remember? I'm already getting hot. I got to turn the heat down. How many of y'all remember this joy campaign? Harris used to worry about laughing. Now joy is fueling her campaign. Listen, this is nothingness. This ain't nothing. I just want to let help everybody understand that we've been here before. Got all my little tabs open. Lord have mercy. There was a time early in the vice presidency when Kamala Harris was aware of what was that say? Reams of conservatives news coverage criticizing her laughter. Privately wondered to confidence whether she should laugh or show humor at all. This is the stuff we talking about. Should I laugh? Should I cry? How should I show? Should I show humor at all? What should I do? How should I? No, what you should focus on are the policies that are going to improve the lives of the people under your agenda, especially the people who turn out for you the most, which is ADOS. It's not hard. Ain't nobody caring about whether or not you laughing. We'll forgive all of it. We don't care about that. We got goofy people in our family who laugh crazy, and good, but not like you. But it's a whole nother thing. We don't have nobody but we got goofy laughs. We don't have no problem with that. If you got the policy, we look over everything. They reassured her that she should, according to two people familiar with the discussion at the time, that she should still laugh. Still, imagine that being the campaign question you ask. Should I laugh? Now joy is fueling her campaign. Now I brought that up for a reason. Because I'm going to come out of here, but I did bring it up, not for just no reason at all. I brought it up because it looks like, when we talk about Crockett, it looks like she's headed in the same direction. Well, what do you mean? What are we talking about? Well, I'm just going to play you a little bit of Jasmine Crockett's announcement. Let me get it up here.
So we're going to go more into Yvette Carnell's opinion about the whole Jasmine Crocket run, but I want to hear from Jasmine Crocket, okay, and her actual statements about her run, because a lot of time people are making their statements about things. Let's hear what she has to say. Let's go.
Something of a down-to-the-wire decision for Texas Democratic Congresswoman Jasmine Crocket to run for re-election to her House seat or shoot for the U.S. Senate. The Congresswoman announced her bid for Senate on Monday, joining an already somewhat crowded Democratic field. Joining us now is Congresswoman Jasmine Crocket. So congratulations on your announcement.
Thanks.
Your official announcement is just a video of you and an image of you while insults of President Trump of you play in the background. Why that decision? I mean, one of your opponents, Tallarico, he had a video, him with constituents, him with Texans. Why you solo?
Yeah, so there's a couple of things. Number one, I wanted to do something different. Because number one, in order to flip the state of Texas, we're gonna have to do something that we've never done. So I wanted to stay on brand with the fact that we would be different. I also wanted people to understand who the president sees as a real threat, and it is me. He also made it clear a number of times that he sees me as a leader. Those were his words, not mine. And so I wanted to do that. That's number one. Number two, I wanted to do a real announcement with actual people, nothing that was staged. I wanted the real people, and so it had to be in that moment. So I also wanted to make sure that we delivered a full speech that had all the substance there. So on that same day, if you were paying attention or if you were interested, you got the full meat of what it is that I want to do as the next senator in the state of Texas, as well as I did this with the people right there at home in my district.
So last night, you told Laura Coates on this network that you don't need to get all the Trump voters in order to win the Senate seat, assuming you win the Democratic nomination. We should note President Trump won Texas pretty handily by about 14 percentage points. So you don't need every Trump voter, but you need a big chunk of them. Explain the math to me. How does any Democrat, but especially one who is progressive and outspoken, how do you win over Trump voters?
So this is what I want to tell you about. There's two things that we need to talk about that are separate things that I think both of them are necessary to win. Number one, we actually have to turn out more voters. If you do the research on the state of Texas, we typically rank the lowest in voter turnout period in the country. We've got to get that up. I want to say the most recent one that I remember, maybe a little over 50% of people turned out. When we looked at Georgia and we saw Georgia go blue, what they were able to do is they were able to get more people to participate. So that's number one. So for me, it was always about expanding the electorate. Number two, this is a great talking point that we have heard over and over and over, that maybe you need to sound like a Trumper so you can get Trumpers to be on board. But what we know is that there were Trump and Mondami voters. There were Obama and Trump voters. There were AOC and Trump voters. So a lot of people want to distill this down into something as simple as, oh, it's progressive or it's this. But the reality is that people vote for who they believe in. They vote for the people that they believe really care about bettering their lives. And what we know is apparent is that a lot of people have been turned off by Trump. When we look at Tennessee, I'm not asking you to look far north or over in California. When you look at the red state of Tennessee, he won that seat by over 20 points, yet it came within single digits. When you look at Mississippi, they flipped 2 Senate seats. When you look at Georgia on November 4th, they elected 2 Democrats statewide. So what I am saying is people are finally saying, you know what, even those that voted for Trump, because there's plenty that regret it. And I think that those people would be more willing to listen at this point. But I think you've got to expand the electorate, and you got to talk to anybody who actually says, you know what, he played us.
Let me tell you, let me ask you about a quote that you've made that has some Democrats worried about your ability to win statewide. In a December 2024 Vanity Fair profile, you talked about, quote, and I'm going to read a lot of the quote just to put it in the context, quote, all the complexities within the Latino community. The immigration thing has always been something that has perplexed me about this community. It's basically like, I fought to get here, but I left y'all where I left y'all, and I want no more y'all to come here. If I wanted to be with y'all, I would stay with y'all, but I don't want y'all coming to my new home. It almost reminds me of what people would talk about when they would talk about kind of like slave mentality and the hate that some slaves would have for themselves. It's almost like a slave mentality that they have. Now, about the time that that was published last year, around 1 million Latino voters in Texas were voting for Trump. Do they all have slave mentality?
No, and that's not what that said at all, to be clear. It did not say that every Latino has that type of mentality.
No, but the ones that vote for people who believe in strong or Trump's immigration policies.
So I don't believe that the people that voted for Trump believe in what they're actually getting. That is number one. What Trump said is that he was going to kick out the bad guys. And that's what I was talking about. I've been down to the border. I've been down to South Texas. I've campaigned down there. And so I am talking about exactly what was going on when I was down there on behalf of the Beto campaign. In fact, when he was running for governor, I was sent as a surrogate. And I said, talk to me about what is going on. Why is it that they believe that they can win Latinos down here? Like, I don't understand what's happening. And there were people that were saying that they had fought and they had done everything the right way, and that there were bad people that were coming that were doing it the wrong way. And so they were saying, no, we left. And I mean, when you think about people that are leaving asylum, they are leaving areas and situations that they feel like are harmful to them. So yes, they're like, no, I don't want to be in this dangerous situation. And that's what I meant. But at the same time, I knew what Trump meant, because Trump had a record. Trump had a record of locking up kids and putting them in cages. So I knew what Trump meant. And so that's why it wasn't making sense to me. And ultimately right now, I just came from a joint hearing that we were having on the Senate side. It's the Senate as well as the House. The first time I've had a joint hearing ever since I have been in the House.
Mm-hmm.
And I was listening to Latino American citizens that have been arrested by this regime. Some of those people may have voted for Trump. I don't know. But they agree that what he's doing now is wrong. And it's about right versus wrong and not right versus left. And he sold them a bag of goods. And I knew that that's what he was selling because I knew his record.
All right, Jasmine Crocket, we'll leave it there, but we know you'll come back and answer our questions as you always do.
Yes.
Congresswoman Jasmine Crocket, fresh Senate candidate. Thank you.
Okay, well, what are your thoughts on that?
She has a couple points. And the one point I can say is that people who vote, they do have buyer's remorse. People who did vote for Trump do have buyer's remorse out there, especially in Texas. And if we're talking about the Hispanics, which I believe she was, but I don't think she was talking about the slave mentality about Hispanics. I believe she was talking about FBA. However, the buyer's remorse, the guilt, yeah, I'm pretty sure the so-called Latinos and the Asian folks, they finna try to correct something. That's a definite. However, you cannot underestimate FBA. FBA out there will probably vote for Tyler Rico. I don't think people hear me on that one. It's not about the identity of politics. It's about where the money at. Oh, you're not offering any money? Jasmine Crocket only offers money to who? Illegals. That's it. That's what we know of. She doesn't care about true full-blood Americans. This is not a, oh, I'm not from Texas thing. That sounds like these super soft New Yorkers from New York City. I'm not saying Texas is soft by no means. They not like New York City and New Yorkers. But I'm just saying, people can speak the hell up. We have family out there. We have relatives out there. Cut that bullshit out. She's not from Texas. She has no foundation in Texas. And Oaklawn, yeah, that district, yeah, that was her district because it was LGBTQ populated heavily LGBTQ. Them her people. She's not married. She has no children, but she's promoting abortions for FBA and all types of young girls out there in America. That's what she's preaching. This is a full grown, big body, healthy woman who has not done what she was assigned to do. Reproduce and multiply. Be fruitful, multiply. But she's advocating our young American women to go to Planned Parenthood. That's what she's running on. While these illegal immigrants, they're out here overpopulating, invading, usurping our American resources. How you feel about that, America? I know you woke up, but here's some more water in the face. Get up and mobilize and do not vote for Jasmine Crocket.
I'm gonna vote for her, and I live in Texas. I'm gonna vote for her because not in my whatever years of living have I seen another Black woman talk the subject. The only other one was I forget the elder in Michigan. What's her name? Dang, I can't remember it. But that was actually in the Senate. That actually, I mean, was speaking up against what was going down. I think she passed away.
Okay, so what is she speaking up for? What is she speaking up for? What is she speaking up for that is so appetizing for you?
Against Trump.
That's it.
That's all you need. I mean, to me right now, why? Because all of the things that he is doing right now is
so if she offers money for more assistance for illegal immigrants, you fine with that?
I listen. I say this is that in Texas, illegal immigration actually helps the community because if anybody knows that once they started to attack illegal immigrants, listen, things began to change in Texas. Even down to, I would say, like the people that were working and all this stuff in Texas. You know, like farmers and this, that, the other, all those illegal immigrants that were working in Texas, people that were actually coming here and getting work and doing stuff. They're now the whole thing is switched over, and so everything has gotten more like expensive. So I would say, like, yeah, like when you need like to build and do these things, everybody's not going to do those. Nobody wants those jobs. So there's people that will take those jobs. So when it comes down to infrastructure and building up, and those building projects, those are the ones that are going to take those jobs.
Building what for who out there in Texas?
Building properties, building buildings, building a lot of things. You don't see a lot of FBAs taking on trades and doing that. I don't see that in Texas.
So you believe that her illegal immigration stance will be helpful for Texas?
I'm not against it. I don't think the illegal. It shouldn't be illegal, but here's the thing: they're not only attacking illegals; they're attacking people that actually were born here. The whole birthright citizen situation. So there's people that are born here in Texas that are Mexican or whatever from other countries. So if the illegal part was only just focusing on illegal and not only also just like rickshaw, just running through the community, just grabbing anyone that looks Mexican, Latino, or whatever, I would be, if they were just not doing that, I'd be for it. But the way that this thing is getting done now, it's crazy. I don't believe in how they're doing it. Now, I don't believe that people should come over here illegally, but I do not believe that you should be able to run, and if a person looks a certain way, you should just be able to capture them, grab them up, and then put them into a place, inconvenience them, have them lose their job. You know, I don't believe in that. People with actual paperwork. Okay, well, I was in the process of doing this, so but then they just grab you up, and I don't agree with that. And so you're saying that she might not do it, but I'm gonna tell you what. Right now, she holds the lead right now.
Okay.
So you know,
what's that paper from? Who? I would like to know what that paper.
Fox.
It was Fox. Okay. Okay, that's trash. Trash network too.
So a network. So they get their poll, they get their information from the Associated Press. Let's stop it.
Yeah, that's fake news.
Okay.
Crocket of Texas joins me now. Congresswoman, thank you for joining us.
Absolutely, it's good to see you.
Talk to me about this. First of all, I mean, I think you get juice from Donald Trump saying nasty things about you. I don't think it holds you back at all. But tell me about that.
Yeah, so a couple of things. Number one, I wanted to set the tone that this would not be a normal election. I mean, we can continue to do the same things over and over, but obviously I believe that we'll get the same result. And so from the moment that we started this campaign, we wanted to do that. Also, this is a seat on the federal level, and it is clear that the president himself is concerned about me. And so we wanted to go ahead and play into that because ultimately we need to make sure that we send the strongest fighter for Texans to DC. And it is clear that even the president is concerned.
We got to know each other when you were in the Texas legislature. Now you're going to be probably running against James Tallarico. What do you make of that? What's your relationship with him, and how does this campaign look?
Yeah, so obviously we served in the Texas House together. So I know James, just like I know Colin, who was also in this race because we served on the federal level. I think that this is about who has the ability and the track record as it relates to federal record, right? We need to make sure in these unprecedented times that we have someone who can hit the ground running because they've already been doing the work on the federal level. This is about taking my advocacy to the next level. In addition to that, as people know, I was going back and forth about what I was going to do. Well, once the Supreme Court did what they did, that pretty much almost made me say, you know what, we are absolutely a go. Because as a trained attorney who only got into politics because of my experiences in the courtroom and out of frustration for what I felt like was wrong, guess who has oversight over the U.S. Supreme Court? It is the Senate. As it relates to voting rights, you talk about when we first met. We met when we broke quorum when I was in the state house. And guess what? The U.S. House ended up passing voter rights protections. Ultimately, what happened in the Senate? Nothing. And so this is about being bold in this moment and making sure that we have a candidate that can expand the electorate, not just make people believe that we can do crossover. We've got to do expansion. We are one of the lowest voter turnout states in the country. And with us only having approximately 50% of our voters turn out, I thought this is a great opportunity to get that number up.
So crossover versus expansion. This is an interesting topic because some people say that your brand of politics may not represent exactly where Texas is. Tell me how you evaluate that.
I don't think that's true, to be perfectly honest. Obviously, I'm a Texan. And so at the end of the day, I think people are trying to say it has to be one or the other. And I believe that it has to be both. I think that we're going to see frustration. We're going to see people that are regretting that they voted for Trump. And those people are absolutely welcome in our campaign. I think people have tried to say, well, you either got to go after, Republicans or you got to go after expansion. And my attitude is we need to focus on what matters most bills to Texans. As somebody who served on the ag committee, I can tell you that our farmers and our ranchers, they've already been feeling the heat before Trump got in there because the Republicans would not allow for a farm bill to be passed out of the House. So they have been feeling it. He's only exacerbated their problems, and that's why there's record numbers of bankruptcies that are being filed right now. But also as somebody who
again, like I say, farmers, people that actually are hiring, like people from migrant workers, they're the ones that are suffering from what these people rickshawing, just grabbing their people up and taking them and shipping them off into like whatever. Bottom line is that you want to say that you're against illegal immigration, but illegal immigration and just immigration period has been the main funder of the farms in America. The main backbone, because ain't no I don't how unless you're an African American farm owner, you're working on the farm. I don't know any black people that are working on farms. FBA.
Like I said, and I'm gonna state what I said too.
How many FBA farm workers are there? Let me just ask this question: how many FBA farm workers are there?
You asking the chat or you asking me?
You.
FBA farm workers.
Yes.
I would think that there are thousands, tens of thousands out here in the United States of America.
Not owners of farms. I know that there are plenty of owners of farms.
So
saying that people that apply for farm work and work on the farms.
So, like I said in the very beginning, buyer's remorse. I said that. I never said she could not win. Remember what I spoke about war. If I was the GOP or Republican or MAGA, I'd want her to succeed. She has minimum resources afterwards. There's a whole Senate run for 2026 as well. You know, I'm not sure what you I look at things linear and long term. I'm not sure how you look at things in the short term, but there's goals in mind, steps ahead. Let her run. Go ahead. You're just not hearing it and you're not seeing it. Let her run. She's not going to flip anyone from the GOP into a DNC member or a Democratic. She does not have that ability. Let her. On the other hand, someone like Tyler Rico has that ability. You're not seeing it. 2020 consciousness, not 2020 physical vision. 2020 consciousness. Apply it. See the overall picture. Why would the GOP want her to run?
So you're saying that, okay, that
man, it's war.
In Texas, right? If she wins, that she's not going to have any support as a senator and Texas will go down? Really? If she wins the Senate, are you saying that it just will guarantee a win for the Republican person?
That later part right there.
Okay.
Right. Big bank take little bank.
Okay, could be. That could be a thing. And I did say that earlier. I said that they're saying that the Republicans want her in office to make it easier to win against.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. But here's the thing. If we didn't have as many people, like as far as Black people getting online and talking against her, Black people also have the largest amount of Black people in the whole country in Texas. So
okay. And there's plenty of Black people who are under assumption, oh yeah, we don't have IDs to vote and all this other nonsense, you know? Let them have their party and theatrics. Just let them. Y'all not seeing it yet. Keep getting sentimental and emotional.
Okay, well, let's
got her career started in East Texas. I can tell you, I understand what it is when a Tyson's plant is about to shut down, which we have some that are shutting down. I know what it means to the local economy. You talk about healthcare. We know that we already have more uninsured people in the state of Texas than anywhere else, with over 5 million uninsured. Now, they want to say, those of you that we're paying for your health insurance, you know what? We don't care about you getting your tax subsidies. So more people are going to lose their health insurance. Listen, I don't know what national brand of politics that doesn't necessarily coincide with what Texans care about in those issues.
Whoever wins this primary in March, you're going to be up against one of two people, probably. John Cornyn, the sitting U.S. Senator, or Ken Paxton. You would prefer it to be Ken Paxton?
I am not going to say who I prefer, but I thought it was funny, the shade that you just threw at Wesley Hunt.
She
Because
caught it,
Wesley
though.
Hunt absolutely plans to be one of those. Listen, I personally believe that they're about to beat each other up so long because they're going to be in a runoff. They won't be done until May. And so I want whoever gets beat down the most as my opposition. But listen, we are just going to focus on running through the tape. We've got about 80 days left before this primary. And in that time that they are continuing to fight each other, I want to tell Texans how it is that I'm going to fight for them.
Hit the like button, subscribe and share.
Someone's saying this will be hilarious. Kevin says Ohio farms are done. Well, Texas farms are not all the way done. There's still people that are still doing stuff. But here's the thing: what she's talking about is that, like I said, when you take away migrant workers, you take away that aspect, that is a big blow to the farms in Texas. You take away ranchers that have the experience. I mean, even down to me, I work in the airport. Like, it's very important to have the people that are working the airport. And a lot of those people are DEI. So all this stuff that Trump has been doing is causing like a stain on the whole aspect of his whole reign as a dictator. And I think at the end of the day that this whole thing, what the objective is they want to get him out of office. That's what they want. They want to impeach him. And that's pretty much where everything is kind of heading towards. They're trying to put things in place to impeach Trump. And like I said, I have a guest coming up that will be here on Thursday. That's going to break the whole thing politically down, the politics in Texas.
Those of you all who may not have seen it, I'm going to play a little bit of it for you. And
let me say this. So this whole conversation that we're having here is getting into, how us Black people are looking at this. Yvette Carnell, is she a Republican or a Democrat? Do you know? Do you know, is she a Republican? Is Yvette Carnell a Democrat or Republican? You're on mute.
She's LGBTQ. That's the party that she represents.
But she also started the ADOS movement. So is FBA against ADOS? Because she's LGBTQ?
I'm not answering it on behalf of what you're speaking on, but I am a full-blood American.
All right, so she's a Democrat.
And I will say that, I will answer that for myself as a full-blood American. She doesn't, her policies and her alternative death style does not fit what I truly support and have been, what's given me life, which is creation. My folks, my family, they are for creation, and they're not against the creator. So I support those who are with creation. and Yvette Carnell. Yeah, she can mix and match her political things, but I was never onto that. These are just left-wing lunatic radicals to me, and we have too many of them already. That's why. How come I fully embrace the full-blood American lineage? I love this country. I don't think she does.
Wow. All right, let's go.
She's not no low IQ person or no. That's racism. We know what that is. We understand what that is. Okay, let's get past that. We should have learned that being a never Trumper is not an agenda. Listen, people be like, well, do you bet you like the white boy? You tell Craig, what's his name? You like him? Listen, I think he's a serious politician. But the other thing I think is that if you're going to do the white stuff, go look at who she's raised money from. Go look at what she says. There's a whole video. I couldn't find the source, so I didn't bring it, where she says, well, black people say what all that money sent overseas for. And I'm saying that it goes further over there. I couldn't find the sources up on my Twitter account, though. What I'm saying is if you're going to just be a regular Democrat, we might as well just elect a white one. If all you're going to give us is sassy, sassiness. I used to have a dog named Sassy. Like, if that's all you're giving us is sassiness, and you're going to fight him, and you're going to fight Marjorie Taylor Greene, even if she did have a big, bad, butch body, like, that's fine. But, like, I need somebody who understands, who takes this job seriously and understands that we have to break up wealth. The calcification of wealth is a problem. I need somebody who understands that, right? Because you have to break up wealth before you get to reparations. There is no way to reparations without breaking up all this wealth, because these people are hoarding, they're stealing. All the billionaires are running to get all the money and take our jobs. We just saw that Microsoft and Amazon are sending a bunch of money to India. Why? They're investing in the robotics that is going to unemploy you. I need somebody who understands all of that. Now, the little white guy, he seems to understand billionaires. We got to break that up. I don't need somebody. We got to break that up first. I don't need somebody who is just going to go to Jamal Bryant's church and talk about Marjorie Taylor Greene wasn't going to talk about me. Listen, fam, I don't have no problem with you doing that. I don't even have no problem with you doing that. Trump is unserious. He is an unserious president at a serious time. And he is basically, as far as I'm concerned, selling pardons. We can get wrongfully convicted and can't get out. Have to work for years with the Innocence Project and everything. Presidents will look at the thing and say, nope, he can't get out. This man has been letting probably pronounced that wrong. And Thomas Massey kind of showed us, they worked together bipartisanly and with the Epstein files, and showed us the direction of how you beat Trump. You beat him with seriousness, not trying to meet him where he's at. And you cannot do this. You cannot run a campaign by, hey, Trump is talking about me. I am the resistance. You are not the resistance just because Trump is talking about you. He crazy. He might be talking about anybody at 4 o'clock in the morning. Go to bed. He might wake up talking about you and just calling you low IQ because he know his base eats it up. That doesn't mean that you necessarily need to run for the U.S. Senate. We have to be able to hold people, our own people especially, accountable when it comes to this kind of thing. You absolutely cannot say that, oh, I am the resistance. Based on what? Fam, I don't think that I am asking an unfair question. I don't. If I am, I am, but I don't believe I am. I don't believe I'm asking unfair, because I believe, this is what I believe. Let me just slow this down a second. I believe with everything in my heart and the cackles of my heart that ADOS, we have a serious problem. And our serious problem is that our leaders have been captured for a very long time. And we have to figure out how to deal with that. See, when I look at Jasmine Crocket, I see James Clyburn 2.0. I see the same thing, the same captured group. And we have allowed people, listen, the white people, they get busy now. They used to be scared to talk about Negroes. Oh, I don't know. I'll be accused of racism. I don't want to say nothing. They getting live now. You are in danger. If we don't change our politics, we are in danger of being taken over by the left, by the pro-immigrant left, because they are the ones who are saying some of the stuff like, hey, let's do the buses. Hey, let's do the rent control. They are saying stuff that we need and that poor people need, stuff that our politicians are afraid to say. Don't nobody care about your black girl magic. I hope that era is over.
Okay, so you said that she's LGBTQ, and I mean,
yes, she's
LGBTQ. She's speaking. You know, I see what she's saying. You know, black girl magic is over. Speaking on, like, I mean, do you agree or disagree with what she's saying?
Define black girl magic.
So what they're saying is that, you know, black people running. You know, there's like this whole thing about, you know, the whole thing, like, okay, you know, Kamala Harris, black girl magic, whatever, you know what I'm saying? And that people were kind of running on that, like, whole thing of being a black woman and the empowerment and with all that stuff. And she's saying, like, bump all that. We need, like, you know, find the candidate. It can't be just based on she's a black woman, we need to vote for her. That's pretty much what she's saying.
Is that over with? In the arena of politics, I would imagine, yeah. It's been over, you know. It's doesn't have its moral currency. It's not
No,
hitting.
my question is that when you hear her, what she said so far, because you said that, oh, she's LGBTQ. Do you agree with talking points? Yes or no? What she just said.
I don't agree with nothing. She could never babysit my children. She can, yeah. I mean, we can do monetary business with each other, things of that, you know. But yeah, there's nothing that I don't fear any man, no woman, no child. But I want to be specific, because I just not with her program. I look at her eyes. I couldn't trust her around any children. I don't trust anything what she's saying.
Oh my God. What?
Yeah, nothing that she's saying is appealing to me. Nothing.
So she did have the ADOS movement before the FBA movement, and that is the very thing that is actually getting reparations. But okay, let me go back and
FBA is not a movement. I don't know what y'all on.
Y'all it's not a movement, but it is. Come on now. When you look at the definition of a movement, you guys say it's a lineage, but
it's the delineation. Delineation is the movement. Yeah.
Delineation is the movement. So you guys have a delineation movement. That's what FBA. So the movement of FBA is delineation.
FBA is my lineage. All right. So you could say foundational Black American. I also be saying full blood American. That's my lineage.
Okay, so
and proud. Does that look like a proud woman of her lineage?
Yes, I see her talking.
She don't look no proud to me. She look happy. She look prideful. She don't look proud. She look happy and prideful.
What?
She look happy and prideful. She doesn't look proud to be American. She look happy and prideful. She about pride, being happy. 'Cause I'm happy.
Yeah, I don't get where you're going with that. But
yeah, anyway. I think you do know. Anyways.
No, I don't. I don't really get.
You don't know how happy she look?
She don't look happy to me right here. She's talking about Jasmine.
She look happy like Pharrell and Elton John. She look happy. She about the pride. I'm just an ordinary brother from the United States.
Hold on. Here we go again. Every time we have a prominent Black candidate, comes along, the main ones tearing them down is black people. We expect them to be perfect, but vote for corrupt white politics. Thank you. Someone finally said it. Because that's what she's about to say. She's about to say that, you know what? I prefer that we vote for a white man. Watch what she goes into it. We're going to well up.
I don't care about none. I don't care about black girl magic. I don't care about black boy joy. None of that belongs in my politics. Now you can hashtag it and smile on your Instagram and I will like it and tell you that you're cute. But that doesn't belong anywhere in my politics. I blame Black Lives Matter. they was hopscotched in the street, electric slide. It's a problem. We cannot do this because people are going to more serious people are going to come in and take us over. And they're going to run politics because they are not beholden. They are not running behind somebody soft shoeing. They are not stepping and fetching it. I hear a lot of people talk about, oh my God, I can't believe that all we're talking about right now is Palestine. Well, I believe that's a serious issue. I've seen what's going on over there. But the other part of this is we had a whole lot of time to talk about racial justice, and we did a whole thing with reparation. And you dumb Negroes, not my chat, you dumb Negroes who are watching and hate watching, you stupid thing. All y'all did was block me and talk about me. You helped ruin that moment. Now we got to build a whole nother moment because you stupid. We had a stretch of years, and instead of going with ADOS, y'all were like, well, Black Lives Matter is the movement. Where are they now? I'm pro BLM. I'm with Patrice Cullors. Those ladies have worked. Where is Patrice Cullors? What the other one is? What's the other one's name? What's her name? Garza, and the other one who didn't even want. I want to write plays. I don't even want to do this. I don't know why I haven't seen as a Black Lives Matter girl. Where are they now? Y'all was all running around. So there was a whole period where we really there was a moment, and y'all didn't do nothing. Y'all didn't do nothing but throw water on the fire that we created, even though the fire was built to warm you and your bow-legged grandmama. It was built for you. It wasn't built for them because you didn't understand enough. You didn't come and try to figure out nothing. You just assume, oh, this is MAGA. You stupid. You deserve everything bad that's coming to you. I hope you have the day you deserve tomorrow and next week and next month and next year, because we had a time. Now we have to build a new time. Now we have to do the thing that we could have done in 2019. We got to do it in 2026. And you got to stay out the way and shut up. That's why I don't want Jasmine Crocket in there. Just put the white boy in there. She ain't doing nothing different. There's nothing transformative. It's all just sassiness. I'm going to be sassy. I'm tired of sassy. I don't want to see sassy no more. I want to see it. I'm tired of it. Like, let me just play this for y'all real quick, too.
So what are your thoughts on it?
I mean, I'm reading the comments section, and all I have to say is this, and what Yvette Cornell said. Nothing what she's saying is touching my heart.
So Democrats don't even like their own voters, their own people. She's supposed to be a Democrat, but she's talking against Jasmine Crocket.
Yeah, anything that she's saying don't touch my heart. It don't even resonate with anything she's saying. Although, what I'm reading in the comments section is, I'm going to answer it like how I should. If Jasmine Crocket.
Go ahead.
See, the woman who ran in Virginia, her name was Sears, Winsome Sears, right? The sister girl from Jamaica, right? So Jasmine Crocket, if she was red, if she were to flip red, all her enthusiasm, all her charisma, I might be able to relate to if she had a different set of policies. You feel me? It's almost like imagine if Kansas Owens all suddenly was speaking about FBA business on a positive level. These people do have some type of ability. I can see that, but they're on the wrong side of the tracks. They're oppositional. Everything that they're talking about, their policies, their opposition to my family values, how I view things. They speak on gutter lust. They promote that. And I don't trust anybody who wear glasses and is talking about politics. It'd be hard. Yvette Cornell reminds me of Karen Bass.
Glasses? Where? Because she wears glasses?
Yeah. I've been getting prejudiced now about people who wearing glasses or in politics.
What?
Yeah, them thick bifocals. I'm not even trolling. There's a behavior pattern with people who wear glasses in politics. Karen Bass, Tim Walz, Brandon Johnson, Chuck Schumer, Elizabeth Warren. There's a whole slew of those folks. I can't trust them. It's difficult to even take them serious. They look nutty and radical. Yeah, for real. There's a whole thing about it, like,
Yeah, that sounds crazy. I don't know what you're talking about. That sounds crazy as hell. Anyway, let's go. So she actually came out her mouth and says, "You ain't ready to let the white man do it." This is what. Okay, so we don't even have any. We don't have no confidence in the black woman to do nothing. This is another thing.
I didn't say that. I don't. She could say whatever she wants. She trash.
That's crazy to say that.
Other one's name, what's her name? Garza, and the other one who didn't even want. I want to write plays. I don't even want to do this. I don't know why I'm seen as a Black Lives Matter girl. Where are they now? Y'all was all running around. So there was a whole period where we really got to. There was a moment, and y'all didn't do nothing. Y'all didn't do nothing but throw water on the fire that we created, even though the fire was built to warm you and your bow-legged grandmama. It was built for you. It wasn't built for them because you didn't understand enough. You didn't come and try to figure out nothing. You just assume, oh, this is MAGA. You stupid. You deserve everything bad that's coming to you. I hope you have the day you deserve tomorrow and next week and next month and next year, because we had a time. Now we have to build a new time. Now we have to do the thing that we could have done in 2019. We got to do it in 2026. And you got to stay out the way and shut up. That's why I don't want Jasmine Crocket in there. Just put the white boy in there.
Wow.
That's the sisterhood. Isn't she part of the sisterhood?
Honey, I don't know about no sisterhood. I'm not a part of no sisterhood. I'm just a part of what's right and wrong. And to say that, to just completely, that's crazy.
I'm gonna say it again.
What?
Pay attention to these people with these thick ass glasses in politics. That's all I said, in politics, or speaking on politics. Just pay attention. I didn't say each and every one of them, but pay close attention to details. There's something to it.
I wear glasses.
I'm not talking about you. I said just pay attention to people who be in politics, deeply involved, talking about politics, deeply involved, and be wearing these glasses.
Yeah.
There's something to it. Not all of them. Just pay attention. They bugged out. They crazed. I don't trust them.
Amen, Mr. Stretch. Listen, the link is in the chat, guys. I've been posting it. So if you want to come up and say something, the link is in the chat. Please hit the link, Caller, what did you do time for? Oh, great. What did you do? That's funny. Okay, this is Kid from Kid and Play It. Oh my God, I was wondering where you've been.
Yeah. I mean, like, come on, man.
Listen, Caller is a weirdo. So people are, whatever you're saying, what you're saying, but they not agreeing.
Hit one in the chat if you feel what I feel. If you feel what I feel about these bugged out people with glasses in 2025. Is there something to it? Karen Bass, Brandon Johnson, Chuck Schumer, Elizabeth Warren, all these bugged out people, Tim Walz. Look at them. They all wear these glasses. They look crazed. She looked crazed. She got that look. Unblock that brother who just said he blocked.
She ain't doing nothing different. There's nothing transformative. It's all just sassiness. I'm going to be sassy. I'm tired of sassy. I don't want to see sassy no more. I want to see it. I'm tired of it. Like, let me just play this for y'all real quick, too. I'm going to play this for y'all real quick. So she was on Chris Hayes, and she was talking about how people need a fighter or whatever. But let me just play it, and you can hear it for yourself. Don't get me the line.
That Mandami has not backed down whatsoever from his rhetoric against the president. In the Oval Office, he stood there and he said what he said about him being a fascist, yet he was able to win those voters. So Democrats that believe the only way that you can win is by being soft and sounding like a Republican, that is not true. What people are looking for are people that are tough and are fighters and are going to fight for them.
Listen, let me say something. Mandami was wrong. New York wasn't built by immigrants, but I understand why he said that, because he was the first one bold enough to, the immigrant was the first one bold enough to do the stuff that Eric Adams and all of the little con men should have done. I get it.
Whoever said this, these are so-called FBA and ADOs. They are always rambling and yapping, but rarely have solutions. They always talk unity in Black people first, but never support those who have the proximity to power. Great comment there. Exactly. Yeah, like why?
Adams is weak. He was over there in Israel wearing the little thing. He's weak. All of them are weak. ADOS politicians are weak.
Wait, hold on.
Nobody.
Good point. So if she got some contact lenses, would that change her mind if she was wearing contact lenses? You know,
She'd be more ambiguous where I might not catch on to the details, but I'd figure it out over time. What they on? They praise. Listen, what's going on, sis?
Melania Barron.
What's going on, sis? To me, they're practicing queer Luciferianism. You know, a queer Marxism. I can't get on that.
Come on now.
Yeah, that's what they're practicing, queer Marxism. I'm not on that. Yeah, that's what she professes.
Going to say the thing that needs to be said and do the thing that needs to be done. But nobody voted for him. He's strong. He's courageous. No, he said free bus. He said rent control. He was transparent. He was doing the work. He was studying the things, studying history and all of the things, studying policy, politics, all the things. What have you studied? This is not just about somebody who is willing to call him a fascist. That's just part of what Mamdani did. Have you really studied the campaign to be coming out there claiming that you have something in common with him? Really study the thing. You should, even if you don't agree with people, you should study them. I have books on Mussolini, Hitler, everybody. You should study them. This wasn't just what he did. People resonated with the fact that, hey, we're taking the money back, we're breaking up the billionaire stuff. These were positions. Nobody wants to hear it no more. I'm a fighter. Okay, well, get in the street and box then. That's not what we're talking about. And fight for what? You got to tell me what you're fighting for. I don't get this. I don't understand what's happening. Are people crazy? What are you fighting for? Tell me specifically. Run it down. You just jumped in this race. I didn't expect nobody to be in there, but what's his name? Tyler Crow. Barack Obama pronounced his name wrong, so don't get mad at me. And listen, I'm not even mad at her going at Trump. But I have a different way I'd like to do it, but you do what you do. But when you're trying to run this thing and you're talking about
he's
we're
not a
talking
host.
about the
He
state that
actually
you're in,
called it. He's not a host.
about Texas, we're talking about all that.
No, he's not a host.
You have to have things that are important to those people, especially, and you have to be building something. I just don't see it. I see a congressional black caucus. It is not everybody. I'm not talking about everybody. It's never about everybody. But I see a congressional black caucus that is basically riding on fumes. They riding on old stuff. They riding on the idea of who they are as opposed to who they actually are. Now, I'm not saying that some of them don't do well. I'm not saying that some of them have not done stuff that I approve of. Ayanna Pressley did some stuff I approve of. I'm not saying that does not happen. And she said something that was very interesting.
I'm gonna say this. I agree with what she's saying to a certain extent. The only part I don't agree with is her talk against Jasmine. And I'm like, okay, well, what has the ADOS movement did to reach out to Jasmine and say, well, can we help you with what you're doing? Or did you just go on a channel and just start talking bad about her? Did you ever try to reach out to her and say, hey, we want to get involved with what you're doing in Texas? You want to help out the Texans and what you're trying to make happen? Or do you just get on a thing and because she is, we want to go against black girl magic and black girl whatever? Well, I don't like how it looks, the optics of it all. I don't like the optics. That's what it seems like to me. I don't like how she behaves. I don't like how she's acting. That's the thing I don't like about sometimes with black women is that we want to make women should be a certain way. This is how we
What
should.
makes her a black woman when she's Dominican?
Well, Dominicans are they went through the
There
slave.
we go again.
Oh, I'll get to it. I'll get to it. Stay with me, fam. I'm gonna get to it.
Let me see.
She says, Jasmine Crocket says, I'm done with politics as usual. Show me how, though. You have to show us the how. You have to show us the road to where my politics is not what you're used to. There has to be a framework. It can't just be, I'm a leader. Everybody says that. See, that's the thing. Everybody says, I'm a leader who can fight for you. I'm the people's champion. I'm the people's president. I'm the people's Democrat. I'm the people's politician. I'm the people's senator. I'm the people's. Everybody say that, Jasmine. I started my career as a public defender. So to me, it doesn't matter if you're red, white, or blue. Send me to the Senate and you can trust that I will fight for you. That's not enough. And see, this is the problem I have with a lot of these folks. If you told me tomorrow, if aliens came down, they said they done seen them. They say they out there. I don't know. The pilots talking about they be flying. But if aliens come out here and tell me, Yvette, you're president tomorrow, go. I can have you a full agenda by midnight. Stop doing the easy thing, which is just to placate these people and to just, well, I'm going to be there for you. And I don't care if you red, white, or blue. I'm going to be there for you. Give us the real. I'm in the mood for people with policy chops. If you don't have policy chops, I don't know why we in this thing together.
Okay, so according to her own post, her family's a mixed family in a whole bunch of ways. Her parents are a mixed race couple. Dad is white Jewish man. Mom is a black woman from Toledo, Ohio. So
What does that have to do with anything?
She's not
She LGBTQ first. She LGBTQ first. She is
First you said that she's Dominican.
But she's LGBTQ first.
Listen. Who cares who she's fucking and looking cootie cat with? Or scissor.
This is identity politics.
No, listen. That has nothing to do with the borders of Mexico opening up, immigration, and the politics that she is talking about.
I don't care if these politicians are blue.
Who she is screwing has nothing to do with it.
I don't care if these politicians.
It has nothing to do with it. You're trying. Listen. There are people that are attracted to different things. I'm not LGBT, But I would say this, and I don't have anything against people that are LGBT. I could have a child that end up LGBT. I can't talk against. I'm a mother. You have kids. At any point, your kid can come to you and come out of the closet and say, I'm attracted to other same sex or whatever. So whether or not she's LGBT has nothing to do with anything. You're trying to say that her being LGBT makes her against birthing and having children. Well, okay, well, there's some kids that get birth, have children, end up in foster care. A lot of those couples end up adopting those people. So I would say this: we're not going to go into
What is her value? What is Jasmine Crockett's value when she does not have children? When she's she's the same. Jasmine Crockett.
Jasmine Crocket never came out the closet as an LGBT.
She shows all the symptoms that she is.
No, you just changed the subject. You just told me that Yvette Carnell was a Dominican. And then when I told you, no, she's not.
Right.
Her father is Jewish. Her mother is from Black woman from Toledo, Ohio. Then you made it about her being LGBT. So it sounds like to me that you're just trying to
Didn't you just say she mixed race?
She's her father's Jewish. Her mother is
Yeah,
Black.
I'm not trying to hear none of that stuff, man. She LGBTQ.
But
she's not.
You listen. You don't even show who you are, sir. You put a mask over your face. You could just well be a mixed race Black man right now. I'm talking to you. You're in Florida, right? You could be mixed race. Your kids got curly hair. So why
You bringing this stuff up? I didn't want to speak on the identity politics. You keep on bringing up.
Listen, you're the one who's talking about her race.
You want to vote for people because they're Black.
No, I don't. I like the fact that she speaks up. I like Jasmine Crocket because she sat amongst all those people in the house and spoke up and gave her word, whatever she said. And bottom line is that you don't see people doing that. It's only a few Black women I've seen came. I wish I could remember the Black woman's name, older Black woman, because
You can always Google it up.
When they were shutting stuff down, she went up there and said, and was
Chat, look it up. Command your.
Why do you keep interrupting me, sir? You're about to. I don't want to take you down. Trying to give you whatever, but I'm gonna say
because we want to know who this person is.
What is her name?
Damn.
What is the Black senator? The Black. I think she's from Michigan. Black older woman that even when they were. I think when they were having. What were they doing? They were shutting down things and everything, and she was trying to get into the door. What was her name? And they wouldn't let her in. There was a whole video about that. What was her name?
Was she sleeping in the Texas thing not too long ago? She slept overnight.
Is she Kwame? It's not Kwame Kilpatrick's mother. Who is she? I think she's from Michigan, Black, or maybe she might not be. But she's like legendary Black woman that speaks out right now in Congress. What's her name? Oh man.
Thank you.
It's not coming up. Oh man, hold on.
So Shirley Chisholm?
No, it's not. No, it's not Shirley. No, it's not. Carolyn Kilpatrick? No, that's not the one. Let me see her picture. Yes, right here. Carolyn Kilpatrick. No, sorry. Maxine Waters.
Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. Gargamel.
Oh,
hell no.
Wow.
Mm-mm. She's a left-wing lunatic. Mm-mm.
So that's okay. So any Black woman is a lunatic, is a this, is a that, whatever.
No, it doesn't matter. She's a left-wing lunatic.
Wow. And you're not a lunatic? Honey, you just made...
I'm not left-wing.
Well, you're right-wing.
I'm not right-wing.
Well, you're a lunatic, whether
I'm
white,
American.
black, or in American, whatever. You're a lunatic.
I'm American, you know.
You're up here talking
Proud to
about
be
people
American.
who are screwing and
I
whatever.
just can't get with these people. Like, man, this is not how we should start voting. This is not how we should start following people who.
What about Candace Owens? What do you think about Candace Owens?
I just spoke on her not too long ago on this program. I said, just imagine if she was on a different set of politics.
Candace Owens
FBA.
Candace Owens is Republican.
I said that. Imagine she was just on a different set of politics. She's a radical, lunatic, hate monger, and she is a tether. Imagine if she just wasn't a hate monger, a lunatic, and a tether. She has so much charismatic oratorical skills. She's on the wrong side of the aisle for me.
Yeah,
That's how I look.
it don't matter who it is. You're gonna find something, whether they're tethered, got glasses on, gay, whatever. Every black woman I met, they're a lunatic.
And it's just like Jasmine Crocket.
A red pillar. That's what it sounds like to me. Red pill argument.
I'm on no pills, meaning KNOW, no pills. That's what I'm on.
Okay.
Right. Wake up, everybody.
Right. He's a right wing. He supports pedophiles. Right. He supports Trump. He loves Trump and he loves the Trump administration and what they're doing. He agrees with them. He voted
better than the last administration.
So bottom line is that every black woman that's doing something, whatever, they're all lunatics. Trump is the
No, she's just a lunatic. You saw Maxine Waters out there fighting for those illegal immigrants. She was crazy. She was out there in California. You know, these people are wild. It's over.
Okay, well, I want to finish my show.
Thank you.
I don't know. I don't know what we're doing, why we here, how we got here. And they said you got played. I'm not sure if that's true, but if you got played, this is embarrassing. An AstroTurf recruitment process, national Republicans propped up Jasmine Crocket to push her into the Senate run. This is what they say. I don't know if the reporting is right. How would I know? But I'm just telling you what they said. Republican Senate campaign arm has actively worked behind the scenes to encourage Representative Jasmine Crocket to jump into the Senate Democratic primary in Texas, believing she will be the easiest opponent to beat. Just a moment ago, there was a grave concern among Republicans about the Senate race where incumbent Senator John Cornyn is running for re-election. Democrats were running two formidable candidates, and Cornyn was caught in the middle of a bruising three-way primary that Republicans were concerned would weaken the eventual nominee. If this is true, this is sad. The National Republican Senatorial Committee put out a poll in July with Crockett's name included, which showed her as the leading Democrat in a hypothetical matchup. When we saw the results, we were like, okay, we got to disseminate this far and wide. A source familiar with the process told Notice. The fact that Crocket was included in the poll was no accident. In June, news broke that that Texas Democrats Colin Allred, James Tallarico, former Representative Beto O'Rourke, and Representative Joaquin Castro met to discuss the 2026 election. Operatives at the NRSC realized that Crocket, whose political stock had been rising, wasn't included in the meeting and also hadn't been included in any credible poll. So they decided to change that. Following the NRSC's polls, other surveys began to include Crocket and showed similar results. She was surging in the primary. The NRSC then worked to amplify those polls and is taking credit for helping to orchestrate the pile-on of those polling numbers to really drive that news cycle and that narrative that Jasmine Crocket was surging in Texas. They're saying, it's not me, that she was set up. And if you got played to get into this race, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Let me play this. Let me read this. I said play it like I'm gonna play a song. Let me play this next thing for you.
What's gonna happen is now now she's going to say that she got played. Now she's going to run the narrative that it was her ego, that her ego alone is the reason why she actually ran for Senate. So here's the thing: you have a person, Yvette Carnell, with a huge following, and here's the thing: you have a lot of Black people going against Jasmine Crocket for her run. But I don't really see it's like, okay, all right, just vote for the white boy. For what reason? Show me what's the okay? What makes them the one to vote for? What makes her not the one? Oh, because her only running thing is against Trump. Well, if they're trying to impeach Trump in the next soon, wouldn't that make a sense to like actually like bring in someone that is about like impeaching Trump? That's what I'm thinking. Like as far as the Democrats, they are trying to impeach him, and so therefore they would hire a candidate that's going to be focused on impeaching him. That's what's going on. What I believe is happening in this race right here.
Herself even admitted she was encouraged to jump into the race by all the positive polling she was seeing ahead of her announcement. The more I saw the polls, I couldn't ignore the trends that were clear, Crockett said during an announcement. Oh, if this is true, people are getting all kinds.
Honey, first of all, the only reason why my fire alarm would chirp is because it's too high up in the sky because I have very high ceilings to grab. So I have to get the fire department to actually change my fire alarms out because I don't have a high enough.
What do you think that comment means, DJ Genesis?
That I'm ghetto, whatever. It doesn't matter what it means. But bottom line is, yeah, ain't no church.
Interesting.
If there is a chirp, it's because of whatever fire alarm is going on is too high up for me to get, and I have to get the whole fire department to come actually change out the fire alarm.
Can I ask the chat a question, like rhetorically? May I?
Go ahead.
Briefly. I've been a lifelong in this country, born and raised in this country. My peoples, my father, my mother, my great-grandparents. I have children as well. And when I see these policies that are not conducive with adding on another generation of family where I could become a grandparent or just minimize and reduce these things where my children have healthy offspring too. Should I vote for policies that are oppositional to my desires? I mean, if the policies are, hey, family, love of God and country, do you think I should be more susceptible to cater to that and subscribe to that than how you gonna afford them babies? You pregnant again? Oh, here's another Plan B pill. Girl, it doesn't matter who you love. Age ain't nothing but a number. Pedal.
What the fuck are you talking about, sir?
You know, like, so if who do you think, what type of policies are geared towards building a family? A love of God, love of country, love of family, or the opposite, where they put illegal immigrants?
Are you married? Are you married?
You're not hearing what I just said.
No, I'm not hearing what you said.
I asked the chat this.
I know you're asking the chat, but here's
I know, and I asked the chat this. And first and foremost, when I answer your question, I'm gonna answer your question.
You're trying to.
I'm gonna answer your question, right?
You're pushing these talking points.
I'm gonna answer your question, correct?
Okay, listen, but you're on my listen. This is
I'm gonna answer your question, right?
No, you're
want
not.
the answer.
So how in the hell could you say all this about Black women and this, that, the other?
I never said any of that about Black women. I never even mentioned that.
Or just women, just unmarried, whatever.
I never said anything about unmarried women. You're saying this.
This whole entire time, You talked about Jasmine Crocket not being married. Listen, if I can't listen, I'm not going to argue with you. If I can't say
Yeah,
what I
but
say, listen. You talked about Jasmine Crocket not being married. You talked about her stance about abortion. You talked about Miss Yvette Carnell and her being LGBTQ, and you're saying that all these people are against giving birth and this, that, the other, against the black family. You talked a lot. You said a lot of things. Now, just because you didn't say it right now in this sentence did not mean that throughout this entire conversation, you have not been saying a lot of wild stuff about women, black women, about women's politics. So just because a woman is for the right to choose, then she's against giving birth and this, that, the other. And the bottom, oh, she's not married, so she should not become a senator because she's not married. She hasn't done what she's supposed to do as a woman by giving birth. How do you know she's even capable? You know, there's people on this earth, women that can't give birth. Do you know there's people that actually, are really like barren and cannot give birth? So all these things that you're talking about has nothing to do with the politics of it all. I want to know about, okay, let's talk politics, not people's personal ad hominem attacks about who they are as an individual. Oh, she has glasses on. Oh, her eye is cockeyed. Whatever the hell you want to say. Oh, she has her hair in a male looking hairdo or whatever. All these talking points have nothing to do with politics of the whole matter. But what happens is that people will garner these so-called conservative talking points and try to latch them on to people. And the bottom line is that Yvette Carnell is sounding a lot more conservative than far left right now. And you're saying, well, you don't agree with her because she has glasses on, or she's light skinned, oh, she's mixed, oh, she first she was Dominican. When I found out she wasn't, oh, well, she's a half breed. The bottom line is, whatever it is, you're gonna find a reason. Oh well, Candace Owens. Oh well, she's a tether. So any woman in politics, it sounds like to me, is that's it. Women should not be in politics. That's what it sounds like to me. All this talking around the whole point to get to the real main point is that you don't believe that women should be in politics. You don't have to point out their eyeball and their glasses and their light skinness and Candace Owens, whether she's married or whatever, like a little ad hominem things you come up with is the reason why you don't agree with their politics, but you're not talking about what they're saying. And that's the part. Oh, it's Fox News. They're garbage. They're this, they're that. It's like, man, this shit is crazy to me. It's crazy. He just don't like women. Period. Yeah. Trump is just another milquetoast politician from New York. He has hate for black women. Yes, my thing. He always disappears and promotes Trump, and then makes it about, well, I love America. Okay, well, all this stuff that's happening in America is a part of America, sir. This whole election is a part of America. So you love America. It don't mean, okay, so you believe that because they don't agree with your politics that they don't love America too? At least this person ran for office, ran for this, and became a lawyer, working in the government, trying to make some things happen. Even in that Carnell, trying to put together ADOs, trying to make some reparations happen that the FBA lineage is trying to get, but then her organization is the one that's actually getting it, but you want to go against her being LGBTQ? You guys only talk about delineation. She's talking about the actual reparation. So I don't see where delineation. So y'all want to get the reparations, but y'all only want to talk about the delineation. Y'all ain't talking about the reparation. Y'all not organizing and making reparation happen. Her organization is that LGBTQ black half breed, whatever you want to call her, with glasses on. Now you show me an FBA person that's a part of the FBA lineage that is doing an organization similar to ADOS, and then now you have a thing to stand on. But I see only ADOS trying to go into situations to get reparations, working in government, doing stuff, not just talking online like you're doing, sir. I don't go against people that actually are doing something, whether I don't agree with what they're doing or not. I don't say, well, I'm gonna go again. I don't like that people are fighting against each other. I'm like, why don't ADOS contact Jasmine and say, hey, what could we do to help you? What could we do to make your website and have like policy? Why are you get online and talk against her in front of everybody versus try to contact her and say, listen, this is what I see where you can do better, and maybe we can get behind you and help push what you're doing, and also we work with you. I don't get this. See, politics to me is a bunch of people with a bunch of opinions, and then they want to make so many judgments about the person that's actually out here doing it. They get online. This is the new politics. Get online, talk shit, but this person's actually doing it. She's actually becoming demonized. Everything. People are going against her. Do you know how probably much pressure that is? She got the white people doing this. She got the black. She even got her own black sisters doing it that have organizations like ADOS that they could easily go to her and say, listen, what could we do to help your campaign, ma'am? But instead of doing that, we get on here and say, let the white man do it. That's what I'm talking about. Fuck what a person's eyeglasses look like, what they, who they screwing, scissoring, whatever. Who fuck if they had a baby or not, or if they married to a person, or what their relationship status is. This is the crazy part. We want to like, and people will say that and not married, or if they are married themselves, probably have other kids from different baby mamas. So why didn't you marry the first one, second one, third one? I don't get it. We become these conservatives, you know what I'm saying, all of a sudden. And we want to judge. Black people are some of the most judgmental, broke ass people I ever met in my life. Judgment was fucked with no power, with all this judgment to go around. I get tired of hearing it. Judging everybody and broke as hell, don't got like no structure, no ain't built up nothing. At least the ones back in the day had towns and stuff. We ain't got a name of town that we have, that we put together and started from the ground up and built it. Oh, well, last time we did it, the white man broke us, so I didn't think to do that. Well, I ain't gonna go to Africa either because, you know, hey, we need to build it up over here, but I'm not fixing to build it. Well, what the fuck are we doing? Oh, the immigrants. We don't even listen. Find a black farmer and go work on, volunteer at their farm and help them out. If we talking about like doing, okay, go and find black farmers and work at their farm every weekend. Help them out. I'm tired of fucking hearing it. I get tired of the bullshit. I'm sorry. I just had to rant real quick. I'm sorry. I'm done with my rant. Okay. I'm done ranting. All right. I had to like just say all that stuff. Okay. Let me listen to the rest of this.
Tons of chuckles. If this is true, people get all kind of chuckle. Woo! Listen, y'all got to stop. Everybody got to stop thinking that melanin equals morality. That's what the CBC kind of banks on. Melanin equals morality. They still riding off King. They still riding off what Jesse Jackson did in the presidential. Y'all got to ride off what you do. And you got to ride off what you support. And you got to ride off the policies that you back. And you got to ride off how disciplined you are as a political person. And you got to ride off what kind of professional you are. Come on now. Ride off what kind of advocacy you have. I don't agree with meeting mediocrity with mediocrity. I don't like it. I'm not in favor. I'm not in favor. Yes, Trump is mediocre, but I'm not. You got to know. That's not my way of doing things. But tell me what you're standing for. Because if you just gonna be the same kind of politician that we've always seen, and just may as well be a milquetoast Democrat liberal that we've always seen, why in the world would I vote for you, or why would I support your candidacy? Ain't nobody doing none of that stuff no more. We just support you.
Ma'am. That's the part that drives me crazy. Is that all these people? She got all this influence, probably people that live in Texas, and she is encouraging people not to vote for Jasmine Crocket because of what her own personal opinion is, but she don't live in Texas.
And like I said, let her run.
Why don't she get people to okay, all these talking points about what she's doing wrong? Why don't she get someone to contact Jasmine Crocket and say, listen, we want to help out your campaign and make it better? I get so tired of we get on these platforms. We love to talk shit, bro. I get so ain't no unity, bro. Where's the unity in our community, bro? And it's killing. It makes me so sad, bro, to see a black woman talking so bad about another black woman and say,
You
well,
say
we
she's a
select
black
white
woman.
man, a light skin, a mixed black
She's
woman.
LGBTQ.
What the fuck?
That's it.
I'm about to listen. You say it again, I'm gonna kick you off here. 'Cause I have
What's wrong with being LGBTQ?
No,
What's wrong with it?
what does that, but no, why do you keep pointing that out? This is not about her being LGBTQ, sir. Say it again and you're gonna get kicked out.
But what's wrong with it?
Exactly.
So why can I say it?
Why are you bringing it up?
Because she's first. That's what she puts first and foremost. That's how she identifies.
She has not mentioned her sexual what's it called? Sexual choices entire life. You only did. She's talking about Jasmine Crocket running for office. You are the only one that brought up her preference when it comes to sex. Okay.
You keep on saying she's a black woman.
Well, all right. So what didn't the one drop rule? She has a black father. Okay, she's mulatto or mixed, whatever. How many?
And then you're upset that she's against Jasmine Crocket.
What does that have
You
to do
ever
with
wonder why?
it doesn't have to do with, no, I don't think it's about that. Why? Okay, so she's against Jasmine Crocket, but she made an ADOS. That has nothing to do with, like, listen, I'm saying I don't believe because she has a Jewish father that's the reason why she's against Jasmine Crocket. I don't really get your argument as no standpoint. What are you saying, bro? Could someone else come here? Is there anyone else that is in the chat that wants to come up? Because I need some other voices up here because I don't really get what do you mean? She's LGBTQ. That ain't got nothing to do with nothing. Oh, okay, well she's mixed. That ain't got nothing to do with nothing either because she started ADOS. African diasporic offspring, whatever the hell.
So if another black woman it doesn't support another black woman, she's not black,
You know how
correct?
many people are LGBTQ up in this bitch? If you actually did the research, shit to everybody. I mean, they Trump. Listen, all these people. When you go into it, it's a lot of like, look, with sex. Come on now, bro. Do a lot of wild stuff. You know, people do a lot of stuff, and you know what I'm saying. She just because she made it, that's her way of life, and what she want to do, and that's who she want to love. That's on her. That ain't got nothing to do with nothing that what she's talking about right here with Jasmine Crocket. Because if that's the case, Jasmine Crocket support LGBTQ, right? Shouldn't she be on Jasmine Crockett's side then? She's not. She's going against Jasmine Crocket and say, let the white man do it.
And so how come you think this quote unquote black woman is like that, adverse to Jasmine Crocket, who's supposed to be a quote unquote black woman as well?
Sir, are you a black man?
Correct. And I'm proud to be an American.
Can you prove that? Because you
word for word, when it comes down to
you talk behind a hidden figure of who you are. So you get to say all these things and we don't even know who you are. At least this woman is even whatever she is, she started an organization called ADOS trying to get reparations.
Do you support her?
I do. I do support ADOS. I support reparations. I support what she's trying to do to get reparations.
Do you support Marjorie Taylor Greene?
Who is that?
From Georgia.
Is that Black Lives Matter?
No. She's the built bleach blonde. Do you support her since she's torn herself away from MAGA?
I don't really know who she is. Hold on.
The built bleach, the big
no,
built bleach blonde.
I didn't agree. No, I did not support her. I did not agree with her. No.
Even though she tore herself away from MAGA.
No, I don't, because she's caused a lot of bullshit before she did that.
Do you think
No,
the MAGA party is going to support her from now on when she runs for senator
honey, I
in
don't give a
Georgia?
fuck about. Listen, I don't care about her. I'm talking about what our black people are doing. I don't care about the white. They already got enough support over there. White people, what they doing? White people running, whatever. This is about black people and what we doing over here.
Yeah, and
I'm talking about
Jasmine
Jasmine
Crockett's
Crocket.
policies
Look
don't
at her. If
aren't
Margie
fitting
was
for
running in
America. They're
Texas,
not
I would
fitting
say
for
she's
America.
not.
Can someone else come up on the panel?
I don't believe in Black Lives Matter. I think that was a
I don't
whole
either.
money grab. It's a money grab.
I never have.
So,
I just
so
don't
this
get
FBA.
into.
Let me understand about that FBA and where this all comes in because you said Candace Owens she's Jamaican, so therefore
She's not Jamaican. I never said she was.
you said she's a tether or whatever the fuck.
Yes, that's what I
Okay, so
said.
a tether, so she's mixed with Caribbean in some way.
I believe she's a Caribbean tether who was born here. That's it. Her behavior
You believe
is
or do you know?
she was born here. She had a lawsuit early on in her life because she quote unquote was being racially had a hate crime on her when she was in college, and she got a bunch of money from that, and then something hit the light, and she was like, you know what?
All right, so
I'm gonna
she's
flip the
okay.
switch.
So I'm
That's
trying
her
to
origin
understand.
story.
I'm trying to understand because I want to understand like this whole like tether thing that we want to call people tethers, right? So if Candace Owens was she's a Caribbean and her father, so she's black, but her father is Caribbean, based on what I just read, right from the Virgin Islands. I'm not sure what part.
She's proud of not being.
But she grew up. She grew up in a black in America.
She is proud of her Caribbean roots more than her American roots. It's about the tape and about the footage, about what she has said in the past and what she will say later on. I'm not a follower or subscriber of Candace Owens. Great. She has a platform and she has millions of viewers. I'm not into that. Looking at her views and subscribership.
He's like
she's a gold.
white father, black mother. Okay, interesting.
You know, it shouldn't be about these identity politics. It should be what's best for America.
When does a person become a tether? Is it only when they have a Caribbean roots, or if she, as a light-skinned black woman with a FBA mother on one side and then Jewish on the other, is that a tether?
It's just like how someone said
that's a
about
yes or
you.
No, that's a yes or no. That's a yes or no. She has a white father that's Jewish, and she has a black mother that's like what could be considered FBA. Is she a tether?
Yes I never said she's Yvette Cornell's a tether. Yeah, that's wild. I ain't never said none of that.
No, I said yes or no. I didn't say whether you said it or not. I'm asking you a question.
Yeah, and I'm saying I never said she's a.
I didn't say never. I didn't say what you said before. I'm saying right now. I'm asking you, would she be considered a tether in the FBA lineage if she has a Jewish father and a black FBA mother? Is she a tether? Yes or no?
It's not about her having a Jewish father and what type of mother?
FBA.
All you need is one parent from here where their parents are from here too. And she got all that.
Okay, so if Candace Owens has an FBA mother and a Caribbean father.
She's on the wrong side of things. Remember I said that in the very beginning?
That's not the point. No, that's the point. No, this is about
Remember
lineage.
what I said.
It's about lineage. This is about lineage. See, this is the thing. This is where the FBA argument gets muddy. Is that, if you agree with a certain thing,
I said she's on the wrong side.
It doesn't matter what side she's on. Is she a tether?
She's on the wrong side of things.
Listen, I'm trying to tell you is that anybody could be on the wrong, niggas could be on the wrong side. A whole full FBA could be on the wrong side of shit. The fuck are we talking about? There's plenty of black people that's on the wrong side of things. That are full-blooded FBA. But when you were able to point out their lineage and say, oh, okay, well, oh, that she has Jamaican in her lineage, well, then that becomes a tether. But there's also FBAs that would be equal. Well, those are coons, though. See, it's a bunch of name calling, a bunch of bullshit, and I don't agree with that. I don't think. See, this is the thing. People will say that I'm bad for touting Pan-Africanism, but Pan-Africanism actually covers a lot of this stuff. Is that we should care about people in the diaspora, no matter what part they're from. But when you create this FBA situation, now there's like this nickname, these bad names we want to call people based on what their so-called lineage is on one side or the other. And the bottom line is that everybody got different politics. It's black people that will be cooned out all the way. That would put Candace Owens to shame. What about that officer, the officer, whatever his name, Tatum? Isn't he FBA person? But he coon all the way down to it. So okay. So we got to get away from all this whole thing and these ad hominem attacks. And in fact, let's focus on what the person is saying and what their politics are and what that is. And let's put a name to that. Not a person's lineage and what their background. Because the first thing a person say, well, what's your background? What's your upbringing? Are you part this and that? Then that becomes almost like the brown paper bag test. Oh, okay. Are you light skinned? You dark skinned? Oh, okay. Well, you ain't a part of us. But the bottom line is that if a person is a half Jamaican or if they're full Jamaican and they still are aligning with our thing here as Black Americans and they got our back, what the fuck is the big deal? If she is part Jewish and part Black American and she starts an entire ADOS organization that's trying to get reparations for Black people, what's the fucking problem? Now, I don't agree with what she's saying about Jasmine Crocket saying it should be a white man. Let the white man do it. You need to wait. No, what you do is you get behind her and you fill in the blanks. You help her. You don't just tell her, no, let the white man do it. What the hell is that? And then you get on a national platform where everybody can hear you saying this. I don't agree with that. I think we need to stop all this hating amongst each other, and we need to come together. If anything, her organization should have reached out to Jasmine Crocket and say, let's do something. Let's work. Let's help your campaign. Let's fill in where we're. All right, this is where I see. Let's have a meeting. Let's do this. You don't see white people doing that like this. You don't see other cultures if a Hispanic or a Japanese, whatever the fuck. You don't see them getting online and her hair and her out. It's all and trying to just crush her down. I mean, you should hear the rest of it. It gets really even down to it's about her ego. It's about that Jasmine Crockett's narcissistic ego is the reason why she ran for Senate. This is how bad this whole thing gets. And I'm going to play some more of it, but I'm just letting you know it's going to get into, well, someone said that it was because of her. They did an interview with her, and then they said, well, when I asked about this, she raised her eyebrow and said, I'm going to talk about that, whatever the hell it was. And then when they looked at her on her phone, she was going through her phone, and she had a picture of herself. And then that becomes a whole conversation piece. What the fuck? So why don't we just say, bring her to the side. Listen, just do this for optics, whatever. Maybe she don't have the right PR team. Whatever it is, we need to find ways instead of attacking each other and attacking our people that are close proximity to making change in these things. Get behind them and help them to be better fill in the blanks. We don't just diss them on a platform with everybody watching. I don't agree with that. I'm gonna let you back up here, but I'm gonna play some more of this. I don't want to argue with you. You know what I'm saying? That's just what my standpoint. Listen,
You're the one who's tripping, not me.
Okay. And if she need a light bill money, I help her. But that doesn't mean I'm going to promote her. This is a promotion. You got to tell me what you did to deserve a promotion. And I think that the voters are not going to promote her. She's going to lose, and they're going to say, oh, nobody likes black women. Or nobody likes ADOS women either. Shocker. Racism exists in America. I am shocked. I am through. I am too through. You got to be kidding me. Now, I will say another thing. I will say a few things, but let me just say this.
So someone says Soros pays Jasmine Crocket to keep FBA out of the talk of research. Can you show me? Give me
the Open Society.
No, give me
the Open Society Foundation pays Jasmine.
And stop it, because you will talk over
That's
me.
the dark money she's talking about.
Listen, show me the show. Don't just say it. Show me the. One thing about you is that you'll say stuff, but you ain't go. Show me the
Sam
link.
Bankman-Fried.
Show me the link, bro. Don't just say it.
Sam Bankman-Fried.
Listen, show me the link. Okay, Val Wade, can you come over here and show me the actual link that breaks that down? Because if that's what's happening, we want to get into that. If that's really what's happening, and that she's being paid to keep foundational Black Americans out of the talks or whatever, show me the receipts. This is not going to be a panel where we just ramble and say stuff and don't show the actual receipts of it. I don't speak on, if I don't know about it, I'm going to say, hey, look, this is what I think and whatever, and I'm not going to get into it because I don't know what all the details are. I'm not going to just make a statement and just if I don't know all the details, I'm going to let you know. I don't know all the details. All right. ADOS is not a thing anymore. Okay. All right. So can whoever said that, could you come up here? Here's the link. Anyone that has the information, like the actual link to that, please show me that so I can go. That's crazy.
Jasmine Crocket was talking about dark money, and if you look, she was you can find out who.
I'm not gonna find out.
You can look.
Say this. You need to show.
Southwest Airlines has donated to her campaign. Sam Bankman-Fried of FTX, who's jailed, donated $2 million to her campaign, and the Open Society Foundation, which is George Soros, that's that dark money. All you have to do is Google.
Can you? No. You're saying it. I'm not saying it. So here's the thing.
We remember her talking about dark money, correct?
On this channel.
You remember her talking?
I never heard Jasmine Crocket say anything about no dark money. I haven't heard that. So what I'm trying to say is that if that is what you know, then could you post it in the back chat so I can bring it up? What you're doing, you're just talking about it. You see how I'm showing? Like you said, okay, well, Candace Owens is losing the thing. I showed you, okay, well, according to the polls, you said, well, Fox News is fake news. Okay, well, show me it. Don't just say it. Show it to the audience. No, I'm not going to go find it. He's the one saying it.
You go find it. We don't care.
Okay, well, you don't care then. Well, why are you here? What are you here for?
I don't mind Jasmine Crocket running. You're fussing and fighting about it.
I'm not fussing and fighting about nothing. I'm saying that if you're going to say that.
If I just said I don't mind her running, and I've said it from the very beginning, let her run.
Dark money.
What's your issue?
Soros. That's what this lady's saying. Anyone who has that's what the guy said in the chat. Where is that from? Show me the proof.
Y'all know this. Y'all know I've never liked people who misuse our capital, our political capital. My belief has always been that our political capital should be used for us. Meaning what we did in the past, the things that happened to us, slavery, Reconstruction, I don't want nobody to say Mexican is the new black. This is the same thing that happened to the blacks with Reconstruction. I don't know. If you have to build, listen, everybody else out there, I ain't got nothing against you, but you got to build your own movement. You can't keep saying, see, this is just like what happened to the Negroes. You remember? No, I don't remember. I'm not that old, but I don't remember 1865. I don't remember, but I know the history of it. I know that you're not included in the history. So I always have a problem, serious problem, with people who take our history and our wounds and use it on behalf of other people. Now, Jasmine Crocket ain't been here long. She got a lot to learn, and that's fine. Stay over there and learn it. Oh, you can't do that now. The people done jump to your race. Well, I don't know. Find a job. You an attorney. And I believe you're a bright one. You can do it. You can do it. We believe in you. We believe in you. You can do it. But this is the problem that I have. I'm going to show you in 1 second. Let me find my video. This is the problem that I have. Play it. Be right back.
To the ranking member and again to the mayor for calling this. But let me be clear. Donald Trump is running the most openly racist immigration regime in modern American history. I've said it once and I'll say it again. Donald Trump's mass deportation system makes me think of what a modern day slave patrol would look like. Slave patrols were armed groups empowered by the government to control, intimidate, and terrorize people solely based on color. That's what's happening now. Donald Trump is sending mass agents without warrants into communities of color to terrorize the people who live there. And the reason that I want to make sure that I draw out this link, because we heard Maxine say that Black and brown is coming together. I want to be clear about this. This should not just be the immigrant community. This should be all of us united, because we know united we stand, divided we fall. And unfortunately, this last
is happening with ICE. It's just like the slave catcher. It's not. It's not. They are enforcing laws that exist. Now, I don't like how they are enforcing laws. I don't believe you should get to wear a mask. I don't think you should be cruel. I don't think that, but they are enforcing existing law. An existing law about who?
Okay, I agree with her right there. Now, they are enforcing existing law. How they're doing it, not the best way, okay? Not the right, now that's not cool how they're doing it. So I agree with her right there.
Can you reach out to Jasmine Crocket and get her on the show?
Illegally. That is not.
You live in Texas, correct?
Honey, listen. I would never. I could bring her on the show, but I wouldn't be with nobody on it. It would be pre-recorded. I would not let people go up here and be
pre-recorded. Everything that she's talking about, are you saying she should do? No, you support Jasmine Crocket. You're right there in the state of Texas. That would be awesome. You do awesome numbers for your show. Come on.
Listen,
I'm encouraging you.
I've already been working on that. So just
see, yeah.
Slavery. That is not related to the Fugitive Slave Act. That is not the same thing. I don't like it. People have to create your movement. Talk to me about the Chicanos. Talk to me about the Latinos. Talk to me about your contribution. Build your movement. Don't you have these Negroes get up here and tell me that when I see ICE, I see slave catchers. When the last time you saw somebody? You might have seen somebody get sent home. When the last time you seen somebody lynched? When the last time you seen them?
No, ma'am. Have you heard of what happens when they go to these ICE facilities?
I don't trust that demon. She's a demon.
But they're getting treated in very subhumane situations. So I don't listen.
If I had to pick Jasmine Crocket over her, I'd pick Jasmine Crocket 20 times out of 20 because I can't stand Yvette. Look at her damn eyes.
Child.
She looks
sick. Out of a courthouse and set on fire. When the last time you seen any? When the last time you seen their farms burnt down? Don't you do that? Don't do that lazy thing. And see, if you can't use my political capital for me, what makes me think when you get in the Senate you're gonna do something specifically for me? I don't see it. I see a milquetoast, ordinary, regular, run-of-the-mill Democrat. And if you're going to do that, give me a white man. If you're gonna be white and you're gonna be regular, give me white and regular. I don't need sassy.
Come on, bro. Or do you hear this? What? Come on now. If you're gonna do that, give me a white man. What the freak?
Jasmine Crocket is on the wrong
Why
side
not
of
get
things.
behind? Why not get behind her? But no, but this is the 80. Oh my God. This is making me look very bad about ADO. At first, I was for ADOS. Now I'm like, I don't know if I'm for it because if you're going to say that and you're the leader of the ADOS, this is crazy to me. I'm like, what?
She bugged out. I don't know how you didn't see that.
What?
She been bugged out.
When the last time you seen them dragged out of a courthouse and set on fire? When the last time you seen any? When the last time you seen their phones
They
burnt
might
down?
not be
Don't
set
you
on
do
fire.
that? Don't do that, lazy.
No, stop. They might not be set on fire, but they dragged out of a courthouse and thrown into a fucking van, not knowing where the hell they're going, by masked men with military garb on. And it's been happening, and there are some people that are not even immigrants. They try to show their ID and say, listen, I'm an American citizen, that they don't even look at their citizenship. They don't look at their passport, none of that. So it is kind of wilding right now. I've been wild. So we're not gonna pretend like that this, come on, what are we doing here? That ICE is not doing wild stuff. They just not like just kind of just yoking people up and just like on some old, just like on like they own police force type of stuff. What are we doing? So you're only focused on the fact that it's immigrants getting yoked up and treated like this, but it's not. It's also there are some people that are getting like fucking like through the cracks of the whole situation that are not immigrants that are getting like taken up through this whole thing. That are not, I'm saying like, you know, they are American citizens getting like just captured and treated real terrible. And now that we have Somalians and now they're going into the African community or whatever, it could end up being one of us. Start off with the Hispanic. Okay, you can point out Hispanic, but when you start going into the black people, hell, there's some people that might look Somalian that's 100% FBA. But now they're going to just start grabbing people up and then they ain't trying to hear shit and then they're going to take you to the thing and then figure it out, sort it out later. That's what I said was going to happen. That's what's happening now. So I don't get where the hell she's coming from. Let's go. It's crazy.
Thing and see if you can't use my political capital for me, what makes me think when you get in the Senate you're gonna do something specifically for me? I don't see it. I see a milquetoast, ordinary, regular, run-of-the-mill Democrat. And if you're going to do that, give me a white man. If you're gonna be white and you're gonna be regular, give me white and regular. I don't need sassy. I get sassy in my family. I can find a sassy negress. I can find a sassy ADOS person anywhere. We funny in general. We funny, we fun. I can find that anywhere. We'll tell you about yourself. I don't need that in Congress. That's not what I'm looking for. And I certainly don't need it in the 1 or 100. If you want to be elevated, you got to tell me why. Why do you deserve to be elevated? I don't see it. I don't see what.
Have you asked her, Yvette? Have you actually reached out to her and tried to sit down and have a one-on-one conversation and ask her? This is man.
What y'all are talking about? This is not the resistance that I need. It's disrespectful. No Jewish person will ever look at somebody and say, you know what y'all are going through is just like Auschwitz. They have enough respect for themselves not to misuse their people's history. It's disrespectful for you to misuse your people's history like that. And if you don't respect your people, I don't respect.
For anyone calling me a Democrat, I don't practice politics. I don't agree with either party. All right, so I'm not a Democrat or a Republican. I'm not a shill. I'm not a nothing. That's why I can jump from one side to the other and be like, oh, okay, well, this sounds right. That sounds good. I'm like, okay, well, if one party sounds like they got like the right, okay, well, that sounds good. I'm not over here. I don't cheat. Like, this is like Bloods versus Crips bullshit. Because all this shit is a bunch of bull. If you were to really want my opinion on this shit, it's all political theory. It's all fake. It's bullshit. Trump is a mascot for whatever the fuck people that are in charge. He's a mascot. Everybody that's like, they think that he's in charge of doing, he ain't doing a goddamn thing, but he's just like, just like you have the Lions. The Lions is the mascot for the actual football players. The football players are out there doing something, winning the game, whatever. But the mascot is the Lion or the fucking Cowboys, right? You have the Cowboys, you have like the You know what I'm saying? Or Detroit Lions. Okay, you got the mascot for the team that stand out there and dance around and whatever. Okay, Detroit Lions or the Dallas Cowboys. Oh, okay. But the football players are the ones that's actually making it happen. And those are the people that's in Congress, right? And then there's also people that's even in the office, like when he's the president, the people that's running the whole thing, that's like kind of like trying to keep it all together, you know what I'm saying? You know, while whatever he's doing, you know, playing golf or whatever, that's the one that's really running stuff. He's just a face. So I believe it's all political theater. It's a bunch of bullshit. I'm just covering it because hell, it's just interesting to like just see these people like just really like just see that how we as people will get online and be taken aside and how we will just speak out against our own people. It's just crazy to me. Like really. Did have an organization called ADOS, but why haven't you reached out to Jasmine and had this conversation with her in private? I remember there was a time where we said, listen, we don't tell the white man our business. We keep our stuff in house. We don't broadcast how we feel about. Okay, I might have a feeling about you, but I'm not gonna put you out on blast in front of everybody and how I feel. What is the benefit of doing it? Are you getting funded for doing it? Like, what is the reason? Like, why would you do this? And then you have people on TikTok, all these black women on TikTok saying, what's the purpose of doing? Because you have an opinion. Okay, now you get to like say this. And the bottom line is that she's the only one that's out here trying to do something. She's in a place trying to make something, whatever it is. And you have an organization that could easily walk up or contact her and say, hey, can you like bring this into the fold? But I think the Yvette might be not from Texas. She might be from California. I don't know where she's from. I'm gonna look it up. But she's not from Texas. But you know, I want to hear. I'm gonna look it up and see what people from Texas are saying. You know what the outstanding like people that are like that have. But it's just weird to me to see a lot of black women going against Jasmine because they don't like her the way she's doing. Oh, I don't like how you're doing it. You know. Let a white man do it. That's crazy. When she said that, I was like, oh my God.
You, and I don't want to elevate you. I don't care. I do not care about none of what you're talking about. I view all that stuff. Listen, even if you want to go out and favor Texas, if you want to go out and say, I am in opposition to ICE and what they're doing or how they're doing it. I don't know what your district looks like. You don't have to use us. You can say they cruel. You can say they don't use paperwork. You can say they getting citizens. There's a lot of stuff you can do without bringing my people's name into it and your people too. You got to be ashamed of yourself for that kind of stuff. So no, there's no black girl magic that I am going to use to convince me to elevate you. Because I don't understand. Are you looking for your moment or are you looking for your mission? It's a lot of people that got to answer that. Are you looking for your moment? Or are you looking for your mission? Like, which one are you looking for? Moment or mission? Are you looking for your moment or are you looking for your movement? Which one are you looking for? If you're looking for a moment to shine, moments are easy. Anybody can have a good sound bite. Anybody can have a good minute.
I would say one thing that she's doing that I do know that I did see in what she was saying is the educational system, right? So in Texas, all right, I'm gonna have someone come up on here again. I'm gonna reiterate this. Coming up on Thursday, I have a person, Dedrick DeBurr, he is actually running, I think for councilman of Denton, right? What's happening is that the public school system in Texas right now, they have $1 billion surplus, right? They are taking so they are giving people $10,000 and they're giving it to private school. What school do most black people go to? Public school. So they have this surplus, and instead of like giving it to the public schools, which are underfunded, They are giving the money to private schools and people that are like homeschooling. Majority of Texans work jobs. They came homeschool. So what's happening is that you have all this funding being siphoned out of the public schools into the private sector in schooling, and the public schools are closing down as we speak. Elementary schools, middle schools. I just talked about the other day, Frisco Middle School just closed down. And now they're shipping their kids off to, I think, Plano. Now, when you start taking away funding from school, what happens, right? And these are the things that Jasmine's talking about. She talked about, like, so this woman has this Yvette Carnell has no idea what's happening in Texas when it comes to that. Now, even though Jasmine did not go deep into the whole thing, she just like started running like I think a week ago, and it's not on her website. But I'm sure she's going to eventually begin to talk about these things. But people that are in that are Democrats or that are running, these are like the subjects that they're talking about when it comes to Texas. So they all know that this is like the thing that they're trying to like stop. But only I would know it because I'm talking to people that are running for office, and we're gonna hear it. You're gonna hear about how how Texas, it's a lot going on here. Texas has the largest Black American population. California has a very majority white population, but it's not the largest population in America. Texas has the largest Black population in America. That means that if you go to Atlanta, Texas has more Black people than Atlanta or Georgia or Michigan. Texas has the largest concentration of Black people. So the bottom line is that who is it going to affect growing up? Majority Black that go to public schools. So I know that it doesn't seem like I can guarantee you that Jasmine is very aware of like that situation. That's why she brought up education in her letter of why she's running. But people not giving her a chance to even like really like put her stake in the ground about what she wants to do. They just want to go right after her. And you're not even from Texas, Yvette. Like, what are you doing? Like, man, what are we doing?
Anybody can have a good conversation. What's the mission? What's the movement? What are we building toward? If you cannot tell me that, then I cannot help you. And I'm not, listen, we're done with all this stuff. I'm done with all this melanin stuff. And let me just, let me go into something else before I get tired, y'all. Because this is just too much. Ain't y'all tired of this? Ain't y'all tired of this?
Listen. She does not
it's
have
just
to
too
bring.
Much.
Listen, if it doesn't have to be directly for Black people. If she has anything that's going towards public schools, that's going to be for Black people. They don't have to say exactly Black people. No politician in their right mind is going to say, "I'm going to do this for Black people." Shut the fuck up about Black people, bro. No politician is going to say, "I'm going to make a law for Black people." What they will say is that we need more funding for public education. And guess who that helps? Black people, because most of our Black people are getting schooled through public education. And if you actually do the research, you will find that even public education has really started with Black people. And listen, on Thursday, we're going to go deep into this whole thing about education and how it started and like the whole thing. Like the whole private school sector, the homeschool sector versus public school sector. Y'all need to listen on Thursday. Please be there for that. Welcome to the channel, Ray Alexander. What did you have to say about today's conversation?
I found this conversation to be very eye-opening, to be honest, especially a year out from the past election. And I think there's some nuances to this discussion, to be honest. And one of the things that I kind of noticed is that there's this, everyone's digging deep in this tribalism, which has never existed to this degree in the past. Now, are there things that I agree with this person with Jasmine Crocket on? Yes. Are there things I disagree with her on? Yes. But I have no problem with there being a primary, and whoever has the ability to raise the most amount of votes in a democratically elect democracy to, like, you know what I mean, to like pass that threshold. For me, it's all about who can generate the most votes. Period. I felt this way, and I'm pretty consistent about this. I felt this way with Kamala too. I never thought they should have just passed it to her. I always thought there should have been a primary, and that battle, that test of who can garner the most votes would have made her a stronger candidate, and it probably would have allowed whoever should have been elected to have that seat, and probably would have had a better chance. It would have been more organic. So if Jasmine believes that she has the ability to go up against with Tarico, and if she believes, because they have two starkly different approaches to how to counter what's happening in Texas and to be elected, I say may that be in their best favor. I don't think we should put our thumbs on the scale. I think we should support both people and see, what they're able to do. Now, I try to preface that with, like, I try to be like a realist, and she's got some things against her that's going to be hard for her to overcome. But at the end of the day, if I was to say who I would prefer to win that based on what I know about them in their prior votes and politically, she is I would say she's the more she's the more gifted candidate, but he's the safer bet. And that's kind of like where I see with the two selections. That make sense?
So, and listen, I want to ask a question, because like every time we talk about Jasmine, I hear Kamala. Do you think that somehow, like, that Kamala's situation is being like, she's also being cloaked under like the Kamala like thing? What do you think about that?
Of course. Now, like, I'd rather be honest about it. After what happened with, I'm a little apprehensive myself right now, to be honest. I'm looking at this isn't like a merit contest. This is sheer votes. So what, black people were about 14 to 17% of the population, and then you have to like skew what some of the men. I mean, even though like black women voted 90% for Kamala, but some of the men, was shaved off. So what, about 10% of that 14%? You still got to get a majority of the country, which is you still got to get Latinos and poor white men. I mean, you can't win without those two blocks. And we already know what Latino gives. And even though in their countries they've elected female leaders, here it seems to be more of the conservative Latinos that, like a lot of the machismo kind of thing happening here. And then poor white men. And some of her past comments, even though they hit hard and she throws some bars, will be weaponized against her. And she's in Texas. It would be one thing if it was like New York, or Maine or California or something like that. But she's in like the heart of the red. And so I don't think her attack methods match the state that she's in. She can't go hard on Trump in a state where he won by 14%. What she needs to, and having those past comments on like Latino, there was some issues in the diaspora. We had some issues, all right now, about what went down a year ago, and that has caused a schism, and we're trying to patch those things up now. But her comments will be elevated, and that will be weaponized. And for me, there's a lot of vulnerable communities at stake. And so for me, it's like, okay, I in a perfect world, I would want to give her like the best chance possible. But this isn't like Romney or like McCain Republicans. This is like alligator Alcatraz, send you to like human camps in Sudan where you're not even from type of like situation. And so like this is a stark, risk, for many people right now. There's people like right now who's about to lose their healthcare. There's people right now who like, the police are emboldened way more than before. I feel like the stakes are so high. I think it's fair to just acknowledge the risk for a
For
plurality.
her, for either. So do you think that the other candidate would be better at handling the risk, or do you think that I would? I don't know. I would feel like that she probably would be way more harsher on that risk than the other candidate, because I think that a lot of times, like, people that now he is an ex school teacher, so he might be about public school. I don't know, because he
I
used
mean,
to be.
okay. So I hate to say this, but I feel like everybody in here is of color. Okay, so do you think that she has a chance in Texas, with that population and with how diehard they are to, the current president and the people that they put into election? If I just need to see, I need to see an actual primary. I think we're getting so far ahead. I need to see if she's able to turn out those people that normally sit home. If she's able to turn out the urban areas, if she's able to get Houston out, and if she's able to counter the voter suppression that's been going on, because there's far more people in the urban areas than in the rural, right? Even though the rural is like the biggest blotches of land. And if she's still able to maintain suburban America, she has a chance. But I think it's too soon to kind of like shoot her in the foot now.
I agree. I think that we have to like kind of wait and see. But I think it doesn't help that we have our own black people with these huge like followings that are like not even from Texas that are talking out against her. What do you think about what Yvette Carnell is saying? That, you know what, we don't need the sassy. That I think that what's happening is that, black people are attacking her personality and not what she's actually done or tried to do in while she's been in office.
I think this is exposing some internal schisms that we have in our community. This has happened. There's always been a schism between like let me give you a good example, right? Between like the Joe Budden podcast side of the community and the Native Land podcast side of the community. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Like between like
Right, yeah, like the FBA guys, and then you have like the ADOS, like that are like, yeah, go ahead.
So, like we have like the more like gritty urban side, and then we have like some of the academics that are like smacking against each other. And this is coming after what happened a year ago, and so like we're still healing some of these wounds, right? Like we can't go back in time. We can't fix what happened, what went down between, what happened with the past president and with the vice president, stuff like that. But it's only been a year since that happened. And so those wounds are resurfacing. It's kind of like post-traumatic stress. And so I don't feel like that lady's comments are like helpful, to be honest. I stand kind of like, I don't mind descendants of chattel slavery, African American freedmen, whatever you want to call it, because I know FBA has a bad connotation only because of Tariq. But I also think that we can be part of the diaspora and be Pan-African, but still acknowledge our cultural uniqueness and heritage and like our side of the diaspora. I don't see why the Black American side of the diaspora can't have, why we have to be like just a generalization, why we can have an identity versus the rest of the diaspora. Does that make sense?
I agree. Yeah.
So like, I don't feel like it has to be either or, because we already exist in this world, right? You know what I mean? Like people all over the diaspora, people come here. I think it's just acknowledging it and like the bad connotation from that the ADOS side has, and the bad connotation that FBA side has from like Tariq or whatever. But I still champion the entire diaspora, and I still champion Pan-Africanism. I still champion, there's a reason why Malcolm X later in life pivoted, because it's in our best interest to be a united bloc. There's Black people all across the world. Black is a construct, right? And so even in Africa, they don't consider themselves African. They consider themselves Nigerian. They consider themselves Ethiopian. They consider their nationalities. And that's the same thing in Asia. And we saw that in this past election with the Latino community. There is no united Latino bloc. The Cubans feel one way, the Mexicans feel one way, the Colombians feel one way. We saw that real time. And I think that's harder for Americans to understand, because we are so ingrained in this white-black construct that we built here, that we can't fathom that outside of our country that there's like that people go by ethnicity and nationality versus the social construct we created here. I mean, what are your thoughts?
With outgoing Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, there's a kind of an irony that both of them are on their way out 10 months apart or so, give or take. It's a whole other story. But she clearly seems to think it's up or out. And sometimes that works, but often it doesn't.
Welcome to The Debrief, where we talk with the Washington Examiner's top journalists about the headlines they're covering and where the story's going next. I'm Sarah Bedford, and I'm here with magazine editor David Mark. And David, Congresswoman Jasmine Crocket has announced her Senate bid in the state of Texas, which is littered with the bones of rising Democratic stars like Beto O'Rourke.
Right.
So what do you make of her bid? Does she have a shot here?
This is a race, a candidacy that's really dividing Democrats. If Democrats have any shot at winning a Senate majority, it almost has to go through Texas. As you note, a lot of rising star Democrats have tried there and come up short. She doesn't really seem like the kind of candidate that's going to have a lot of statewide appeal. She's basically said openly in interviews, we don't need any Trump voters. We can just get the base of the Democrats who aren't coming out to vote. That's an iffy proposition, to put it mildly. She does have a primary challenger, State Representative James Tallarico. He's been kind of a favorite of the DC think tank class. He's very well spoken. He talks about not being so woke, not going that much that direction, unlike her, where she just puts it all out there. So we'll see what happens. But if she were to win that nomination, which is entirely plausible, it would be awfully tough for Democrats to claim that seat.
There's been some reporting that Republicans worked to try to nudge her into the primary. And, I remember that is how President Hillary Clinton won her election, right?
Yeah.
So is that potentially a risky move when Republicans pull that sort of thing?
Yeah, you never know. Whenever you try and set up the opposition, you never know how it's really going to come out. I think in that case, there might be some braggadocio going on from Senate Republican strategists. I've been hearing about a Jasmine Crocket potential candidacy, like going back a year or so. Doesn't mean that they didn't play some games and weren't active in it, but I kind of think she would have run anyway.
Crockett was on the left, sort of a rising star. She's sort of relatively new to the scene. She had a lot of runway ahead of her if she wanted to stay in the House, which now it appears she's not going to. Had she really done all she could in the House? I mean, the criticism of her would be that she's a lot of style over substance. I mean, is this a better path forward for her? Or do you think that this is a sort of strategic mistake for her?
Well, she did get crunched somewhat by redistricting in Texas. It moved around her district. She might have had to run against a fellow Democrat in a primary. So there may have been some up and out calculation there, but she probably could have held her district because she was there as a state representative. She's pretty well known. I think the real question is what she wants to do after this. Just assuming hypothetically that she does not win the Senate race, you can see her on The View or in some kind of media position where she could put her quote unquote talents to use here. Because that's really what she seems to be good at. She famously got into that spat with outgoing Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. There's a kind of an irony that both of them are on their way out 10 months apart or so, give or take. It's a whole other story. But she clearly seems to think it's up or out. And sometimes that works, but often it doesn't.
Sorry. What are your thoughts? I'm sorry. I see you took your thing off mute. Did you want to say something about that? Ray?
Oh, about
what he said so far?
I think to be honest, I feel like it's kind of like that lions eat your face type of thing, because she has made her career off of being a bully, and she's made her career off of being, the number one disciple, and she's made her career off of picking on like the victims of the Parkland incident here in Florida. She's made her career off of bullying people and harassing people and raising hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars off of being a horrible person. And so for her to now get a little taste of that same heat, I feel like sometimes people would come, what's old folks used to say, get their comeuppance, and now she's getting a taste of it. It's only a problem now that it's on her and her family, right? I do think it's the coward's way out to wait until she's in the hot seat, and to wait until it's her family who's worrying about their healthcare insurance. I just feel like you had no business running for Congress if you weren't willing to represent your constituents, if not your, your state and like just the country as a whole. If you only ran for your own personal gain and you only ran to line your pockets, I feel like that's the problem with like a lot of these politicians. They run and they don't run. You're a public servant. Your job is to take
So
the
are
money.
you're speaking of Jasmine Crocket or the other lady?
I'm talking about the other lady. I'm talking about
Okay.
MTG. With Jasmine Crocket, I don't align with her delivery and her communication style, but she represents her constituents, and she's been reelected. And so even though like I don't communicate in the same way that she communicates, I still go up for her to be in the room because I know what it's like to be a man of color and to be at a certain level within your career, to be in the professional class. And so even though we don't communicate in the same type of way, I will always make room for other people to get in the door. I'm never the crabs in the barrel type of person. I always want as many of us to get in the room because representation does matter at the end of the day, and it makes it easier for us to allow the next person in. That's what I'll say on it.
Let's hear the rest of what he has to say about this.
If Texas is not so far shaping up to be Democrats a serious pickup opportunity for them, where do they have one in 2026?
Yeah, their best shot is North Carolina. Former Governor Roy Cooper, Democrat, is pretty popular. He's going to be the nominee. If Democrats can't win that seat in this kind of favorable environment going to 2026, they should just give up when running in North Carolina and probably trying to win a Senate majority. It's easily number one on the list. Number two, further down, Maine, where Republican Senator Susan Collins has rebuffed a lot of Democratic opponents, highly touted in the past. This might be a different year where she could be in some trouble. I think it's entirely plausible Democrats could pick up that seat. Then it gets tougher. In addition to Texas, there are these kind of reach states like Ohio and Iowa. I'd put them all about in the same category, maybe even a notch up above Texas. That's about it. And that's just to get to a bare majority of 51 seats. Having said that, though, the Democratic overperformance in a lot of these special elections is pretty strong. It's on average double digits, where just on paper, that would easily be enough to overcome and win all those seats. Not likely to be that way, but you can't just.
So what do you think about the whole like impeachment of Trump? Do you think that this is really about the whole objective of trying to get the Democrats in their seat is to impeach Trump? What do you think about that?
I don't agree with that. Strategically, I don't agree with it because last time all it did the last two times is make him more popular. I think that I think there's two major wings within the Democratic Party right now. You have the liberal side, which is usually like older, like I don't want to say boomers, but like older people, conservative establishment, and then you have progressives. Right. And I'm not counting the social justice warriors. I'm counting like people who are like economically progressive and actually want systemic change and want to actually change the pillars of power, said that the country lives up to the dream. Right. But the majority of the country is mostly aligned with what you would want to say, because I don't like to use like liberal, moderate, conservative, because if people get tribal. But if you ask people on the issue, then the stance of most progressive takes are usually more in line with the mainstream amount of the country, even though that's not what's in the media establishment, which is controlled by capitalism, right? So if you ask most people, do you like public education? Do you like public transportation? Do you believe in affordable healthcare? Most Americans usually vote in lockstep with most of those things. If you remove the tribal names for most of these issues, and you're gonna tax me no matter what, but I need to see my tax dollars improve the quality of life for me and my community, people around me. So if you're gonna tax me, I need to see I need to have hospitals. There needs to be schools. There needs to be police that are helping and policing and are not a threat to me. I need to see public housing. You know what I mean? I need to see my tax dollars real time show value and quality of life. And the problem that a lot of the Democrats have is that the liberal mindset is, okay, there's a problem, we're going to acknowledge it, we're going to make some superficial acknowledgments of it, but we're not actually going to do anything about it, and we might just throw some cash at it, right? But like, and that's why you've seen pivots to people like Bernie Sanders and for Donald Trump, and why you see Madonna and AOC. You're seeing that people want people who are outside of the duopoly, outside of the establishment. They don't care what it is. They just want to throw a grenade to that system, and they want someone who's going to change their lives fundamentally. And the system is the issue. There's like a little gray area between the duopoly of the because they're both have the same donors. You know what I mean? The Democratic establishment and the Republican establishment, right? At least on the Republican side, they fought like the establishment fought like hell to like keep Trump out. They just couldn't overcome his appeal to working class people into the base. And right now he's facing a major backlash because his policies are problematic. They're now impacting people's like wallets. No one gives it's not even his verbiage, because I feel like if he was able to turn these tariffs off and turn the economy around, people will forget like all the horrible stuff he said and done, to be honest. That's just what like we have seen it happen through two of his administrations now. And the Democrats are banking on no major change outside of anti-Trump sentiment, and that's where they're gonna fall. And that's where you're seeing like this collision happen between
Right. It seems like even Jasmine is like really promoting the anti-Trump aspect and not having policy. Right.
That's a dangerous and that's a bad take. And you're not gonna get the people who don't vote, that 10 million people who voted prior that stayed home, plus then you're not gonna get them to actually be willing to vote if they're not gonna see an actual quality change of life. You know what I mean? A lot of the Americans are paycheck to paycheck. They're struggling. Millennials, it's hard as heck to even imagine to like even own a house. And then they're saying we're not getting married, we're not having kids, we can't afford it. We got our parents were able to take care of whole families on a single income. If you wanted to, you offer your wife the opportunity, or your husband the opportunity to be a stay-at-home parent, to parent your kids. That was an option. Now it's like an arm and a leg. Like it's almost the cost of the mortgage itself to pay for childcare. It's just like, there's anger. There is anger and there is frustration, financially. And so unless someone's actually willing to challenge the status quo and actually willing to say, okay, we need to change some of these pillars that on the left that some hold so dear to, these norms, unless we're starting to say, okay, we need to break up some of these monopolies so we can bring back small business, medium-sized business, mom and pops, and we can break up these trusts, these monopolies of Netflix and Amazon and Walmart. And so there's other options, and we can regrow our communities. Then we're going to continue to see that the right will engage in anger and hate and otherism, and we'll see the left continue to be disinterested. That's my take.
Peace, family. How y'all doing?
Peace.
Yes, and I'll get right to it. As far as Jasmine Crocket running for Senate, I'll be honest, most likely she will lose for two main reasons. She is a Democrat, and the Democrats support mass immigration, particularly illegal immigration, while the masses of U.S. citizens do not support mass immigration, especially illegal immigration. And number two, as a Democrat, Jasmine Crockett endorses the LGBTQ plus agenda, which once again masses of U.S. citizens oppose. Additionally, and I say this in closing, the Democrats, they support these degenerate policies that have created drag queen story times where you have grown men dressed as women in scantily clad clothing, and they are literally reading LGBTQ plus sexually based content to minors under the ages of 5 years old. Now, this is disgraceful. This is despicable. But you have Democrats that support these degenerate policies. So, as a result, in closing, no, I don't think Jasmine Crocket will win at all. Really, I don't.
DJ Genesis, did you read Shakespeare in school or Macbeth or anything like things of that nature?
Yeah, I did.
And did that material not have sexually explicit and adult subject matter?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, and then is it the current most powerful man in the country someone who has been credibly, convicted of sexual misconduct?
Yeah.
And is there a number of prominent right-wing figures who also have been convicted, if not alleged, of sexually explicit conduct?
Ain't that what the whole the files, the Epstein is about?
Yes. And so my thing is, I have no problem. Like I like an honest take. And so if we want to talk about about the T's, about the trans people, what they're like 1% of the population. I mean, how many do you know? I mean, if we want to talk about that versus if we want to talk about grabbing women by the P's and talking about congressmen that are in charge of the judicial committees that have alleged crimes with like college age people. If we really want to, like, I'm all about protecting women, children, and young men. But like, let's be honest about it, and let's go across the board of like who's got more of the bodies. I was not into the whole conspiracy thing with QAnon thing, but it seems to me that if it was the truest indicator of it, seems to be from the very people who benefited from it. And so I say release the Epstein files and let God do what he needs to do. But that seems to be hesitance against that. And so
Now, I agree. I agree that the Epstein files need to be released, but just for clarity, because you sort of deflected. Now, I agree that heterosexual, sexually based content should also be banned from public schools. Actually, as a lobbyist, I advocated to ban all sexually based content. Now, I'm gonna ask you directly: do you agree that LGBTQ plus content should be banned from public schools?
I believe that representation matters, but I think it needs to be age appropriate, and I believe that some of these things are in-home discussions that need to be had between a child and their parent, and a child and a physician. I don't believe that that's a discussion that should be mandated by law. I am a pretty live and let live type of person. I believe in liberties. I am concerned about when we erode that in the slippery slope based on history. Like, past is prologue, and so I always say I'd rather the war be fought overseas than here. Regardless, it's going to be fought. So you want it overseas, you want it here. And so when you start moving the goalposts of civil rights, human rights, whatever you want to call it, then that starts as you go up that tree, which we've seen over the past two accounts of this administration. It doesn't stop. It just keeps going up more and more and more, and before it hits your community. And so, do I believe that there should be rated G content? Yes. Do we need to have an actual look about what some of our kids are exposed to, what type of content? Yes.
Yes, and brother, I asked a direct question because LGBTQ plus, if we go through the acronym, those are all sex acts. Lesbianism, that's a sex act. Gay, that's a sex act. Bisexual, those are sexual acts. So
Those
I'm
are
just asking.
orientations.
Well, lesbianism, what defines lesbianism? That's a woman having sexual acts with another woman. Gay, that's a man having a sexual act.
So if someone was you could be a lesbian and be a virgin.
But that means you're sexually attracted to a woman as a woman, correct?
How's
If
that?
you're not
How's
sexually
that?
you're not sexually attracted to anybody.
But you hear the point I'm making, and I don't know why we have to be. Simple question. I noticed when I talk to the LGBTQ plus community, they are
I'm not
intentionally evasive. No, I'm talking to the brothers, sis. They are intentionally evasive. They know that lesbianism, those are sexual acts. They know that gay is a sexual act. They know that bisexuality, the key word is bisexuality. These are sexual acts. So I'm asking a simple question. Do you agree that LGBTQ plus content should be banned from public schools and not disseminated to minors given its sexual nature? Simple question, brother.
So if we're gonna be consistent and we say H and we add the H to it, and if you wanted to be across the board, then yeah, I say that's fine. If you wanted to do across the board,
And you already heard what I said about heterosexual acts. You heard me say that as a lobbyist, I advocated
I
to
did.
ban all sexually based content. So I'm just asking a simple question.
right? And I answered. I
Since
just
you
gave my answer.
so
I
since
said
you
He just
agree
said yeah. He just said yes. He just
So
said
you
yes.
agree that
yeah.
LGBTQ plus content should
I
be
said if
banned
you're
from public
including
schools, correct?
once again, I said if you're
Uh-huh.
including the H, then and you're consistent, then I don't see any problem with with that methodology.
Yes, and just for clarity, so we don't have to deflect to the heterosexuals because I already
It's not a deflection, but you need to include if you want to
initially
be
it is.
consistent.
Well, hold
So
on. You heard me say initially.
let me tell you why I think that it should be included. Not so much for elementary school or middle school, but once you get into high school, where people are getting into their hormones and beginning to like date and all this other stuff, there should be something for those people, because when a person is coming into their sexuality, then that's where you get like people like that might be feeling ostracized and this, that, the other. So there should be like some kind of thing for those people, that so they don't feel ostracized. Okay, well, if you're a gay person, because I have a friend of mine who has a daughter who actually, she had dated like boys, and then I guess she decided that she was gay. And I don't know. It wasn't because she saw something in high school. It's just that she just felt like she was attracted to little girls, other girls in high school, right? So therefore, there should be something to, but it should be first in the household.
Can we kick
But
the
also,
soccer ball
hold
back
on,
to public
hold on.
schools?
But hold on. Let me say this: is that because there's a lot of people that kill themselves over this type of stuff. There's people that have ideations of suicide because they feel like they're in the wrong body and all this other stuff. Like that's where transgender. So we have to also, this is a part of our society now. Now that probably didn't exist back in the 70s. So we have to be able to address the aspect. There's people in our high schools or whatever that might feel like, you know what, I'm in the wrong body. Look down. They might have felt the whole time that they was a female or whatever. And that's a thing. It's not because they're taught this. It's something that they felt within their own self, not because they of a transgender reading a book to them in junior high. I don't believe that junior high and everything should be talking about sex, but they do. I do believe in sexual education when it comes down to STDs and things like that. Once you get into high school, when you begin to like date and things like that, there should be some education about LGBTQ issues. And
And
so,
DJ Genesis, you'll notice when I first came on the panel, literally the first thing I said was, as a lobbyist, I advocated to ban all sexually based content, including heterosexually based content from public schools. The reason I said this is so that when we criticize the LGBTQ plus content that is being disseminated in public schools, we cannot deflect to heterosexuality. Now, the reason that we must focus on banning the LGBTQ plus content from public schools is because right now there is no heterosexual equivalent to the drag queen story times that the LGBTQs are targeting minors with in
but
libraries and public
that should
schools.
not happen. He already agreed earlier that he doesn't believe in that. What I'm okay, and
No,
now when I
what he did was deflected to the heterosexuals. If you would have heard him,
he said that it should be
uh
across
huh.
the board. Period. That's
No,
what he.
that's what I said actually.
No, no,
Actually, I did. I said it should be across the board.
No, you said add the H as in heterosexuality. I'm
That's
listening.
yes.
Right?
I said yes. I said all of those things.
Which was a
I
deflection,
said for
correct?
me,
that's
that's not
not
a deflection.
deflection. He said that including H, that period,
Exactly.
education, when it
So
comes down
just
to
so I'm clear, are there any heterosexual drag queen story hours or any equivalents to that going on right now? No, right? So that's why we're focusing
are
on
there any
banning.
right now?
Go ahead.
They already banned. What are we talking? It's already been banned.
No, actually you're wrong. The
Yeah, you're very
LGBTQ.
wrong.
Yeah, you're wrong. The drag queen story times still exist and are taking place throughout the entirety of the U.S. That's why I
in
cannot
public
allow.
schools.
Well, can I complete the sentence? It'll be brief, and I'll
In
pass the mic
public
right back to
schools,
you.
yes or no? Is that happening in public schools or libraries? 'Cause I
Yes,
know
and in libraries. Yes, both.
I thought that they had stopped that in public schools.
No, in California they're still doing it. I think in Minnesota they're still doing it. In a lot of these liberal states and liberal enclaves, these Democrat enclaves are doing it. So that's why the focal point has to be on banning the LGBTQ plus content because they are targeting our children sexually in ways that we do not see heterosexuals doing. I mean, I'm just being honest. There's no equivalent to LGBTQ plus drag queen.
I'll say this is that
We'll go ahead.
kids, they have a thing called sexual education. So we're not going to pretend that
Exactly.
we don't have sexual education. That in sexual education where they're not talking about birds and bees. Come on now. And then
Was
they
it
talk about STDs and they talk about like
exactly?
all that stuff.
Exactly.
So
Now, how can you equate that to a drag
remove
queen story time? Though,
well,
how can you equate that?
listen. I don't agree. No one agrees on this panel, including this guy right here. He already said
Exactly.
he did not agree with that. That there should not be something like that. But we're talking about sexual education. What I'm saying is that sexual education, all right, should be taught in the home, and if it is taught in school, it would be more about like understanding that there are different like sexual like different you know what I'm saying? There is the LGBTQ.
No, I hear you're talking about what should happen. What I'm talking
completely
about was
remove it.
actually taking place. Was
Right.
actually
We're talking about like the school time. Yes, we all agree that should not be there. There should not be kids being taught stories by transgender to create some kind of tolerance. I don't. We all agreed that. I think even my guest Roy Alexander agreed as well. Right? Correct, Ray.
Yeah, I agree with that. I've been consistent on it. I mean, I
And
feel like,
then he's saying
and
you're
I would
deflected. You haven't
correct.
deflected. Go ahead, Ray.
And I would also I grew up in a pretty conservative military background, and so there's a lot of things that are happening today that did not happen, that were not the case when I was growing up. Was my background relatively conservative? Yes. Is that better? I don't know. I don't know how many drag queen show. I'm in Florida, so you know that's not. I don't know how many there are. I am more concerned about the over sexualization of children, and like in media, I'm more concerned about things like Euphoria, stuff like that. Like who is watching that type of content, right? Because it's that for me has millions of eyes and way more watchers, and that for me that if just to be logical would be more detrimental to children, the sexualization of children and predators. And so,
yes, like movies like Netflix, like Euphoria, probably have more young people watching it.
Euphoria was HBO.
Yeah, but people were watching it.
It wasn't
like,
Netflix.
Or whatever, HBO, Netflix.
I mean, if you go to Netflix, if you go to Netflix, we can name others. We can go to Elite. There's a series of shows that we can go on Netflix that are like, who's supposed to be watching it? Is it supposed to be adults watching children, or is it supposed to be children watching children? So,
Sesame Street got the gay characters on it. Come on now, get out of here. They got like a whole gay person on Sesame Street. So let's stop it. Let's not pretend like that it's only in the schools when we have public access TV, Sesame Street, we have Netflix showing. I mean, you can't watch any show on TV without seeing some level of a homosexual relationship. Even that, I think it was a Disney character, and somehow there was some old gay stuff going on. But here's the thing. So that starts in the household. You know, that's not just only about what's happening in schools. We need to teach this in our house to say, okay, well, this is what this is, and this is what that is. I tell my kids, okay. But the bottom line is that, like, I think at the high school level, you do need to have that conversation because that's when people begin to start dating and having boyfriends or girlfriends and things like that. So yeah, and even somewhat probably in like the 8th grade before they get to high school. But no, not at the elementary school level. There's got to be some level of that conversation being had because gay people are not going to go away, bro. Homosexuality, LGBTQ is not going to go away because we say okay, the drag queens can't teach the kids and read to the kids. When you get to that certain age, you get to like figuring out who you are attracted to and all that stuff, and then that happens. So there needs to be a level of that conversation being had. Sexual education, it is a whole program that teaches about sex and all that stuff in the middle and high school level.
Like I said in the beginning of the program, and then I told you, and I see when I come back that people are speaking on my positions, my policies. Some are against it.
That's across the board, not your policy.
I already spoke about the LGBTQ.
And the only one that speaks about the LGBTQ and knows that this is the thing that's existing, sir. Pam
But if you look at California and you look at
that Pam Mulattoism is speaking on your policy.
If you look at California,
Pam Mulattoism has his own mind, and he came up with his own.
I'm not talking about Pam Mulatto.
No, I'm trying to tell you is that he's the one that brought that conversation up. We were not talking about that. We were talking about Jasmine Crocket. Pam Mulatto.
Right, and if we look at.
And hold on, I don't need you to interrupt me. Hold on, I don't want to put you in the back. Okay, Pam Mulatto.
You can do whatever.
Listen, Pam Mulattoism has his own talking points. He doesn't have to steal from your talking points. He has his own mind and his own thing that he's done within the government and as a lobbyist. So he did not take your talking points, sir. He has his own. He's a lobbyist in Congress.
Why did he drop? What happened? Why did he drop?
No, he had to take him off because
no one said he stole anything. All right, and you know I didn't say that. So as I was saying earlier on in the program,
no one took your talk. First of all, let's stop it. That's someone talking point. Pam Mulatto is his own, and he has his own talking point. No one is using your talking point, sir. Pam Mulatto is a lobbyer in Congress and works for his own thing.
I never said any of that.
Okay, all right, never mind. Go ahead.
So as I was saying, even with if you look, because I'm going to add on to what Pam Mulatto was saying about Minnesota and California. Look at their leaders. Karen Bass got them weird-ass glasses. Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota, got them weird-ass glasses. Pay attention to details. This is the radical left. They're not interested in adults.
Hold on, one moment. Can I ask you a question? Because I guess for me, the question is in both of those instances, right? Gavin Newsom, Karen Bass, whatever. For most of those instances, right? They're relatively popular with their constituents. I have no problem with what Abbott does or what McConnell. Listen, if people want to live in Texas where like your Uber driver can report whatever you're doing and want to be in your bedroom, that's fine. For me, I don't really care. You know what I mean? I feel like you get what you get and you vote for who you vote for. But like, I don't understand why is there such a concentration for people in red states to focus on blue states or blue cities and what they're doing. If people don't want fluoride in the water and they want cavities, that's on them. If people don't want, subsidies or health insurance or don't want to that's on. I believe I will fight for you to have none of those things. But I don't understand why we have to be on this like borderline of a North Korea, South Korea situation where like people can't want better and vote and live in structures where there's better. And if you don't want to live in a blue state or blue city, move to a red desert. And if you don't
like
want
the hell I will.
My thing is, I believe in liberty.
I'm in a blue state, and I may pass away in a blue state. And what? So what? I'm speaking about right now. this topic. No deflection. Jasmine Crocket.
Where was the deflection?
Divine 9. Delta Sigma Theta. No children. Not married. Doesn't care about this country. Only loves illegal immigrants. Money, fraud. I already spoke on these things. This is the problem. Her own constituents aren't following her. However, the GOP, they look at this in war. Yes, let her run. Let her run. She has no chance to influence the GOP members to cross over into Democratic Party. She has no power like that. She has lack of resources, even in her own district. Let her run. She'll be so unsuccessful and underprepared when it comes down to November 2026, when our senators will take everything over. We don't want this guy, Talarico, to use his charismatic charm to sway switch-hitting Republicans who may go over and cross over to Democrats. Jasmine Crocket is not a threat. Let her run. That was the beginning of the premises. And I spoke on this, and then DJ Genesis said, what about all black women? It is not about identity politics over here. It's about strength and weaknesses. Jasmine Crocket, in her defense, has cracks and weaknesses, several. That's why they want her to run.
Can I ask you a question? Can I honestly, God, am interested in the conversation, right? And so I honestly, God, kind of wanted to know your mindset, and I respect your opinions, and you know what I mean. But so, what is your take on Project 2025 and stuff like that? I don't know if you consider yourself a man of color or anything of that nature, but if you're in support of initiatives and policies that will ultimately come to bite people of color, women, anyone who's not a rich Caucasian Christian male, ultimately, if that's the ultimate goal, ultimate plan, where do you see yourself falling within that plan in your community or your kids, stuff like that of that nature? And that's an honest question, right?
That's a great question.
Because I don't really focus on the social issues. I'm not falling into the cultural war type of stuff. I'm a social economic guy. And as long as everyone can eat, generally the temperature tends to cool down. But when resources become scarce, that's when we start to have these fissures and these divisions, and things start to get nasty, which hurts more vulnerable populations as resources become more scarce. So my question to you is, where do you see yourself falling if the GOP is successful and stuff like that, and Project 25 is underway? I'm going to separate the GOP from Project 25 because I'm not saying all Republicans, you know what I mean? I'm not saying this is a Mitt Romney, this is not a McCain, a Nikki Haley, but who's in control of the party is more in the Miller wing. So where do you see yourself falling within their ideology of that?
That's a great question for the man in the high castle to answer. Thank you, sir. I'm neither Democrat nor Republican. I'm the man in the high castle. In the nearby dystopian future, the man in the high castle is more into Project 2030. And if you're not aware of Project 2030, then you know nothing about anything right now. We are already past Project 2025. It's already come to fruition in so many degrees. Successfully. Are you aware in 2017, the crystal ball orb in Saudi Arabia, where all hands of these world dignitaries had their hands on the glowing orb. Do you know what that was about? Do you remember?
No,
See, I think.
I focus because my work. I do a lot of community
Do
work.
you remember that
I
picture
focus
of the
on.
glowing? Do you remember the picture of the glowing orb with the world dignitaries
No,
in
I can.
Saudi Arabia?
No, and I can tell you why. A lot of my work.
Wow.
A lot of my work is on community. Is on getting access to Americans to healthcare. So I do a lot of community service, and I do a lot of like medicine with in regards to like public health, and I'm in school. So I focus on the best helping my community and my people best way I can.
Gotcha. And who are your people?
My community, the people who live here. I talk to all my neighbors. I make sure that we know
Americans.
Well, yeah, that would be all the residents within my area.
Okay. Well, Project 2030, that should be taken in consideration. And the greatest president, Donald J. Trump, he had his hands on the glowing orb, if you don't remember. And he was with a few other world dignitaries. So that's just a simple Google search. Now, if you're not ready to discuss how you have survived Project 2025, have you? Are you okay? Is your family okay?
I don't judge. So I was able to pull myself up from the like I said, I have different resources that I know.
Are you fine, sir? Is your family fine? Your household?
My direct household, we are fine, but I have a very strong community and we help each other here.
Is your household, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. And likewise. Okay. We're not promised tomorrow, none of us. However, we have a lot of things going on. Project 2025 has come to fruition.
I have one question. Do you have because you're saying there's like some kind of a image of everybody putting their hand on an orb called Project 2030, and this.
I didn't say it was I want to be clear on this.
Were there real people putting their hand on an orb?
Yes.
Okay, so can you send the link to that, please?
All I could do is just I can give you the keywords: Trump, President Trump, glowing orb, and this happened. Even the country singer Keith Toby, he was singing during this whole extravaganza out there in Saudi Arabia. Project 2030, they also call it Saudi Vision. All right. See, in 2026, the smart city of Neom, Noem, will be opened. Exactly. And you see, Malak, this is how do we all forget these things? Okay, so if you understand about Project 2030.
What is the okay, so what is this? Okay.
Now,
an image of Donald Trump with his hands placing over a glowing white orb alongside Saudi King Salman and Egyptian President Abdul Fattah al-Sisi is lighting up social media. On Sunday, the leaders inaugurated a new center in Riyadh aimed at combating extremist ideology. So he arrived. So there's like this whole thing of this, right? This orb, right? It's not a satanic ritual. Okay.
I'm never saying any of that. I'm not saying
that. I'm trying to understand, okay, what is the meaning behind it? Okay.
So as I mentioned now with Project 2030, which a lot of DNC and a lot of GOP followers,
so what is the
subscribers, they don't they a lot of people because of the news feed, they're all focused on Project 2025. All right, Project 2030, which is the UN. All you have to go is on the UN. It's a UN, United Nations type of thing. You'll really will be like, wow, what's going on? So the smart city of Neom, which is going to be in Saudi Arabia, will open up, I believe, second quarter 2026. NOEM, the smart city of Neom.
Okay, so let's go into that. All right, so we have a person.
You want to know about AI and all this stuff? All this, y'all haven't seen nothing yet. So what I said before earlier, about 2 weeks ago, I said, listen, what's really about to go down, the man in the high castle is not trying to fearmonger. It's just putting people on course. Quit allowing the media to blow smoke up our asses.
Okay, let's go. Agenda 2030. So this is
This is Agenda 2030 for people who don't know, because you brought that up a few times.
Okay. Well, Agenda 2030 is a global governance model that assumes that all problems are global and therefore all solutions need to be global. And that means that there needs to be global governance, a global kind of parent company over planet Earth that controls all the subsidiaries under them. So if you think of a parent company, I once worked for an ad agency. So they had WPP was the parent company, and it owned Ogilvy and McCann and Young and Rubicam and everyone else. It owned all the
If you could pause that real quick. Sorry.
For business.
No, because you had a chance to explain it, and you
I want to answer.
No, listen,
what is going on here? And that's kind of what we're dealing with. Agenda 2030 has 7.
So here's the thing. Now, men in the high castle, when I ask you to bring something up, right, and explain what it is, you tell me.
I have no problem with what you brought on. I have no problem.
Okay, well then I'm bringing it up, and now they're explaining it because you didn't want to bring up.
There was a question in the audience. A good question.
Well, we will get to that question. We're going to go to this first.
Thank you.
All right. So, all right.
Sustainable development goals. They are sustainable for their model, for their global governance model. All of them have things like no more poverty, everyone has an ID, there's a world banking system, all of that.
So the opposite of all that's true.
It is all digital.
Right.
And it all includes a digital ID. A lot of people know that Bill Gates and others are behind that. Of course, all of our tech firms, basically in America, have come out of DARPA and the Department of Defense and have contracts to track and trace, surveil us. They did way before the Twitter files were revealed. This comes out of the Patriot Act, like everything else that has destroyed our country in terms of surveillance and being a police state. But on top of that, so Agenda 2030, they put all these things in there, and they're all sustainable goals. But I will tell you the end goal is, and what you need to ask is, well, who's enforcing these? Who enforces Agenda 2030? And then you see that they have a pact. The UN and World Economic Forum are one and the same. It's called the Great Reset to them. It's called Our Common Agenda at the UN. It's called Global Governance. And if you go on any of the websites of the Octopus of Global Control's tentacles, that's every one of them, including all the way up to the Bank of International Settlements, and you put in Agenda 2030, they all have an Agenda 2030, including the Vatican, including NATO, including, because NATO is really the one world military. You know, they want the central bank digital currency, which will be global, not American. It will be run through the IMF. They do not hide this. And what they will require of all of us is to have a digital ID that includes our climate tracking and tracing, includes our vaccine passport, and they did a run through with the vaccine passport. It will include all of our spending. We will have the concept of taxes will be immediate. It will include a social credit score, like in China, being built. It will include also. The other thing that it will include is travel and anything that you're using that takes up energy, kind of they call it, what do they call it? Climate trace. So they have all these things in play, and they've all been pushing through the UN and World Economic Forum a global digital ID, global wallet they call it, and that you will not be able to function.
It's the same thing as you know what? Do you know that I was in the military, right? The military ID, on your ID had your medical records, it had everything on it. Okay. Your actual ID, there's a barcode on the back of it. It has everything on it. If you get like in an accident, they can scan your ID, they got your full medical records. This is something that existed in the military back when I was in 1990, like fucking 9 in the military. They initially started it with us. Okay. So this whole like thing, there's nothing new that is happening. More and more, they're beginning to like make it more and more and more and more and more and more. So they started off with, that's the thing. We don't buy stuff with money anymore. We buy things with cards, debit cards, all this sort of stuff. Remember the New World Order, right? Oh, they're gonna like put a thing on your arm and you're gonna like to scan it and it's gonna like to. Well, the first part of that is your credit card. That was the beginning of it. Okay, so this has like been a slow thing that has been growing to happen. I don't. So that this is like okay. All right. That this has been happening. This is nothing new. It's been happening over time. They're going to eventually have a social credit card. That's what they showed on Netflix on Mirror, what's it called? Something Mirror, whatever they have, Black Mirror. So this is nothing new, but okay. But they're saying that they're getting closer to making it even more clamped down with the AI and the advent of AI.
Function in their plan on planet Earth, unless you have that global wallet, and that's a track and trace surveillance system that's connected to the satellites. And basically, we are
satellites. First of all, satellites, bro. Listen, satellites is bullshit. Okay, I don't believe there's even really even. There might be some satellites out there, but they ain't. Listen, all this stuff is being done through like fiber optics. They don't even need satellites. They have cameras everywhere. I mean, this ain't nothing new. They've had movies about this. Tom Cruise did a whole. What was that called? The Eagle Eye. You know. Eagle Eye, and the whole thing was about like the AI telling like people to like go do this, go do that, whatever.
He wasn't in Eagle Eye.
It was an Eagle Eye.
He wasn't in Eagle Eye.
Or whoever the person, whatever the Eagle Eye was, the first movie that was that showed the whole thing of pretty much like cloud video, like this surveillance situation, and they were able to like trace you down, all this stuff. It's been in the movies. It's been already. Like, this is nothing new. Project 2030. Okay, they're going to be a Minority Report. Yep. Minority Report was more about like aliens doing it. There's like some alien that's able
No, that's not what Minority Report was about.
Minority Report was the aliens were able to tell you whether or not you were going to commit a crime based on. But it was alien-based technology. They tried to like make it like there was an alien hooked up to a machine, but that was the Hollywood aspect that there's no alien that needs to be hooked up to no machine. The machines do it themselves. But yeah. So bottom line is like all this stuff. Yeah. Also, Vanilla Sky. Vanilla Sky also had the thing back in 1990. I think they had a movie called Vanilla Sky.
Right, the 12 doors. I like to answer a question that there was a good question in the audience.
Mm-hmm.
There's a question, if you could pull it up about Oracle.
Okay, Oracle.
And I like to cook on that. And I think you can cook a little bit too because you're into software. The man in the high castle is just an ordinary American. And I'm not alone. However, I will try to interpret this question.
I can't even find. I don't know Oracle.
There's a question that says, "Wow, don't see it any longer." But it asked about what I thought about Oracle, and Oracle, as you see right now, and they use the abbreviation, the stock ticker symbol. They use ORLC or ORCL. And yes, it's been in the media for a while. But what I remember about Oracle is this. When we're dealing with coding, Python, Java, Oracle's that one. And from what I see is that Oracle is going to be
Oracle's Java, by the way. That's all Oracle is.
I just said that. Didn't I just say that?
Not Python. Oracle is Java.
And Python.
Oracle is Java.
And Python. Is this being looked up or something?
You said you're cooking. Go ahead and cook.
Okay, thank you. So, getting back to what's going on in the very near future. Digital firewalls. All right. And so let's get back to what she just mentioned about vaccine passports. Tesla has always been interested in vaccine passports. Tesla is not just a car company, it's a technology company. And they have always worked with this company out in Germany called CureVac. CureVac is the one that would make the vaccine passports with Tesla. CureVac has this vaccine printer. Yes, a vaccine printer. I didn't say 3D printer, vaccine printer, CureVac. These things are going to be more and more utilized. Just remember, in May of this year, 2020-25, regular drivers, commercial driver license were downgraded. Yes, they're still valid. However, the Real ID Act, the Real ID is mandatory. We need to understand that Minority Report, the war of worlds, all that stuff from H.G. Wells was written in the 1920s and 30s. We have to understand that 1984 was published in 1948. We are in a time where, remember, the stylists during the pandemic and lockdowns, that was trying to upgrade over the pencil and the pen. We are in a time where everything is going to be digitalized. Remember Sandra Bullock in Demolition Man 1993, where they had intercourse, they were using headsets. Remember the cops, they were all DEI and weird. Remember Taco Bell, that was in that time, in that dystopian future, it was a luxury restaurant. We are moving towards that. We're moving towards flying taxis. We're moving towards singularity. If you look at the mark of the beast in the Bible, it's not some computer chip. It's your smart device that's in your hands. The Neuralink. Once the one in the Vatican, supposedly puts it in. Now they can speak to everybody in one tongue. Everybody, all languages. It's coming into fruition. The World Cup 2026, going to be held in Los Angeles. A lot of cleaning up in Los Angeles needs to be done. People are underestimating this mass deportation. It's just beginning. Have your documents ready. Quit harboring illegal immigrants in your household.
Who is harboring illegal immigrants in their house?
I'm not saying you. See, there was judges who were harboring illegal immigrants in their household. Remember that. There was judges.
But see, all this stuff is fear mongering.
This is not fear mongering. This is delightful.
No, you know what? I can show you something even more deeper about what you're saying. You're talking
it's not
about
even delight. It's not scary.
No,
it's not fear mongering. It's not fear mongering. It's delightful. It's delightful.
Who is delightful? And to other people,
we're on the precipice. We're on the precipice.
If they're married to a person
DJ Genesis, let me cook a little bit. We are on, and excuse me too.
Right, but you just can't listen.
When I said excuse me, I mean thank you for allowing me to speak on your program.
Speak, but I'm just saying that. Hold on. Here's the thing. Listen. Stop. Don't do that. I'm trying to tell you is that it's not just about like this with America. This stuff that you're talking about is global. You're saying about illegal and this, that, and the other. That's bullshit. America stuff. That is just to keep us numb. But let me tell you, if you really want to get into like some real shit, some real stuff, and
this is a DNC tactic right here, everybody.
Let's get past American politics. Because listen, you're saying that I'm a Democratic national talking point, but I told you I'm a Democrat. I'm a globalist. I believe in global economy.
You're a globalist?
Yes,
you heard that, guys.
I'm gonna tell you what. Listen, they have a thing right here called telomere. Right here, I'm gonna show you right here. That actually can make you live longer, and it was owned by a black guy. He got killed just recently. He died, or I don't know how he died. But this actually, they figured out how to take the telomeres in your DNA and stretch them out so you live past the average age group. And the actual owner of this company, Telomere Pharmaceuticals, just died, I think, like a couple of weeks ago. Black guy. So I'm trying to tell you is that, like I'm saying, is that we're see when you're saying all this stuff is going on, you're telling us, oh well, we need to like even more be tighter. Don't do this. Get more closer. Okay, get into your household. Don't leave the house. I'm saying,
none of this.
Take your ass. Listen, take your ass to Japan, China, all this, because it's gonna be a time frame where you're not fixing to be able to do that unless you are a certain person. But right now, when you can, go ahead and try to like open up business and be a global mindset, global business mindset. Don't be just a fucking social security number. Take your tax ID, become a tax ID number, become a business. Go outside the country and open up business all around the world. Don't just be only America minded in your operations, because when things go down, you do not want to be only centralized in America, because things are going to be going down to where whatever's going on here, they tighten it up. Yeah, they tighten up the borders, they tighten up shit, but it ain't tighten up for everybody. Only us, only the niggas. They tighten it up for listen, white people are not tightening up. They expanding. They're going out to different countries. They're buying land.
There you go again.
Christian church. They're using the church to actually go in the missionary missions and all these different things, going over different places, buying land. Here we go again. What? You know what?
So,
some of the biggest Pan-Africanists in our world is white Christian churches.
You're the one bringing up the race.
No, I'm trying to tell you is that these white Christians, listen, white Christians are the biggest Pan-Africans there is because they will open up churches. They will open up churches. No, globalists. They will have missionary stuff all throughout the whole world. We're the only ones saying we don't need to leave here to do this and do that. I'm gonna stay right here. I don't need to leave my house. I got everything I need. I got my
I'm not saying any of that.
my visor. I can like watch things and what's this shit called? The virtual
You tell
reality
me.
visor. I'll play my Xbox and my PlayStation and talk to people. I'll do this and I will not leave my house. You're talking about like don't
You're
bring
saying that. I'm not saying any of this.
listen, I didn't say you listen, did I say you was? I'm saying yes, I am saying
You
it.
keep on saying I'm.
Why are you telling everybody I'm saying it when they can hear my voice saying it? Why listen, this guy say you're saying it. I didn't say I'm saying yes, I'm saying it. Yes, I'm saying it. I don't need you to like point out that I'm saying it. I'm saying it, yes. But all this like, oh, well, watch out. Stop be having. It's not. It's about to be. Ooh, honey, they've been doing that ooh since like the 1990s. It's about to be. Honey, I read 1984 in high school, sir. What about the tripods, White Mountains? What about the tripods, right? White Mountains. We saw. Oh Lord, there's like aliens coming, and they have the tripods, and every certain amount of time they bring up people, and they do like some kind of thing, and whatever. Honey, I read all them crazy ass like science fiction books. I love science fiction. That's all I watch is science fiction. But I'm saying we're not gonna sit here and pretend. Yeah, this has been a slow roll into this, but it is what it is. What you gonna do? What you fixing to do about it? You ain't gonna change it. You know. So what are we? So now we're gonna be afraid of it. It is gonna happen. You know, it might be in my lifetime. It might not be. But you know what? Live your life, enjoy your life, and enjoy your family. Don't sit up here and be afraid of a 2025 or a 2030 or 2052 resolution. Because everything they even said what Trump was fixing to do, what he about to do, some of that stuff did not actually happen exactly the way we don't listen. All that fear and whatever is bullshit. Now, everything I said about the immigrants is happening. No, you know what I'm saying? They are really doing that shit. But go ahead. All right, go ahead. You want to tell everybody about the
Right. So as I was saying, Project 2030, the agenda is not fear mongering. It's a delightful situation. We are on the precipice to being forever young. Forever young, I want to be. Just remember that. We're on the precipice.
That's what I said about the telomeres.
Great. And I was thinking like when you brought that up, I was like, darn it. She was clicking, but she clicked it way before I even got to spit it out.
Yeah,
so thank you. And so as I was even saying before, I said, thank you for letting me come up on this program. Stop allowing people to touch your heart and get so emotional.
Hey, listen.
What's wrong with you?
Ain't nothing wrong with me. I am
Act like you have some money then.
What?
You got it, right? She got it. She got it.
I'm gonna say,
so act like that. Behave like that.
I don't have to behave. I'm gonna be who I am. I'm gonna be who I am.
Right.
Listen, there's a reason why you come to my panel. Whatever the reason is,
to get the frequency across. The man in the high castle saw your low views, and he utilized that to get the frequency across. Grow this channel. He encourages that to get the frequency across, the right message, the right information. 2026, DJ Genesis is hitting 40K in her live chats. That's the estimate goal. You want to be like, oh, someone trying to keep me down. Fuck all that bullshit. I don't even believe what you're saying. You heard what I said.
No, the only reason for my low
You
views.
heard what I said.
No, the reason for my low views is because I covered.
I don't give a fuck. That's the goals now. 2000.
I get it, but I'm saying is that because everybody want to like say my low views, but
because no one liked your content.
That's not the truth. It was my content. Listen, my content. Listen, we're not fixing to just completely lie about what I've been doing. Okay. So when the first time I got attacked is that I like covered a video, and then that so I've gotten several strikes on my channel, and shouts out, thank God my channel's still here. Other people's their channel are gone, but I've gotten several strikes. So that's the reason why my views went low. So whenever YouTube give you a strike, I got a strike right now. They also toggle your views. So let's be real about what's going on here. I got a strike. Right now, I gotta wait until January. The strike will be up, and then they will open it up again. But if you don't have a YouTube channel, you don't know that when you get a strike, they don't necessarily open up the floodgates. But my stuff was like on its way up until I got that strike, and this happened several times, and I had to like refactor my stuff and do this. So let's not pretend like you are the one. The only thing that's like doing is like, no, bro. My stuff was going up, and then I got a strike, and that's what happened. So let's go. All right, there you go.
Again, read your comments. Read your own mod. What he just said, Saleya.
And I was letting you build.
Just read his comment. Just read his comment.
Listen, I read his comment. You kind of stopped his build, and I was letting you go. But you can't like attack me at the same time as like
no one's attacking you.
Don't try to.
That's what I just said.
No, you said some stuff like, "Oh,
someone." No, I'm not. And you keep doing it.
It's like, "Oh, you had no views, and I came."
No one is attacking.
No, you don't.
You're attacking yourself,
sir. You don't understand how people don't have no control over like they say stuff. They don't have no control. Like, bro, like. Don't just, you're on my channel, sir. You don't get to just say whatever you want to say. Like you say like, sir, at several points I was going up, and then something would happen, and then it would go down. So that's what happened. In this case, yes, you know what I'm saying? We you know, you come up here, whatever, you give the alternate view on what I'm doing. But please don't make it seem like I'm not over here busting my ass every day. It's 4 hours I've been on this channel. Today. The other day I was up here for 8. Like, don't like discount my time and the effort I put in, bro. Stop it.
Again, this is your channel, and I just said I thanked you beforehand. However, what's going on? What's going on, everybody? What is going on is this.
Let's move forward.
Yes, and what is going on is this. What is going on is this.
Right.
It's called, what is going on is this. What is going on is this.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Again, for the 16th time, thank you. ITE. ITE is illusory truth effect. That's what's going on here. ITE, illusory truth effect. It's a real thing. And I'm telling you, when people are presented with information, say for instance, your doctor says, take 2 of these and you'll be fine in the morning. People believe that. But when they really come across the truth of hey, it's a lie. It's a pump fake. Drinking orange juice because you have a flu doesn't make your flu go away. So when you're presented with real, credible information, the truth of it, It instructs fear in people's hearts. But I was told this. This is called ITE, illusory truth effect. The old paradigm is shifting into the new, and people are scared. People are scared. You can hear it in their voice. That's why they're stuttering. You haven't seen nothing yet in 2026. Buckle up. Lower crime. How is that going to be? You saw the people in Tennessee. They were like, come, Trump. Come on. We need you. We need you here too, Trump. You would have never believed it. My kids could play outdoors again. Man, people need to wake up of what's really going on. There's some great things going on, but you're out here fear-mongering. A lot of these talking heads are fear-mongering. Why? Because of ITE, illusory truth effect. The golden age is here. Common sense is back. Let's love America. Our ancestors didn't run from this country. They didn't flee. They fought. Stick with it. You can invest into these companies. Look at Jeff Bezos' portfolio, what he really invests in. He invests in about like 4 or 5 things. His own company, SpaceX, Blue Origin, real estate on a global level. Look at these people. Look at what Berkshire Hathaway, Warren Buffett invest in. All of his things are basically in America. But I keep on hearing this fear mongering. Oh, the market's gonna tip. It's a crash. I've been hearing this all year from fear mongering DNCs. Let's stop it. The money is here in the United States. Don't trick people into moving your seat so they lose their seat. It's time to have national pride again. Is it better to send our offspring to college or maybe encourage them to, hey, join the military, the Space Guild that's coming up? What's wrong with people? I love my brothers and sisters, of course, but a lot of folks in America, they have self-hate for their own brothers and sisters in all demographics. I'm finished. God bless America.
So when I said I have a globalist mindset, you said, okay, you guys see what you're saying? See what
you know what a globalist is?
I said a globalist mindset. What is a globalist in your mind?
Exactly. It's like it's not the right word to be using. I just have a global mindset, not a globalist. Man, do you know what a globalist is? It's like internationalist. These could be politically.
So you're talking about politics. I'm talking about
right.
A globalist mindset or global mindset is the ability to understand, appreciate, and effectively navigate diverse cultures and international complexity, seeing the world through a wide lens that recognizes interconnectedness and different perspectives beyond one's own culture, fostering adaptability and global cooperation for positive impact. It involves intellectual curiosity, cultural empathy, cognitive complexity, and adaptability, enabling leaders and individuals to make decisions considering global implications and work effectively across borders, balancing local practices with global standards. Intellectual capital, global savvy, cosmopolitan outlook, cognitive complexity to understand different systems, cultures, and markets. Psychological capital, passion for diversity, openness to new experiences, curiosity, self-assurance, and resilience. Social capital, intercultural empathy, strong diplomatic skills, effective communication, and ability to build relationships across cultures.
You're always using the N word. What are you talking about?
I didn't say
this
the
is
N-
not you.
The N word? What?
You're always using the N word. You're always talking about how people are stupid. So
Man,
how are you a globalist mindset person?
everything I talk about on this
Where
channel.
would you move? Where would you move outside the United States? What would you recommend?
And China, I would go to like South America. I would go to certain aspects of South America, Colombia, Costa Rica. I would go into Africa. I would go to aspects of Tanzania. I mean, I would go. I don't have a. I would go to different. I would travel. I wouldn't just go into
To
one.
live.
I would
one place.
I don't. There's no one place. I would go. I would travel. I would live in America and then travel around the globe and do business around the globe.
Red flags or how come some people just will not get it?
What
Too
part
much
don't you
traveling, diversity, and
what?
higher education.
What?
No one's attracted to that. They're only going to eat off of your money. They're never going to try to encourage you to achieve these goals.
No, listen. That's the reason why we're behind.
No one's attracted to that.
That is why you're behind a person that thinks like that.
No one is attracted to that.
Who gives a fuck what anybody's attracted to, bro?
They'll only eat off of you.
So what? How many people eat off of Amazon? How many people eat off of Temu? How many people eat off?
I'm talking about an individual person.
No, I'm a corporation, sweetheart. I'm not an individual.
You're a corporation.
So
what country in Asia is the most successful right now? Just one.
The most successful? What country? Taiwan?
No, Singapore.
Singapore. Okay.
Always.
I knew I was.
That's our American ally.
Are they Are they over here in America? Or would you say to go over to Singapore?
Zero crime. Just think about zero crime. They don't play that.
What are you talking about,
Their economy's always exactly. But you're talking about going to China?
What's wrong with going to China?
Going to Japan?
Yeah, I would go to Japan. Yeah.
Okay.
Why wouldn't I? That's crazy. Like, what do you?
Why would? Do you know what's going on with their economy?
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
I would go to India. I would go to Nigeria. I would go to India.
Live.
Yeah. The worst. No, I didn't say to live. I said to do business. I would go to all those countries to do business. Yes, absolutely. I go to Dubai
to do business. Doing what? I want to encourage you. Where's the visual board?
Listen, I'm a software engineer. Like, sir, I could do business in any country in the world.
How come you can't just do it here?
I am doing it here. What do you mean?
So why would you need to go over there to do it over there?
Because I want to expand my business.
How come you're not teaching young kids who look like you?
Ask Bill Gates why doesn't he just do it here?
How come you don't teach young kids how to fix computers and rebuild them and build their own right here?
My business model is not of a teacher. It's of a software engineering corporation. So
right.
Yeah.
And there you have it, America. You heard it first. Hit the like button, share, and subscribe.
It might be an international.
The American man,
and
the one and only, yours truly.
While I deliver my speech and take you on my journey. My journey begins in Moscow, Russia, where I was growing up on the outskirts of the city with a big dream. My dream was to travel the world, to explore, to learn about other cultures. Growing up in the 80s in Russia at the time of big change from communism to a different political structure, it was a far-fetched dream. Until one day my dream came true. 18 years ago, my family went on a big adventure. We moved from Moscow to New York and arrived at JFK Airport. I remember that moment like it was yesterday. I was so excited, eager to learn about new culture, learn a new language, connect to people around me. I couldn't wait to see what's next. So what came next is a couple of years later, I found myself at JFK Airport once again. On that day, I felt defeated. I felt like I don't fit in US, and I really wanted to go home to Russia. So I held in my hand one-way ticket, New York, Moscow, and I had every intent to go on a flight that day until my flight was delayed by an hour. And I started people watching. And if you've ever been to JFK Airport, it's a melting pot. There's a lot of people from all parts of the world traveling through or starting their flight from JFK.
Let me see this. Let me just say this, okay? Now, this is like the perspective from a person coming into America, right? Now, these people that are in Europe or in Africa or in all these different countries have no problem going to Europe, going to Spain, going to China, going to Japan, going to Africa, going to America. We're the only ones that are stuck here and afraid to leave we don't want to go outside of this country. I get it. It's a not country, but continent. We don't want to leave the continent. But everybody else don't have a problem. We are afraid to leave and go to other places. I met a guy on a date thing, and he was saying, nah, he don't even want to leave the state. He don't even go outside. I mean, like, bro, like it's people in this world over here in America. I swear to God, they don't want to go nowhere. They want to stay here. And then you have a person that I just like talk to, like he's just like, you know what? Why wouldn't you just do this and do this and bro, I could do it all over. Like people like Oprah Winfrey. I'm sure she has schools here, but she also has schools in Africa. She has schools everywhere. She does whatever, like global. People that are business minded do not only think about doing business in America. But this whole live was not even about. I got like sidetracked. I allowed him to sidetrack me. That's going to be a whole nother. I'm gonna continue this part about globalism and about having a global business mindset on a whole nother chat. Let me get back to Jasmine Crocket because I got sidetracked. This whole conversation was about Jasmine Crocket. Somehow it got into my mind and how I think about business. Yes, I believe in the global business, but I believe in like not just only doing business here. I want my business to be all around the world. That makes way more money than only like relying on American dollars. So
I already heard it before you even got here. Yes, it is true. I am running to become your next United States Senator from the state of Texas. I honestly can't put into words what it means to me. You see, a lot of people think that making decisions like this, you take them lightly. I'm here to tell you that I understand that there's a responsibility. I'm not reading from my script, so they're about to be confused. There's a responsibility that lies with all of us, especially in this moment. There are a lot of people that said, you got to stay in the house. We need our voice. We need you there. And I understand. But what we need is for me to have a bigger voice. What we need is not only a voice, but we need to make sure that we are going to stop all the hell that is raining down on all of our people. So over the last couple of months, I've been thinking about our future. Where do we go from here? And obviously, I've been thinking about Texas. I thought about my classmates from law school. One is standing right up front, Mr. Anthony Farmer. I thought about the big dreams we all had, fighting for justice in the courtroom, starting our own businesses, buying a home, starting families. If you think about it, our dreams were the American dream. Opportunities for those who work hard, home ownership, jobs, entrepreneurship, and security. And that time we were headed into the Great Recession. I took a job in East Texas for a pretty well-known family-owned law firm. I began doing class action defense work. And honestly, I wondered if I'd made a mistake. I wondered if that was really what I was supposed to be doing. It just so happened that they had just started a new public defender's office in rural East Texas. And so I decided that I would join that public defender's office. I joined it because I believed everybody deserved a voice in the courtroom. Even if they couldn't afford an attorney, one would be provided to them, and that attorney was me. I loved being a courtroom warrior. I got some judges here. They probably can't identify themselves, but nevertheless, I loved being in the courtroom. You know, I never thought that I would run for office, but some people are able to inspire others as they walk their own path. As a 27-year-old public defender walking in her path, there was someone who came along and inspired me. There was this charismatic, funny, intelligent, and exciting young candidate with a funny name who just got into the US Senate and was running for president. Many doubted if this country was ready, while others, well, we got to work and kept hope alive. We didn't focus on the naysayers. We didn't get distracted by any pollsters. We remained laser focused on getting the person who was best for the job into the seat. We didn't let history diminish our hope in what was possible. We ignored that the devil on our shoulder that sometimes tries to tell us your vote doesn't matter. The country's not ready. He can't win. And responded with that timeless American creed. Yes, we can. Yes, I'm talking about President Barack Obama. How many no's do you think he heard before he got a yes? No, you can't win. No, the country's not ready for a Black president. No, a Black man can't get elected. No, your middle name is Hussein. No, you can't beat the Clinton machine. But every time they told him no, he looked them right in the eyes and he told them yes. He said, yes, we can. Yes, we can deliver on health care. Yes, we can enshrine equal rights. Yes, we can bring jobs back to America, create opportunities for all. And yes, we can save the economy after a Republican president sends it into the gutter. People ran lies, rumors, and tried to poke holes in everything about Obama, from his faith to his heritage. Falsehoods about his daddy, mistruths about his mama. There was even a question about his birth certificate. But he didn't let any of that get in his way. He worked and worked and worked to inspire and instill a sense of hope. And man, do I remember. I remember hoping. Now, I don't know if I really believed, but I knew that we had to try. I knew that we had the power. He turned those no, you can'ts into yes, we cans. Yes, we deserve better. Yes, we will dig deep. Yes, we can. Back then, as the housing bubble burst and the economy crashed, I saw everyone around me struggling. I saw a system that ignored them and legal system that failed them. Then I remembered Obama's words. Change will not come if we wait for some other person or some other time. We are the ones we've been waiting for. We are the change that we seek. So many of you don't know, but I was 28 by now. And I decided that I was going to run to become the Bowie County Democratic Party chair. I was elected as the youngest Black Democratic Party chair in the history of Texas. Later, I moved to Dallas, and frustrated by the broken laws on our books, I ran for the Texas House of Representatives to be that agent of change. I took on the establishment, ran against an incumbent, and there were folks in my ear, that devil on my shoulder, that said I could not win. I was being outspent 5-1. And even those that said I had to be less of myself, I tuned that noise out. And even though I was outspent, I was never outworked. When I look across this room, I see folks who knocked on doors for me back then in 2020. I see people who believed in me before any viral moments. I see people who believed that I could and would be different. I see the people that locked arm with me. Some of those elected officials that went out on a limb and endorsed me when nobody else would. You see, I didn't get anywhere on my own. Every step of the way has been with you. The people who have fueled this fire. You've chipped in your hard-earned money. Hey, donors, because I see some of y'all too. You put in the sweat equity under the hot Texas sun, knocking on doors, putting out signs. You've driven your neighbors to the polls, dragged your coworkers to go vote. You're the ones who walk your precincts, register thousands of voters, and you're the ones who flip seats across the state at every level. When Texas turns blue, it won't be because of any one candidate, but because of each and every one of you doing your part. Turning Texas blue is what I want to talk to y'all about today. Now, there are those that say, ain't no way, we done tried it 50 kinds of ways. Let me be clear, y'all ain't never tried it the JC way. We used to telling us what I can't do, but they have no idea what Crockett's crew will do. And so I just want to be clear for all the haters in the back, listen up real loud. We gonna get this thing done. So they tell us that Texas is red. They are lying. We're not. The reality is that most Texans don't get out to vote. The reality is that the people that I used to work with in the Texas House did everything that they could to make sure that they could suppress voices. If we were so red, they wouldn't be so pressed. Let me be clear. The reason that the governor always got time to call out my name is because he understands that I know how to speak to everybody, not just some folk. There are folks who feel like their vote doesn't matter and that nothing will change or that candidates don't speak to them. And honestly, I can't blame them. But I'm here to address those Texans specifically who feel as their vote doesn't matter. Let me tell you it does. Earlier, I talked about my first race for state representative, and I talked about the fact that I was outspent 5-1. They had the money, but I had the people. When the first batch of votes came out, I was down by 700 votes. I told my team it was over. Carmen, who's right up front, rushes down and says, no, we about to go to elections. I said, y'all, it's over. We've been voting for 3 weeks and we down by 700. We ain't coming back. Around 10 o'clock, somehow somebody said, Rep, you only down, well, I wasn't Rep then. You only down by 50 votes. I said, oh, we getting good. We getting good. I said, now y'all tell me what's still out. Is anything out? Are we done? Because it was getting late. And they said, MLK is still out. I said, oh. I said, if anybody came through for me, it was going to be MLK. And when I tell y'all, when the votes were counted, I had won by 90 votes. Out of 10,000 votes that were cast, I won by 90. It was the closest state house race in the entire state of Texas that year. Do you know where those votes came from? They came from the mom who organized the entire neighborhood to go vote because she knew I would fight like hell for her daughter. It came from the retired firefighter who talked to each and every one of his or her neighbors in the senior homes and the people that they lived around. It came from everywhere. It came from the churches. It came from home healthcare workers who ran across the street to vote at the library during their lunch break. It came from citizens who hadn't voted in years, but went to cast their ballots because they believed that I would bring a new generation of servant leadership to the government of the people, by the people, for the people. Each and every one of those votes made up the 90 votes we needed to bring change. And I'm gonna add this. It even came from unhoused folk. See, what y'all don't understand is that people like to devalue certain people, but the only place that equalizes us is at the ballot box. So I don't ever want anybody, no matter what your socioeconomic background is, to believe that you don't matter or you don't count, because the time that you count is when you are at the ballot box. A single grain of rice can tip the scales. Every single vote counts, and that couldn't be truer in the United States Senate. It was a single vote in the United States Senate that saved the Affordable Care Act, that saved millions of Americans' health care coverage. That vote was cast by John McCain, who showed bravery and honored his oath of service. Yeah, clap it up. He bucked his party's president to do what was right for his constituents. Sadly enough, we all know that Senator John Cornyn does not have the guts to stand up to Trump. But I can tell y'all who does. I do. Cornyn carries on with business as usual while small businesses across Texas take the hit from Trump's tariffs. Well, I'm done with politics as usual. I'm done with going along to get along and it gets us nowhere. I'm done watching rural hospitals and public schools close their doors. I'm done watching parents be afraid to send their kids to school or the mall or the movies because Republicans have flooded our streets with guns. I'm done with the senators sitting around doing nothing while Trump takes your hard-earned money, skims your Social Security, slashes Medicare, and gives tax breaks to billionaires. I'm done. I'm done watching the American dream on life support while Trump tries to pull the plug. The gloves have been off, and now I'm jumping into the ring. I'm asking for your support to be the next United States Senator from the greatest state of Texas. I'm running because I don't ever lose focus of the people and what we deserve. We deserve a government that is by the people and of the people, not one that's bought and paid for, not politicians who are self-serving and line their own pockets. Most of you know that I am a civil rights and criminal defense attorney, that I made a living arguing cases before juries and fighting for Texas who were harmed to receive justice. I have won cases and convinced juries in the deepest, reddest parts of this state, and I'm ready to make the case to the people of the great state of Texas. My experience spans both state and federal. As you may have seen, I have spent more time on the federal level than I did on the state level. And frankly, I'm very well aware of what is happening on the federal level, on the deepest levels of the federal level. If elected to the Senate, actually when, I was about to say, y'all slow. I will begin on day one fighting to lower costs, deliver on healthcare, make home ownership and entrepreneurship accessible to all, and hold Trump accountable. I'll hit the ground running because I'm already in the belly of the beast right now. Many people wonder why I jumped in this race so late, and I just want to be clear that this was never my intention. This was never about me. I never put myself into any of the polls. Listen, my question was, which congressional seat would I be running for? And for Texas 30, I love you, Texas 30. Okay, I'm gonna finish. But the more I saw the poll results, I couldn't ignore the trends, which were clear, both as it relates to the primary as well as the general election. I could have played it safe and continued serving in the United States House of Representatives for as long as my constituents would have me. But I don't choose to do that because Texas, this moment we're in now, is life or death. It's all or nothing. It's now or never. We find ourselves at a crossroads. We're faced with a hard choice to make people believe. We've got to make sure that they understand that we are not to go back. We are not to allow our hard-earned progress of our foremothers to be wiped away. We lose Social Security, Medicare. We lose the right to vote, to love, and live freely. That's one path where we go back in time. The other path is learning to live in Trump's America and shrinking ourselves into the shadows. It looks like people who are afraid to worship or love freely because people are simply right now afraid to walk down the streets. It looks like a country facing denial, bank loan denied, healthcare denied, American dream denied. But I'm here to tell you there is a third path, a path where we move forward as one people united under a common vision, a path where we reject Trump's false promises and reject his lies and division. I'm asking you to walk down this path with me, shoulder to shoulder, and envision a Texas where every child, no matter their story, can go to the best public schools, can afford to go to college or learn a skilled trade, a Texas where that child has every opportunity to grow and thrive. That means nutrition, healthcare, mental health, and safety. Imagine a Texas where that child grows up and can buy a home with first-time home buyers assistance. Imagine that child wants to start a business and create jobs in their community they live in Texas, where they can actually access some capital to get started. Now contrast that to our reality today, where a child's opportunities are limited by their zip codes. I think about the children in Houston who had their school district taken over by Abbott. I think about the children in Lufkin who went hungry this summer after Republicans cut funding for summer EBT. I think about the young adults and families in Amarillo that would love to buy their own home but can't afford it. I think about the farmer in Loving County who had to find his way to the nearest hospital miles and miles away because Texas has closed more rural hospitals than any other state. And by the way, if you know farmers, it takes quite a lot before they'll even think about going to the doctor. So I know this. This man was in pain, and his pain was ignored and neglected by 3 decades of Republican domination in Texas. And I'm going to keep taking down this path with me. But let's first address the elephant in the room, quite literally. I know many of you are wondering why I'm running for a seat that everyone says cannot be won. The last time Texas elected a Democrat to the United States Senate, I was 7 years old. Do not try to do the math. Cornyn was already 36 and serving as a district judge. For most of us, a Republican-controlled Texas is all we've known. But we cannot let that diminish our faith and belief in what I stand before you, because I'm not looking backwards in the past. My eyes are fully ahead and fixed on the bright horizon ahead of us. I'm running for this seat because I'm going to be hung up on the brokenness. I'm not going to be hung up on the brokenness of the past. I'm focused on fixing up our future. Many people have asked, and all of us wonder, can we win this race in November? I'm here to say, yes, we can. I'm also here to say it's not if we can, but if we will. If we will get out and knock the doors, call the people, and meet them where they are. It's a matter of if we will do the work to have the necessary conversations about the future of our nation. Will we come together as one? This isn't about me or them. It's about you and us. This is not about ambition. It's not about my ambition. It's about yours, your hopes and your dreams, and a government that has your back, not pushes you back. No Democrat has done what we're seeking to do, and that is win a statewide election in Texas in the 21st century. So there is no roadmap. There is no blueprint, and there is no cheat code. So for everybody that thinks they got it, just watch and I'll give it to you. This path we're going on together is one that must be forged ourselves. So let's be honest. If there was anyone with the recipe, well, they would have already won. But I also know this. If Mississippi can flip seats, then why can't Texas? If Georgia can elect 2 Democrats to the United States Senate, then Texas can too. In 2012, Mitt Romney won Texas by 16 points. In 2016, Trump won Texas by 9 points. As his administration went on and people felt the hurt, his margin in 2020 shrunk. In 2020, as people were fed up with his administration, as people sat around the dinner table, 500,000 American families stared at the empty chairs. The chairs once filled by loved ones who died from COVID. I remember the long lines, the lines we waited in for rapid testing, the line folks needing unemployment, the long lines at the food banks. Well, guess what, y'all? Under Trump 2.0, people are still unemployed or forced to work multiple jobs. And after all the cuts to SNAP, the rising cost of everything except wages, food banks are stepping up once again to fill the gap. But I remember another place where the lines were so long and in many places wrapped around the building, and that was at the polls. We turned our pain into purpose. We kept the faith and we did the work. We put fear in the hearts as the margins tightened and we were closing the gap. What did they do in response? Did they take a look in the mirror, try to offer real solutions to the real issues? No. Instead, they decided to come up with ways to keep you from being heard, to make it harder to vote and easier to cheat. Well, I'm here to tell you, don't cheat yourselves. Don't fall for the okie doke. I'm asking you not to worry about the naysayers, the critics, and the haters, because they already here, y'all. It's not about them or what they believe. It's about you and us, what we know is possible when people come together. So I'm asking you to tune out those intrusive voices that say she can't win because she's Black, because she's a woman, or because she's a Democrat. If you believe women should be in all spaces, then I ask you to stand with me. If you believe we should be judged by the content of our character, then I'm asking for your support. And if you believe this election should be about the issues, who has the better policies and ideas, and who is best for the job, then I ask for your vote in the Democratic primary election this March and again in November. You see, we know what the Republican tactics will be. A flood of lies and attacks designed to turn Blacks against whites, city against country, and you against me. They are experts in the politics of division. It's how they've gotten here. Division is how Trump got elected and then re-elected. This election is about adding voices to our electorate, about multiplying turnout with a robust operation and a unifying message that asks, how is it that Texas is prospering, but the people are struggling? We have the 8th largest economy in the world, yet kids go hungry. Seniors have to skip their prescriptions. Parents are forced to choose between braces for their children or hospice for their parents. We are the #1 state in exports, driving the American economy, yet somehow we are also #1 in uninsured women and children. The state is thriving while the people are facing tribulation. We are better than that. tougher than that. And Texas deserves better, and together we will. This campaign is for those who believe that the government should work harder than the people it serves. This campaign is for every single person that is done with politics as usual, that's fed up with the establishment, that's sick and tired of being sick and tired. Texas has no shortage of talent, no shortage of ideas, grit, or tenacity. Our state powers this nation. Our economy drives the world. Texas is a big boy state made up of brawlers and people with a moral code. Our representation should reflect that, and sadly enough, it doesn't. After evaluating the data, analyzing the trends, researching historic numbers, and combing over the crosstabs, it was clear the numbers were strongest for my candidacy for United States Senate. That's why I decided to enter this race, because otherwise I would have continued doing what I've always done, which is support whichever candidate had the strongest numbers. So I want to be clear. I'm not running just to run. This is about winning. As a candidate who is constantly attacked and seen as a threat, it's because I am. I'm a threat to the system that's been holding us back from our full potential. I'm a threat to a system that works to protect politics as usual, that seeks to maintain the despair and unfairness in our state. I'm a threat to those that have lost their moral compass, abandoned their purpose, and want to be kings instead of public servants. I'm the only candidate in this race who has served on the federal level, has taken on this administration, and sought accountability. I'm the only one who has gone toe-to-toe with Donald Trump, and there's a reason he's always got my name in his mouth. There's a reason John Cornyn has been attacking me since before I even entered this race. There's a reason folks have tried everything they could think of to try to keep me out of this race. And I believe that's because Trump has seen the same numbers I have. I have a track record of getting people out to vote, moving people who were disillusioned with politics and felt like their vote didn't matter. Since running for public service, I have vowed to increase accountability, accessibility to every office I've held. Through it all, I've never lost sight of the people. I've built winning coalitions and brought together voters of all backgrounds, all stars and stripes, and every walk of life under the common belief that government should be of and for the people. Government should work to make living easy for those who work hard for a living. My message, rooted in slashing costs, making homeownership and entrepreneurship attainable for all, strengthening and growing the middle class, is one that Texas, all of Texas, from the Panhandle to Port Arthur, and from El Paso to East Texas, can believe in. This campaign is about winning with a strong, multiracial, multi-generational coalition of people that is reflective of this great state that is, by the way, 61% people of color. There is room in this campaign for everyone who feels like our state is heading in the wrong direction. And that's the majority of Texans, whether you live in Dallas County or Dickens County. Groceries are too expensive. The light bill won't stop going up. People are being crushed by their rent or their mortgages. That's why I'm running now, to get Texas back on track, to be a fighter for the middle class. Hardworking Texans, ranchers, farmers, young families, oil workers, small businesses, and everyday people who make this state vibrant and make us an economic powerhouse. Today, under Trump and 3 decades of Republican rule in Texas, those very Texans are under daily attack. They are attacked for how they worship, who they love, what language their grandmother speaks. And you don't know who will be next on the chopping block. I'm running to protect Texans from these attacks and safeguard the rights our Constitution guarantees. I'm running to knock down the door to opportunities that have only been cracked open for the elite few. I'm running to make home ownership and entrepreneurship pillars of the American dream an obtainable reality for all Americans once more. I'm running to get Washington back to work on issues that actually matter. Together, we will send a signal to the entire nation. Don't mess with Texas. And certainly don't count us out. I believe I am the candidate in the strongest position to defeat whoever emerges after they finally get out of their stuff. Even if that's my buddy and dancing partner, John Cornyn. John Cornyn has spent 41 years in elected office. Anyway, I'm not even gonna get off track. He's been an elected official since I was 3 years old. Speaking of 3, I want y'all to know that Cornyn has been in office so long that he collects 3 fat pensions, courtesy of you, the taxpayer, on top of his Senate salary, which is also paid for by you. By the time I graduated law school in 2006, Cornyn was already drawing his first pension. Guess Doge didn't catch that one, huh? But anyway, so after 4 decades and 4 fat checks every month, Cornyn has forgotten who sent him to the Senate. He's forgotten he works for 30 million people in Texas, not one Florida man who's never called this state home. About 2 pensions ago, Cornyn used to actually try and help Texas. He used to speak out against Trump, the candidate, and denounce the border wall. What happened, Big John? Because now all you're doing is bending the knee, kissing the ring, and running ads about how you vote 99% of the time with Trump. Well, John, I kept telling you, you had a 1% problem. And the problem is putting the 1% of Americans who are billionaires before the 99% of us who have to wake up every day, clock in, and hustle to make ends meet. The 99% of us who had to go out and earn what is ours. It wasn't handed to us by daddy. At a time such as this, we cannot afford to have a senator who cowers away from a fight worth fighting. I will be tougher on behalf of all 30 million Texans. At the end of the day, the Republicans, they know they're in hot water. They shut the government down for more than 40 days and 40 nights while people scramble to make ends meet and keep America open. His economic policies and his tariffs have drained our bank accounts, forcing millions to live paycheck to paycheck. While SNAP funding hung in the balance and families had to figure out how they'd even put bread and water on the table, mothers fed their children bread with butter and a sprinkle of sugar to quiet those growling tummies. And while this was the reality for middle America, Trump and his cronies were busy planning a lavish Thanksgiving feast. Now, Christmas is around the corner, and after a whole year of office with Trump, what has he done? Absolutely nothing to fulfill his #1 campaign promise, which was to bring down costs. Well, prices have tripled since Trump became president, and we're all feeling it. When I first got to Congress, I served on the Agriculture Committee. I worked on the Farm Bill and SNAP. And let me tell you, between delaying the Farm Bill, offering no real solutions on immigration, slashing SNAP, and slapping on tariffs, nobody has been hit harder than our farmers, ranchers, and the millions who grow our food. At a time when farmers are filing record bankruptcies, when grocery stores are going up even more to cover the cost of all of their economic loss activity because of the SNAP cuts, and as more rural hospitals close in Texas than anywhere else, how can our senator go along with this? How can he vote for 99% of this and then ask for yet another term with a straight face? John, you listening? You're the only one in Texas who gets 4 checks to do 1 job. Meanwhile, there are households where both parents work 2 jobs. The oldest child has to get a job as soon as they legally can, and still the family is barely keeping their head above water. That is the reality for far too many people. But John Cornyn and his MAGA buddies, or shall I say frenemies, since we never know how he really feels about MAGA, they're so far out of touch with reality. They live in their own worlds. The cost of everything has gone up except for wages. People are working more and they're working harder. But that check is looking just the same, and that dollar doesn't stretch as far. They'll tell you that my agenda is out of left field, when in reality, it's just right for Texas. My agenda is affordability, it's healthcare, it's energy independence, it's American manufacturing, it's protecting our natural resources, it's providing the best education to every child and not saddling them with lifelong debt in the process. When prices are lower, that dollar goes further. Consumers have more confidence and spending power, businesses thrive, and our economy is healthy. The more people that are insured, the less healthcare will cost for all of us. If we spend on preventative care, we can save way more instead of waiting until somebody is sick. When we invest in clean energy, your utility bill goes down. When we build more housing, the rents and mortgages come down. When we have more affordable childcare, Head Start, and universal pre-care, then families will have that huge burden lifted from them. Childcare has become a second rent. Y'all say amen if you got children, because y'all know I ain't got none. I heard they expensive. My whole platform is rooted in my belief that life should be more affordable for those who make America run. It's centered around opportunity and a fair shake to work hard, get ahead, and have a chance to earn your dream no matter your story. To live in a country where you know your rights will be protected at every level, to feel safe walking down the street. That's what I have always fought to do, and I won't let up now. The stakes and the prices are way too high. That is why Democrats are truly about. This is what Democrats are truly about, and it's our opportunity now to remind the nation of what it looks like when we put our values into action. While Democrats were working overtime to protect healthcare and lower costs of insurance, prescriptions, and the care you need to be alive, Trump was too busy golfing, y'all. I don't even want to tell y'all how much money y'all spent on that. He was looking over carpet patterns and paint swatches, y'all know, for his little room. Anyway, while Americans had to decide between paying the car note or paying the mortgage, Trump's toughest choice was between Chantilly lace or alabaster for his billionaire ballroom. The American people have been watching, and even those who weren't watching, they felt the effects and know the pain. Trump's unpopular policies will cost him the Republican majority in the Congress. He knows that, and that's why he called Greg Abbott and said, I need 5 seats from Texas. I'm entitled to them. And Abbott got right to it. Well, Trump, I know you're watching, so let me tell you directly, you're not entitled to a damn thing in Texas.
You better get to work because I'm coming for you. He knew he would lose. So Trump did what he always does, resort to lying, cheating, and stealing. He has rigged our elections once again by changing the lines in the middle of an election cycle. And the cherry on the top, Trump drew me out of my home district. I know he's tired of me holding him accountable, dismantling his lies, and I know he's tired of me breaking through to millions of Americans, tired of me getting people out to vote, tired of me living in his head rent-free. Well, Mr. President, you couldn't beat me at the ballot box. And so, as y'all know, a judge that you appointed, Mr. President, he said your maps were unconstitutional, but you ran it up to your loyal activist cronies at the Supreme Court and snatched representation away from almost 500,000 people I represented right here in CD30. Well, I'm here to tell you, Donald Trump, you won't get rid of me that easily. I'm not going away. I'm not giving up. I still believe in this country. I still believe that we are in the land of opportunity. I still believe in the bright beacon of hope amidst a sea of despair. I still believe Texas will lead the way and prove to this nation and the world what I know to be true. So I'm asking you, will you join me in this campaign? Will you join me in the work and turn this moment into a movement? I'm asking you to wake up every day between now and November, yes, every day, and ask yourself daily, what am I going to do today to elect the leadership I wish to see? Who I'm going to call today about why I need to vote? What will my contribution to turning Texas blue be? It's also why I've sought to bring about unity within our party as well. I did my best to make sure that we had a strong ticket with candidates running up and down the ballot. We're not leaving any races out. Everything is on the line. I need you to know that this is bigger than any one person and any one candidate. Us to win this race, we have to win together. We have to run as a team. Like I said before, and we'll keep echoing, this isn't about me. This isn't about them. It's about you. We're going to go and win this election for the people. As I close, I want to send a message to Donald Trump and the whole nation. Don't take Texas for granted and don't count us out. It's our time. We are one. God bless Texas and let freedom reign.
Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah, yeah, yeah. See, if you believe in the God in you, it's a better place. Creating the force and the power to live a better life. Know that love and joy and peace is one in all of the same space. That you were chosen just like God. Your energy. That's right. Only you can make the change. Shine your head at you. Shine so bright from darkness to light. Yeah. And you'll find your